Petronas. Ito po yung pinakahuling binigay ng coordinator sa Singapore, April 10, 2026. So, April 10 siguro, Sabado lang po yata yun. Ang landed cost po ay 61 pesos. Bakit hindi po i-consider ng oil companies na doon na lang sila bumili? 61 pesos per liter.
Yes,
Ngayon po kasi ang presyo na ninyo 111 per liter. Paano po natin i-justify yun? Kung totoo po ito na na-check ninyo, bakit hindi po natin i-encourage ang oil companies na bilhin po ito?
Sir, we have checked also through PNOC and
Bakit po sa PNOC kayo nag-check? Ang sinasabi ko po, these are independent data. Ibibigay ko uli po yung sulat po ng coordinator sa Singapore sa ating chairman at itinuturo pa nga niya rito kung paano po yung gagawin. Ito po yung kanyang sulat eh. Ang sinasabi po niya, Mr. Chair, Refinery Tank to Vessel Procedure in Jurong, Singapore. FOB Tank to Vessel Transaction Procedure, EN 590 10 ppm Euro for DAS diesel. Alam po ninyo ito, Director, kasi ito po yung standard specification ng diesel. Nakabisa ko na po dahil sa tagal ko na pong nire-review ito eh. Ito po yung sabi niya, alam po niyo yung step 1, meron pong step 2 rito, meron step 3. Iwanan ko po para hindi na po ako magtagal. Ang sabi po niya, April 10, 2025, FOB, $800 per metric ton. So, meron po siyang 15 idadagdag po natin ang $15 per metric ton. Shipping cost po yun. At saka yung maps ng Singapore, 1.71. Makukwenta po ninyo 42 pesos per liter lang. Isama po ninyo lahat ng local cost natin na 19 pesos per liter. Babagsak lang po siyang 61 pesos per liter. O ba't hindi po natin bilhin yun? Ano po ang Director Abad, sinubukan mo na ba talaga? Chinek mo eh. At nakita mo, sabi mo, maganda po. Talaga namang maganda. Bakit naman hindi? Last week, habang tayo nag-uusap, March 25, nag-average po ng 45 pesos to 50 pesos per liter. Ngayon po, ito, manageable pa rin, 60 pesos. Director Abad.
Mr. Chair, we need to get the whole information because if we look at the maps for last week, the FOB, as you mentioned, is for diesel is around 228, almost $229 per barrel. Now, we need to get if this difference, kasi parang ang estimate niyo po, sir, nasa 70 plus lang $ per barrel yan. So, definitely that's it's almost the miracle amount if that is and that will really help us if that will be the import price as compared to what we have now in maps.
Director, magmula nung March 25, hanggang ngayon, more than 2 weeks na po ang nakararaan. Hindi po, ibig nyo sabihin, hindi pa po nyo na-check ito?
Mr. Chair, we need to get the contact number of the trader because as mentioned by Secretary.
Iniwan ko nga po yung contact sa chairman eh. Ang totoo yung, alam po ba niyo yung contact na yun? Okay. Sumulat po sa chairman, nag-o-offer po siya ng kanyang tulong sa lahat ng interesadong oil companies na direktang kumuha through vessel tank structure. Ito po, iiwanan ko na naman po itong pinakahuli, pati yung step. There are 3 steps involved kung paano sila paano kayo makakabili doon. Bakit hindi po ito muna ang pag-aralan natin? Baka ito po ang makakasave sa atin eh. Hindi ko po sinasabi na huwag natin pag-usapan ng contingency plans. Tama naman po yun. Dapat meron tayong pananggalang. Pero kung titingnan po natin, meron pa naman palang pag-asa na meron tayong kukuhanan at hindi naman pala ganito kalubha, ayoko naman pag-usapan na natin ng malulubhang problema, hindi pa naman talaga dapat mangyari pala. This is the whole point, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We'll get the bureau to get the data and talk to the oil companies, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, for the record, I am again submitting to you the steps provided by the contact in Singapore, including the Step 4 Importation Cost Model to the Chair na ngayon po ay $800 per metric ton. Katumbas po ng, kung isasama po ng landed cost ay 61 pesos per liter lang. Hindi po kagaya ng ibinebenta na po ngayon sa atin na mahigit na pong 120, 130 pesos per liter. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
I think Senator Marcoleta, can you flash that earlier? Nakita ko sa screen yung contact person.
Pwede ba nating i-ano yung sa screen para makita po ng lahat yung
ComSec
screen
paki-flash nga.
Marami pang ganyan.
Yeah, no. I think this is the please take note, Director Abad, itong Pent Alpha Enterprises Pte Limited in Singapore. Si Mr. Wayne Houghton, authorized representative. Take note. But the committee will let me direct the committee secretary to furnish the Department of Energy this letter given to us by Senator Marcoleta.
And also this slide too, Mr. Chair, para makita po nila yung price as of April 10.
Alright.
Ayan po. Mache-check po ninyo dyan.
Thank you, Senator Marcoleta. We recognize Senator Marcos.
Sorry.
Questions?
Thank you very much. Of course, we have many comments about both the presentation of Secretary Balisacan in view of our experience in the past of the two oil shocks referred to in the 70s. It was very clear then that there would be a short-term plan which would comprise immediate relief as well as demand reduction and fuel efficiency. So tatlong bagay yun dati, no? So maliwanag nun. Ngayon parang patse-patse, kulang-kulang yung ating plano, maliwanag yun. So unang-una yung energy stockpiling, ano? In addition to stability, I would enjoin everyone to also look for expansion because we don't know how long this is going to last. And one of the key efforts then, as mentioned by Secretary Garin, was diplomacy. Appropriately, we have Secretary Lazaro. However, hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit magpepermiso pa tayo sa US para lang bumili sa Russia, samantalang may Russian ambassador naman dito na mabait naman. Are we no longer a sovereign nation with diplomatic relations with Russia, with Iran? Ang Iran was very, very helpful during the Houthi pirates issue with the seafarers. Ang laking tulong nila sa atin. At ganun din ang ASEAN na ang balita, ang Brunei, nagpapadala na ng langis sa ibang LGU, hindi dito. At yung demand side restrictions, syempre, encouraging oil-saving behavior. Baka yung ibang may edad dito na, alala pa ninyo si Chiquito sa Asyong Aksaya. Siguro maibalik na lahat yan dahil kailangan talaga natin transport restrictions, carpooling. We are making that effort in any case, reduction of speed limit, fuel, and other rationing. Intindihin natin, marami na nating ginawa niyan. At sa medium term, maliwanag yung monetary and fiscal stabilization. As Secretary Balisacan mentioned, we are in a much worse position than we were before COVID. Nevertheless, in the next 5 years, we should be able to improve resilience through institutions and through behavior. And finally, the long term, that's been mentioned repeatedly, structural reform, the energy transition, and so on. Napakaraming dapat pag-usapan. Subalit ako ay tututok predictably, syempre, dun sa agriculture, nandito naman si Secretary Laurel, baka naman matulungan tayo. Dahil alam po natin na nakakapagtaka. Sabi nga ni Senator Marcoleta, bakit tayo na ang pinakamataas sa ASEAN? Nasa 280% increase. Samantalang yung iba, 10 pesos lamang. Ba't ganon? Pati Singapore, mas mura na sa atin. At ang pinakamalala dyan, yung diesel talaga ang lumobo. Ang diesel tumatama na sa agrikultura. We have very, very dismal news today from Pangasinan, from our fishing coastal areas, from Palawan, Zamboanga, Jensan. At ang sabi nga sa Soxargen, 1 to 2 weeks talagang patay na kami. At sinabi talaga na hindi na nila kaya ituloy-tuloy kung hindi pa puputulin yung tax o may gagawing paraan dahil hindi nakakayanin at sirang-sira na yung export contracts natin dahil hindi sila makakapag-deliver. So nais kong tanungin kay Secretary Laurel, mukhang wala naman kayong presentation. Ang daing nila, yung second oil importation ng 320,000 barrels, makakakuha ba ang fishing sector dito? Kayo ang expert sa fishing. Ano po ang masasabi natin? Pati yung ating mga magsasaka, nakaraang buwan, anihan. Yun, namumroblema sila. Diba? Kasi nga, anihan, wala namang mabiling krudo. Ngayon, ito naman fishery sector natin, nag-open season noong Pebrero, kailan ba? Biglang wala na talagang mabili na ma-afford. Ano bang magagawa natin para sa kanila?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Go ahead, Secretary Tiu Laurel.
Madam Senator. Basically, talagang titirik talaga yung ating fishing sector, lalo na yung commercial. Let's say, talking about General Santos fishing operators dahil ating 40% to 50% yung kanilang cost of production based on fuel. Ngayon, nasa 70-80% na ang cost of production on fuel. Kung hindi tatama ang presyo at 150 pesos per kilo ang kanilang benta, they will surely lose yung tinatawag na landed selling price.
Pero ano magagawa natin? Ako, alam ko na nagbigay kayo ng 3,000 sa mga fisher folk families. One time, big time lang yung 3,000 at gaano katagal yun. Paano kaya? At pati yung mga listahan, pinagdududahan doon sa municipal fisheries, yung BFAR list na napaka-outdated raw. Ano bang masasabi natin sa kanila? Dahil hindi pa nag-uumpisa yung krisis ng Iran, talagang alam natin, sila na, ang coastal sector ang pinakamahirap sa buong bansa. 2.5 times the rate of poverty elsewhere.
Mr. Chair, walang iniisip namin, basta kung mapopondohan lang, ay, let's say, sa commercial fishers and coastal, coastal fishing boat, kahit yung municipal na malalaki, for every kilo na binaba nila sa fish port, ng gobyerno, bibigyan sila ng 10 pesos. But of course, that has to be funded. So that will help.
Maari bang mangyari na yung ini-import ng DOE, yung nababalitaan natin na 20 billion na inalat na ni Secretary Garin, i-avail ng mga fisher folk at saka ng mga magsasaka din directly instead of through Petron and others? Pwede bang ganun? Na diretso na yung gobyerno na ang mag-aalat?
I think
para may tulong din kahit papaano
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, ang kasama yun sa aming pinaplano dun sa uplift nga, no? Isang napag-uusapan namin dun is magbigay ng voucher per liter, like 10 peso per liter na voucher to the transport ng agri, no? Tapos sa fisher folk, then maybe sa mga fishing boats for their purchases ng fuel. The other idea is yung sa fisher folks nga is landed cost, no? Yung landed cost, yung landed price nila.
Landed price minus 10 pesos.
Minus 10 pesos. So,
yun nga ang problema, ang dami yung pinag-aaralan. Sabi nila, hihikahos na raw sila sa loob ng 1 linggo. Wala nang magpapalaot. Pwede bang bilisan konti?
Baka next week may decision na ho yun. But we needed the inputs of our economic managers and DOF on the matter.
Kaso sabi lang po ni Ang balita kasasabi lang ni Secretary Recto na ayaw daw niya magbawas ng VAT kahit from 12% to 10% lamang. Ang lupit naman.
That's a different matter, ma'am.
Parang, isa pa yung bigas, ano? Habang nandito tayo sa agrikultura, ang balita sa palengke, wala nang regular or well-milled. So, ang mapipilitan ka bumili ng 60 pesos talaga. Totoo ba yun? Bakit wala nang regular and well-milled? Nag-aga-aga naman kinapos. Katatapos lang ng ani,
Well, nandun pa sa ating, Mr. Chair, nandun pa sa ating rules na kailangan meron nakalagay yun, yung percent brokenness and everything. But mukhang hindi nga sinusunod at umiikot nga kami ngayon para sitahin nga sila. Doon naman sa presyo ng imported rice, meron na kaming iaakyat no, sa ating Pangulo from NPCC na rekomendasyon niya na bigyan ng price cap yung imported rice na 50 pesos per kilo and hopefully before the end of the month ma-implement namin yun.
Hindi ba pwede magkaroon ng SRP din? Parati namin sinisita yung DTI at yung SRP, hindi naman nasusunod. Mas malala naman sa DA. Halimbawa sa baboy, yung 170 naging 350 na sa retail. Ang laki ng Linobo, 170 pesos, yung live, ano? Ngayon, 230 na, yung live. Wala bang SRP dyan tulad ng sinasabi ng ibang senador? Bakit naman lumulobo dito sobra-sobra sa ibang bansa? Hindi naman ganito. At saka bakit yung DA, wala namang control dyan?
Mr. Chair, basically, yun ang pinakamalaking problema namin sa DA. We can only impose or catch or kung under the Price Act. Kung SRP or MSRP, technically, we have no power even to nasitahin sila. Kaya yun din isang request ko na baka pwedeng may legislation tayo na especially an emergency, na the DA can do price controls on certain agri-goods.
Pero in the meantime po, ang tindi ng inyong registry and supervision over retailers, market vendors, markets, may magagawa naman siguro kayo. Hindi naman pwedeng sabihin may kulang sa batas, tapos na.
Sa ngayon, Mr. Chair, wala kaming magagawa dahil wala pa yung bagong Rice Act that will actually empower us to have all the...
Maski yung uplift, may emergency powers, hindi pwedeng sitahin yung mga nag-overprice ng labis-labis sa palengke?
Under the law, mukhang sa analysis namin, wala kami. Wala din kami enforcement.
Ako, hindi ako naniniwala. Baka yan ang paniwala sa DA, pero naniniwala ko, may uplift na, may emergency na, pwede na tayong pakialaman. Hindi naman tama yun. Pero sige po.
Sige ma'am, I will
tignan
do
po
more
natin
research.
yung uplift po. Napaka-late. Nung February 28, ano na ba date ngayon? April 13, andito pa rin tayo, pinag-aaralan pa rin lahat. Mabubulag po tayo sa kakaaral. Salamat po. May I call on Hans Kakdak, please, the Secretary for Migration.
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes. Ang balita, marami na rin nakauwi. Narinig namin na nagkaroon ng flight from the Emirates and another flight from Dubai. Tama po ba?
Yes po, ma'am. We had an 8 charter and one arriving this afternoon. Yes
So,
po, ma'am. Yes, there were a 9
Bali,
charter.
ikatlo?
We have had 9 charters and of course, pero din hong commercial flights, sinasabayan ng commercial flights yung charter, so around 5,400 po.
Okay, can we please be provided with the breakdown of those flights and the numbers
Yes po, ma'am. Yes
that
po, ma'am.
were involved? Marami po kasi nagre-reklamo, sang katutak yung reklamo ng ating mga OFW na pineperahan daw ng gobyernong ito ang kanilang mga tiket. Kung paano daw nangyari na 190 pesos kada repatriation from the Middle East to the Philippines, samantalang tumutulong yung Emirates government, pati yung Dubai, lahat tumutulong. Bakit times 3 daw yung pera? 65.36 million ang gagastusin. Hindi pa tapos ang issue sa Public Works Flood Control. Eto na naman kayo. Wag naman sana pati kami gamitin. Ang dai-dai pong email, ang dami-dami ring reklamo. Pakipaliwanag bakit lumobo ng labis-labis. Parating sinasabi yung fuel cost. Hindi naman nag-times 3 ang airline ticket. At yung insurance hindi rin nag-times 3. Bakit sa DMW nag-times 3?
Ma'am, yung pong charter ticket per person runs up to a range of 96,000 to 127,000 per person. We charter a plane out of a Dubai charter company. Again, we have had the eighth one, the ninth coming in today. Chartering is our deemed method to bring people home faster. Dahil po dito, in a span of 5 to 6 weeks, nakapagpa-uwi po tayo ng 5,400 OFWs and their dependents. It will entail a cost, ma'am, to charter a flight. If we did this commercially, there's only one airline out of Dubai, and that's EK. It will take a bit more time. Ang estimate namin, maybe 3 to 4 weeks to bring in the same amount we brought in through charter. But having said that, ma'am, with the current ceasefire, nag-open up na yung seats. So we
Kaya
are...
nagtataka kasi yung ating mga OFW kung bakit ganyan, samantalang yung mga gobyerno doon sa Middle East, tumutulong naman at halos cost na lang daw binibigay. Alam nila, trabaho sila sa airline eh. Kaya nagtataka sila. Kung pwede, nananawagan tayo sa mga oil companies na mag-unbundle ng kanilang price increases at nananawagan rin tayo sa DMW na i-unbundle itong mga cost ng ticket. Kasi pakiwari ng ilang OFW, sila pa yung ginagamit na kumita, na magkurakot. Pangit po yung dating eh.
Hindi po, ma'am. Rest assured, there's been proper procurement of these chartered flights under the emergency procurement provisions of the Act of the Government Procurement Law, and there has been arm's length negotiation with the Dubai charter company, as mentioned. It is a reputable charter company, as clearly shown, with a safe return of more or less over 4,000 OFWs. Rest assured, ma'am, we are always open to audit, have been since day one. But rest assured, ma'am, bukas po ang mga libro natin in terms of any investigation on the costing. As I said, chartering has always been the fastest way to bring people home. And that is the reason why we resorted to chartering. Having said that, ma'am, again, we are partnering this with commercial flights which are beginning to open up. PAL will now start landing, as we understand, in the Middle East. So this will vastly help po, ma'am, sa pagpapababa ng costing natin. But we are, the short answer, ma'am, is we are open always to audit and
Napakaraming reklamo, no? Patulong na lang sagutin ng ating mga
Yes, ma'am.
OFW. Kasi nga, sabi nila, wala pa sa 60,000 pesos yung ticket dati, bakit naging 190? Wag naman daw ganon. Parang labis-labis. Marami pang magtatanong. May isa na lang huling hirit ako kay Secretary Garin. Alam natin, ang lead agency ng department ng krisis na ito, ang inaasahan na tutulong at tututok sa krisis ng langis ay ang Department of Energy. Tama po ba? Pati yung attached agencies, they're supposed to take the lead in handling the energy crisis as we understand it today, including ERC, NAPOCOR, lahat ng narito. Higit sa lahat PNOC with legendary reserves kung saan man sila. And this is stated in your mandate. And the President also wrote that in fact, there would be a cutting back in government agencies to 4 days. However, I am in possession of Department Order DO 2026-03-0006, under which the department, through the order of the Secretary, has adopted only 2 days of on-site work per week, with only 50% of DOE officials and employees reporting. And the rest is all work from home. In comparison to Memo Circular 114, they were mandated for a 4-day on-site work arrangement. Our private companies, in order to make a living and to stay above water, have chosen to stay on site 5 days. Hindi sila nagbabawas. Only a few companies like Del Monte and Aboitiz nagbawas nga Monday naman to Thursday. Ang DOE, 2 days lang. Tama ba yun? Parang wala kayong urgency sa katawan, ayos lang. Can you please explain the rationale for this madness? At nagagalit ang tao, 2 araw lang kayo magtatrabaho sa harap ng krisis?
Mr. Chair, work from home doesn't mean that we don't work, ma'am. We work every day. We meet every day, even in weekends. We haven't stopped actually for 8 weeks already.
Yan kasi
Hindi po-
sinabi ninyo kanina na yung i-accelerate yung approvals. Ang daming nagre-reklamo. Wala daw silang mahagilap sa DOE, PNOC for the approvals of contracts, for the approvals of different projects. Walang tao. 2 araw lang. Di nila alam kung sinong papasok, sinong hindi. Doon pa sa 2 araw, kalahati lang daw papasok. 50% daw yung memo ninyo. Bakit ganun? Kayo inaasahan. Namamatay na yung tao ng gutom, hindi na makapaghanap buhay. Wala nang ani, wala nang pagkain. At ang DOE ay nagbabakasyon. Tama ba yun?
Mr. Chair, hindi po nagbabakasyon ng DOE. I mean, we work from 8 up to 8 in the evening, doing meetings and doing everything that we can do just to keep our country sufficient in supply and monitor the prices. All of them are working even harder now than we kahit ano.
Dapat lang po, dapat lang. But how does DOE manage the crisis if half of its personnel is away? Kahit i-zoom mo pa yan nakatakot-takot, kung nangangalahati lang at 2 araw lang, yan lang talaga maaasahan. Anong klase yan? Lahat ng gobyerno, 4 na araw. Ang sabi ng Pangulo, 4 na araw. Ang private company, wala ngang tapang na magsara kahit 1 araw sa nervyos dahil ang sama ng kalagayan natin. Bakit kayo 2 days?
2 days, ma'am, because we are aware that we have to save energy and electricity in this. From the get-go, we wanted to
Sa
push.
sobrang saving naman ninyo, Secretary Garin, hindi naman yata tama na walang pumapasok yung mga oil stakeholders, lahat ng umaasa na makabili ng mas murang langis, walang mahagilap sa DOE. Wala raw katao-tao sa PNOC. Wala daw tao sa ERC. Ano ba ito?
Mr. Chair, the bureau that's OIMB, that's downstream, that's there all the time, even on weekends. PNOC is there also. ERC is there also. All the personnel na dapat nag-handle ng mga frontline natin, nandyan, Mr. Chair. Those that are not in the office are continuously working. These are all, we have had a system of e-signatures, and this is not lang. I'm sorry, pero hindi po I mean, you can see naman kung ano yung pinanggagawa namin over the last 8 weeks. It is not because they are at home and they are not doing anything or nanonood lang ng TV doon or hindi nagtatrabaho. We can show it in our accomplishments, Mr. Chair. Lahat po sila overtime yan. Hindi po nagtigil ang trabaho dahil work from home. The objective of work from home is not to stop working. It is to become more efficient. Ngayon po, we are trying to save for the country para
Hindi ba sinabi ng Pangulo na 4 days? Bakit kayo kinalahati pa yung 4 days? Hirap na hirap. Yung mga pumupunta sa DOE, magpapapirma sa PNOC, walang tao. Andito Section 3 mo Eto, the DOE shall implement a hybrid work arrangement whereby officials and employees shall render 2 days on-site work per week. Ibig sabihin, wala sila doon. Sino naman ang magtatrabaho? Sinong pipirma? Sinong kakausapin? Sino mag-a-approve ng kinakailangan natin kapag ganyan? Kaya pala, pag nagtatanong kami, wala na kayong sinabi, kundi pag-aaralan, i-review, babalikan, pagmimitingan. Kasi nga, 2 days a week.
Mr. Chair, PNOC is a GOCC, so I cannot speak for them, but I'm speaking in behalf of the
Pareho rin po.
But but all contracts are all on deadline, Mr. Chair. Wala po kaming lahat po ng mga service contracts. They continuously, we only have 30 working days for that to sign, and those are signed before the 30 days. Lahat po ng meetings, we are still ongoing with that. Even our oil companies, our bulk distributors, everyone po, minimit po yan. Wala pong tigil po yan. Even on Friday, we have, I have 6 meetings with all the LGUs, and that doesn't stop us from working. Just the fact that baka sa iba po, pag work from home, di sila magtatrabaho. Pero eto po yung DOE nagtatrabaho. I don't know what the arrangement is with PNOC.
Secretary naman, paano pipirma ng mga permitting na sinasabi nyo na accelerated hybridization? Paano pipirma ng iba't ibang mga renewable projects? Walang tao dun sa opisina.
We're automated, Mr. Chair.
Pambira. Hindi naman online yung approval eh.
It's online, Mr. Chair, because of the EVOS.
Hindi po. Marami po nagre-reklamo. In any case, I think that this memo that the lead agency will work as a mere 2 days a week in the face of this crisis is reprehensible and incomprehensible. Talaga naman habang ang taong bayan ay hirap na hirap, ang ating mga mangingisda ay naghihikahos, ang presyo ng pagkain at ang langis ay hindi ubus maisip, abay walang pakialaman DOE at sila ay nagbabakasyon 2 araw sa 1 linggo ang pasukan. Yun lang ang masasabi ko. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, hindi po kami nagbabakasyon, Mr. Chair. We work very, very hard. I mean, all our USECs have individual assignments. Sa power, naayos po yung power. On the supply side po, non-stop po yan, paghanap ng supplier. On enforcement, our offices, even though wala kaming tao, pinupuntahan po lahat po ng mga reklamo. It's not stopping the work, Mr. Chair. Our efficiency is even higher now because we are, despite the fact that we are work from home. Hindi po na titigilan yan. If there are applications for service contracts for renewable energy, that goes through EVOS. And all of that is on time. Those are applications, we comply with it, with the legal requirement that it has to be finished in 30 calendar days. Wala pong deemed approved yan kasi bawal po yan sa DOE. So we are doing everything on time. And if there are applications, our frontliners are there. Naka-assign yan na dapat kung may nag-apply po ng gusto nilang bagong gas stations, the office of Director Rino is there, and they're actually practically there 7 days a week because of all these problems, Mr. Chair.
Secretary, I have no desire to argue with you, but the facts are evident. There's only a 2-day week as far as DOE is concerned. At saksakan ang dami ng reklamo mula sa iba't ibang sektor, higit sa lahat ang sektor ng langis. Yun lang. Kaya siguro kung maaari, balikan kaya natin itong memo ng ating Pangulo na 4-day on-site. At least man lang yung DOE, bigyan ng konting diin itong krisis na hinaharap ng ating bansa.
May I suggest to the good secretary, I know that dahil sa EVOS law, lahat electronic. No? We push for that law na lahat electronic time-bound in approval. But I think because of the magnitude of the problem right now, on oil supply, nako-focus lahat sa DOE. So may I suggest just to revisit that policy of 2-day work week. On the other side is also optics eh. No? Lahat nakatingin sa DOE. Pero kung 3 beses sa 1 linggo, hindi nakikita, no? There's also the optics problem rin in that sense. No? So may I just suggest to revisit that? Tingnan kung talagang effective and efficient ang nagiging output.
Mr. Chair, yes, we will revisit, Mr. Chair. And also, we are also pushing for energy efficiency for everyone. Kasi this problem can go on for 6 months to 1 year. And it seems like even this week's news, it's going to get worse because of the pronouncements of President Trump. So we are pushing for efficiency in electricity as well as in fuel. Kasi kailangan talaga everybody has to practice this behavior. And as mentioned by the good chairman, we will revisit the advisory, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I...
May I, Mr. Chairman, just a very short interjection. Me being the author and sponsor of work from home law, Mr. Chairman, and we fought for this measure for quite some time, and I understand where the secretary is coming from. She wanted to do everything and become the model department for the government. Pero just like what the chairman has mentioned a while ago, and I would also appeal, Mr. Chair, for the secretary to consider this more on optics, Mr. Chairman, kasi talagang yung taong bayan tinitingnan ng DOE as a very important department, and if it is in the headlines and everywhere na twice a week lang sila pumapasok, hindi ko talaga mahirap i-defend, no, despite the fact na I would think, Mr. Chairman, that the secretary is doing her best to ensure that they are doing their jobs and that they are complying with all their targets, etc. Pero hindi talaga maganda yung 2 beses sa isang linggo pumapasok yung sa pandinig yung mga kawani ng pamahalaan dun sa Department of Energy. So salamat, Secretary, salamat din, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We recognize the presence of Senator Bam Aquino. And before we continue with the Q&A, let me request the DFA to make their presentation, because the DFA played a very critical role in extending diplomatic efforts for the country to get additional supply of petroleum. And we commend the DFA for doing so. We commend the DFA and the DOE for ito pala, Secretary. I was saying, Secretary, we commend the DFA and the DOE for extending the diplomatic efforts for us to secure additional sources of supply. Alam ko yung ginawa ninyo, kumbaga out of the box solution, no? So that we can secure supply. So we would like to listen to the presentation of the DFA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for that exit, but I'm back here. Well, again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Senate. I just wish to provide an update since the last, on the part of the Department of Foreign Affairs, since the last, the first Protect meeting. Well, just to have an overview of the current situation at the Strait of Hormuz. The UN estimates that as of 31 March, some 20,000 seafarers remain stranded on around 2,000 ships in the Strait of Hormuz as the war in the Middle East continues. These include oil and gas tankers, bulk carriers, and so forth. DMW figures, on the other hand, indicate that as of 11 April, there are 4,862 Filipino seafarers aboard 463 vessels. From an average of 3,000 vessels that sailed through the strait monthly prior to the start of the conflict, open sources indicate that by the first week of April, only 200 ships or less than 200 ships have managed to pass through the strait since hostilities broke out last 28 February. Next slide is, I'll now go to what happened last Saturday. Of course, there was an announcement on April 8 on the 2-week cessation of hostilities. But on April 11, in Islamabad, and Pakistan hosted peace talks between the US and Iran. After 20 hours of negotiations, both sides announced that no deal has been reached, and therefore remained substantive issues on a number of key issues. Basically, it's actually the timing of the opening of the strait, the Iran's uranium enrichment program, unfreezing of $6 billion Iranian funds, and reparations for damages to Iran. A result of which is that while there is no breakthrough that was achieved, there was also no breakdown in the talks. And we surmise that there might just be subsequent rounds of negotiations. And just want to provide new info. We expect tensions to escalate following President Trump's announcement last night of a blockade of all traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. However, the U.S. military corrected that and clarified that the blockade will only be for maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports beginning April 13 at 10 a.m. I go now to the interventions by the DFA. On the area of energy security, we have been assisting, as mentioned by Secretary Garin, DOE in identifying alternative sources of energy. Our foreign service posts are actively involved in dialogues with foreign governments. We are also taking the whole of government approach on food security and have submitted to the Department of Agriculture also a comprehensive list of fertilizer suppliers identified by our foreign service posts. While the DMW takes care of the repatriation of Filipino workers, we have worked to repatriate tourists, students, permanent residents, and Filipino nationals from the region. There is this is very small. There is this statement in one of the actions of the DFA, and was mentioned by Senator Marcos about Russia. The reason of non-traditional suppliers. The reason is because there were sanctions imposed by the United Nations, and only the United States can lift or exempt those sanctions. And therefore, our Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C., particularly Ambassador Babes Romualdez, has been negotiating with two departments, Department of State and Department of Treasury. Now, it ended 12 April. Now we're working for another 6 months, and this is not across the board. We are just trying to talk to state and treasury departments only for the Philippines request.
And there's no possibility for us directly speaking to the ambassador who's here in Makati?
Actually, Madam Senator, it's not the case because the sanction should be coming from the U.S. I mean, the exemption. Or the
Even the
lifting of
Americans have relented on the sanctions imposed on Russia.
Yes, they
Tayo,
have.
takot na takot pa rin.
They-
Bakit ganun?
Hindi, well, it's just we think it's a matter of time that the lifting.
The
of
other ASEAN countries who recognized the sanctions and respected the U.S. wishes went directly to Russia and dealt with them. Bakit tayo natatakot pa rin? Ano ba ito? Bakit lahat Washington?
Madam-
Colony pa rin tayo?
Madam Senator, hindi naman.
Just asking.
I don't think naman natatakot tayo. We're just doing what is being requested and the procedure that was imposed by the State
Requested by
Department.
whom po?
By the UN and the State Department because of the sanctions
Requested
imposed
by
on
the
Russia.
U.S. But having lifted the sanctions,
But they
like
closed-
our neighbors, we can go directly to Russia.
Nalit na eh. Madam Senator, I'm
At least
sure.
kahit partial lifting, di ba? Eh kung dumiretso na yung ibang bansa, ba't tayo hindi pwede?
But I just
Dahil
want,
sa EDCA?
that I cannot respond. But I just want to tell you that the relations between Philippines and Russia is also a very good relations. But
Kaya
this-
nga di ba? Kaya nga, dire-diretso naman tayo pumunta sa Russia, di ba? Andiyan naman yung ambassador. Yung ibang bansa sa ASEAN at sa APEC, alam naman natin, kinausap nila yung Russian ambassador nila, dire-diretso, palibasa yung sanctions nga, partially lifted na ng Amerikano. Bakit tayo sa Washington pa rin nakikisuyo?
well, that
Marami
is-
pa yung ambassador. Pauwiin na lang natin.
I- okay. Can I continue, Mr. Chair? Well, those are the interventions of the Department of Foreign Affairs. On slide 6, on 2 April, I had a phone conversation with the Iranian foreign minister, and he assured me, the DFA, that Iran will allow the safe, unhindered, and expeditious passage to the Strait of Hormuz for three issues. That's the Philippine flag vessels, energy shipments, and Filipino seafarers. Next slide. Just want to show here the list of those that have had classified or considered non-hostile. These are the confirmed, the unconfirmed, and still discussions being continuing. Let me go next slide. As I said, there are three discussions that we had with the Iranian foreign minister. Philippine flag vessels. Marina said that there are 100 Philippine flag vessels. And as of I think last week, we have requested Iran to release these 4 ships, Philippine flag vessels that are carrying certain materials, mostly chemicals. I got a call from the Iranian ambassador last Saturday saying that matter of time for these vessels to be cleared and to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. That is as far as Marina for the Philippine flag vessels, as far as the seafarers, because there's so many seafarers all over so many ships. The DMW said that they will be the one to identify to us that vessel which probably having the most number of seafarers will be requested to pass. And of course, the energy is an issue that will be given to Department of Energy. So we're still waiting. Hopefully, within this week, we'll be having some response from the Iranian embassy on this matter. Well, just on the airlines, airspace operating, most of the airlines, as mentioned by Secretary Hans, are already operating totally or partially. Emirates operates at least 5 daily flights from Dubai to Manila and 1 to Clark. PAL announced a temporary suspension of its flights to Dubai until 31 May and to Doha until 1 June. Cebu Pacific suspended their flights to Dubai until 30 April. And Qatar has also mounted limited flights. In a nutshell, Mr. Chair, these are what has been discussed also with the concerned government agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary Lazaro. Just a quick intervention. Bakit nga kailangan magpaalam sa US? Because time is of the essence. And we need the oil yesterday. Kung magpapaalam pa tayo, that will obviously delay the delivery of oil supplies. So bakit pa kailangan magpaalam? What is the technical reason for that?
Because nga, as I mentioned earlier, the sanctions that was imposed.
But we did not impose the sanction
yes,
against
but it's a
Russia.
United Nations resolution. It is a UN resolution. That's practically, it's the Security Council. Yes, but it was the US who lifted. There must be some mechanism. I don't know the details of that, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair.
No, but it was vested on the State Department and the Treasury Department of the United States to lift that exemption or waiver of that of that Russian oil that will be given.
What will stop PNOC from ordering oil from Russia at this time? Wala, di ba? They can order oil, they can pay in US dollars or pay in whatever currency and they can deliver. So why do we need to have another step? Yun ang aking tanong. Why can't we do it quickly? Because we need supplies right away.
I'm sure Secretary Guerin is
Yeah, go ahead, Secretary.
For example, for our private companies, they don't want to buy unless it's lifted kasi baka sila habulin daw ng US. Mr. Chair. So they wanted that. They wanted the clearance before they buy.
PNOC. How come PNOC ang bibili? Government to government. G to G.
With or without the lifting?
Yes.
Well, during the lifting, we did attempt, but we did not find the right buyers. But we can.
But there is no prohibition for PNOC to order oil from Russia at any time. Wala nang paalam-paalam.
As a state, I guess, Mr. Chair,
Pwede,
could say that,
diba?
sir.
So,
wala lang kasing finished products dun eh. So it's
no,
always,
ano
yes,
lang,
Mr. Chair.
kung ma-available yung supply, they're willing sila magbenta ng crude, willing sila magbenta ng refined, pwede tayo mag-order diretso. Hindi na kailangan magpaalam. Tama?
We just follow the diplomatic channels, Mr. Chair,
Which is
as government to government.
Hindi kailangan magpaalam pa rin. No, that's the point of contention of Senator Amy, and that's also my parang from a urgency standpoint. Kailangan na natin yung supply kahapon eh. Bakit pa tayo kailangan magne-negotiate, mag-aantay pa ng sagot, 2 department pa kakausapin natin? Matagal eh. Kung handa naman sila magbenta sa atin, bakit ayaw natin kunin? Iba kasi ang situation ngayon eh.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to be clarified with your question, definitely we can. We can go straight. But it is not advisable coming from the Department of Foreign Affairs. Is that the right answer? We can, but it's not advisable. We can, but it's not advisable. I just don't get it, Mr. Chairman, because tayo ba masasanction because of that? I mean, and what's the point of having an ambassador here?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
please.
I think the sanctions is really connected with the world financial system, and this has been set since the invasion of Ukraine, and that was one of the results. If we pursue as with the private sector of the Department of Energy or of DOE, then there is a possibility that sanctions might just be imposed on that. I mean, this is just a rhetorical question, but there is such, and therefore, our embassy in Washington, the diplomatic service is really very keen in making sure, because we did it already. We had that window, and we were able to get Russian oil. So it's just a matter of time, Your Honors, if we can just continue with the negotiations and discussions with.
Unfortunately, I still don't get it, but I have an idea, Mr. Chairman. But are you talking only about payments? Just payments, for payments, or everything that you have to?
It's obtaining actually that oil, which is sanctioned, I mean, by Russian oil.
Okay.
Secretary,
Quick intervention, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Yung binanggit po, Secretary, ninyo na hypothetical or theoretical situation, actually, it's not po. The current crisis shows napaka-practical po niya, napaka-konkreto. Yung opportunities at saka yung limitations sa atin bilang bansa have that direct effect sa pinag-uusapan nating sitwasyon ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda, public transport workers, overseas Filipino workers at iba pa. So mamaya, Chair, ipopursue ko talaga. Precisely, it's this entanglement sa world economic situation na sinabi nyo, Sec. Lazaro. Shouldn't that be the subject, the target nung some of our long-term solutions and reforms? Halimbawa, in relation dun sa pagbubuo ng so-called middle powers. So, ipursue ko yan mamaya, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you. Just to conclude this, yung topic ni Senator Amy, dapat ang pinakamahalagang interest natin, ngayon, interest natin eh. No? And our interest now is to secure as much oil or as much supply as possible, regardless of where it will come from. Ngayon lang kasi ang Russia, may supply sila eh. No? At ang punto lang naman natin ngayon, Secretary Lazaro, is kailangan natin yung langis kahapon. No? And if we can secure, even if Russia can guarantee us supply for the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, kunin na natin dapat yan. No? Kaysa magpapaalam pa tayo, kausapin pa natin State Department, Treasury Department. By the time ma-approve yan, dami ng magugutom, tataas ng inflation. No? So, ang punto lang ho namin is, let's exhaust all available options at in a manner na we can do it immediately. No? Because time is of the essence right now. No?
Mr. Chair.
That's our recommendation.
We'll endeavor to do that. In fact, we'll call Washington as well as Moscow as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What I understand, PNOC is ready to buy oil from Russia on a continuous basis, secure contract for the next 30, 60 days. And that's what we need. And I'm not saying Russia lang. If other countries can do the same, if, for example, oil export, Venezuela can do the same, or other countries can do the same, kunin na natin. Kasi ngayon, wala tayong choice eh. No? It's a seller's market right now. You know? So with that, we recognize Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary. the Department of Foreign Affairs. And
Mr. Chair, bago natin bitawan ng aking classmate na si Secretary Lasso, pwede bang humingi ng paliwanag tungkol dun sa Russia via Washington, D.C., Philippine Embassy? Can we just have a written explanation because it's beyond us?
We'll do that, Madam Chair. Madam Senator.
thank you. Hindi na ako magko-comment. Nabawasan kagad ako ng oras. Mr. Chairman, I'll go straight I'll go straight to the point. Mahirap lang ho mag-start kasi kanina yung binabanggit ni Senator Marcoleta, sana mapaliwanagan natin ang gusto, especially for our people watching us, no, na may binili 2 buwan na buffer pero hindi nagamit, or ang bilis ng pagtaas ng presyo ng langis. And yung pangalawa, yung merong supply pero hindi natin sinasabing mali yung presyo, mali yung information, pero nandyan. Maganda masabi ho natin yun, no? just to be clear with our people watching us right now, kasi maraming sumusubaybay sa atin. Bakit parang baka mamaya sabihin merong conspiracy o kuntsabahan na nangyayari. So, importante ho talaga yun, no? Bago ako magsimula, Mr. Chairman, sana masagot mamaya. I'll go straight to the point that I wanted to emphasize. I wish, Mr. Chairman, we have the Department of Labor and Employment, because at this particular time, we are certainly interested in how we're going to protect our jobs, how we're going to protect employment in the Philippines. So next hearing, we'd like to invite, Mr. Chairman, yung DOLE. Sa DOTR, gusto ko lang maintindihan gusto itong service contracting program po ninyo. Magkano yung nabawas na income ng ating mga PUV drivers nitong mga sunod-sunod na pagtaas ng presyo ng diesel at gasolina? I think alam natin lahat, yung PUV drivers in Metro Manila, ang take-home pay na lang ngayon ay 250 to 300 pesos. And after so many hours of driving, 62.5% income loss yung binabanggit po nila. May mga data po tayo dito from their daily average income of 800 pesos. 695 ang minimum wage, but again, 250 to 300 yung nakukuha nila. So, ano na ho yung data natin at paano natin may roll itong ating service contracting program sa DOTR, please?
With the permission of the chairman, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The service contracting program, sir, was initially launched in 2020. It will adopt a similar approach, but for this instance, Mr. Chair, it will be implemented through a net service contracting program po. With that, may pamasahe po, but with a 20% discount. For the buses, an assistance of 100 pesos per kilometer will be provided. For traditional jeepneys, 30 pesos per kilometer po. For modern jeepneys, 40 pesos per kilometer. We have a budget of 740 million pesos. We have a total budget of 1 billion pesos under GAA 2026. 740 million of which will be utilized for road-based transport po. And the rest, the 200 million will be utilized for the maritime sector, and another 60 million will be downloaded for the LGUs. The program targets to serve, Mr. Chair, Honorable Senator Villanueva, 50 operators, 500 bus units, 300,000 daily passengers. The objective of the program is for the government to ensure sustainability of public transport po. That's why we are providing performance-based subsidy for under the service contracting program.
You're not contesting the figures I mentioned a while ago, no?
No, we are not, Mr. Chair. In
That's
fact,
good. That's good. And I wanted to find out, ano yung universe? Ano yung tinatayang makukuha ng ating mga PUV drivers, and ilan yung beneficiaries with this program?
Apo. For the beneficiaries, Mr. Chair, for the busway, for the first phase of the program will be implemented po sa busway. There will be 50 operators, 500 bus units, and approximately 250 to 300,000 daily passengers.
And the drivers?
Including the drivers po, yes po.
Including the drivers, saan yung drivers dito? Sa 50 operators, 500 bus units eh.
For the 500 bus units po, it is there are
500 lang yung driver.
this is for the busway, Mr. Chair, no? Sa bawat bus po, dalawa po ang driver. So there are 1,000
Yes.
drivers po.
Okay, and again, I'm talking about the universe, and you're talking about 500 plus 2, times 2 is 1,000.
I'm referring to busway, Mr. Chair. I will go to
yes,
the
to the jeepneys.
the
and
jeepneys
yeah,
po.
please.
For the jeepneys, Mr. Chair, LTFRB will release 823 nationwide routes, 545 of which will be in Metro Manila. 36,000 drivers are expected to benefit from the program, Mr. Chair.
So 36,000 plus 1,000 for bus, 37,000 na.
Yes, sir.
And the universe is
100. The total for PUVs nationwide, Mr. Chair, is 176,000.
76,000. So, paano nating tatargetin ito? And at the same time, magkano na yung magiging take-home pay nila with this?
Apo. Yung targeted routes po natin dito are high-density routes within the metro areas, including other provinces po. Yung drivers po ngayon for traditional jeepneys, we understand that their take-home pay now is more or less 200 to 300 pesos. With the provision po, the subsidy for the under the service contracting program, we estimate for traditional jeepneys, the gross will be 5,000 pesos, less 20%, which is 1,000 pesos, less diesel, more or less 30 liters po ang consumption ng traditional jeepney. We based it on the amount of 150 pesos per liter, 4,500 po yung fuel cost, plus service contracting of 30 pesos per kilometer. We computed it at 100 kilometers per day, 3,000 pesos po, less boundary, 700 pesos. So the net take-home pay of the driver is 1,800 pesos, Mr. Chair.
That's for both bus and
This is for the traditional jeepney po.
okay. And
If
for the
I can-
bus, okay. Siguro, bigay nyo na lang sa amin yung copy, no? Ang point
Opo.
ko lang, Mr. Chairman, is that you look at the universe, 100, yeah, malaki naman, that's good. But your universe, as you mentioned, is 176,000. So at least 35,000, 36,000 yung hindi matatarget dito, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know what we do with that. I hope matahi yan dun sa ibang programs ng government. Again, we're here to help, no? And during the pandemic, it took so long for DOTR to help our drivers. In fact, ako parang more than 6 months, nag-ano na ako dito na not one cooperative in Bulacan, wala hong nabigyan ng tulong nun during that time. So I hope it's going to be swift. And if I'm not mistaken, yung instruction po ninyo ay ma-release yung payment within 3 to 5 days. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. If I may just amplify on the interventions of the department, we have a presentation po, but I understand we will have our time later. Yung ito pong service contracting, we are limited because of the budget. It's only 1 billion pesos based on our
Exactly, which will only run for
But-
2 weeks.
Opo. We are pushing it to be maximized to 3 weeks, Mr. Chair, Honorable Senator Villanueva. But on top of that po, there are several interventions for all our drivers. The objective really of this program is to particularly ensure the sustainability of public transport po in the major arteries in the country, as these are drivers po of our economy.
We do our research, no? You have requested additional 5 billion for DBM.
That is correct po. We wrote
And that is, again, for another 3 months.
yes, Mr. Chair.
What's the status now?
We sent the letter po last Friday to DBM.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, yes, we received the request. As a matter of fact, I have already also the e-copy. But yes, of course, we have to find sources for But we, as I mentioned, as presented before, we have some sources naman po na pagkukuha. And other than that, probably we can source it from other savings, Mr. Chair.
So it's almost okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Almost. Mr. Chairman, no, I wanted to point this out because we're only talking about 2 weeks preparation. Pag nakuha natin tong 5 billion, another 3 months, okay po. But again, half or 35,000 of our PUV drivers will not be covered by this program. I hope makover ito ng iba. And as I mentioned earlier, yung taong bayan nakikinig po sa atin, mayroon kasing mga reports na ang DOTR nire-require yung pag-install ng GPS. Siguro baka pwedeng once and for all clarify this reports because I don't think that's what DOTR is taking pushing that kind of lousy initiative.
With the permission of the chair. Mr. Chair, the DOTR through LTFRB confirms the utilization of GPS po for the service contracting program because as mentioned po, marami po itong ruta and nationwide po ito. So the department is adopting a trust but verify approach so that we can ensure po that the money will be utilized accordingly for the purpose that it was program.
But it is not a requirement, but it's an option lang, diba? It's optional because that's what I heard.
We're pushing, Mr. Chair, to be mandatory po kasi nakatali po dito yung payment scheme po natin. If we will, to recap lang po, during the pandemic, we undertook service contracting pero manual po yung pag-checking, sir. So it took a while for us to verify the data. So dito po, sir, with the GPS, we want to have specific data so we can justify also with the Commission on Audit on how we disperse the funding. But on top of this po, yung gusto lang po talaga natin is mapabilis po yung payouts. We also coordinated with the GPS providers na 500 pesos lang po ang rental per month. If we are to divide that daily po for 5 days a week, ang lalabas po dito parang 20 pesos per day lang po yung renta ng GPS.
And that's the only way to monitor, sir?
There is the other option po, manual monitoring po. We will have to put personnel on the ground to check if they run the routes because as mentioned, Mr. Chair, they will be paid based on kilometers. So there should be some proof of documentary evidence to prove to the government that they run the routes based on the number of kilometers that they are claiming.
Thank you. I don't really support that program, but if that is the only way that you're talking about, sige. But again, every day, ang release ng payment is 3 to 5 days. So kung 5 days i-release yung payment, mabigat yung 500 then a month, no? Anyway, Mr. Chairman, also yung tupad tuloy pasada, unfortunately walang taga-DOLE dito, but I'm sure yung DOTR would look into this. May partnership naman siguro kayo with DOLE and siguro ang tatargetin nyo na yung 35,000 na 36,000 na hindi tatamaan. And ang nakita ko lang dito, Mr. Chairman, ay hindi kagaya ng 3 to 5 days ninyo, yung sa tupad at least 10 days eh. Ayun ang unfortunately walang taga-DOLE, no? But I think at least 10 days. So I hope the OTR i-represent nyo because the committee is also
Yes,
recommending na gawin din nakagaya ng sa inyo, no? Kasi in 10 days that's too long. Again, if you also they will also be required to rent yung 500 pesos na GPS rental. I hope you can represent the Senate also, no, may rental na 500 pesos. As I was mentioning, I don't agree with it because it appears that that's the only way to monitor daw. So yun lang, Mr. Chairman, on the part of DOTR. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the chairman is asking this representation, and I told him that it's not my my decision. I don't agree with it. But imagine you're renting a 500 peso GPS machine. Ayoko na, maano yung time ko. Mamaya na lang, kayo na lang, Mr. Chairman. Let me go to DTI, Mr. Chairman. Yung support natin sa MSMEs, Secretary, yung direktang hakbang na ginagawa ng DTI, kasi we have heard a lot of the departments. Siguro yung DTI, marinig po natin because our MSMEs represent approximately 99.5% of all business establishments in the country.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, esteemed senators. Yes, we have actually launched new programs for the MSMEs, especially during this time of crisis. No, for the first one, March 12 was the OFW Negosyo Fund, which we set aside 2 billion pesos. This is under the SB Corporation, which is the bank under DTI. So we set aside 2 billion pesos for this fund. So this is for yung mga OFW na repatriate or OFWs that are still abroad but their families here. So kung apektado or even if they're not affected, pwede rin po sila mag-utang doon. No? Up to 5 million pesos po, no collateral. And 1 year, no payment of principal and interest. So there's a grace period of 1 year, no payment of principal and interest. And we also have the Women Enterprise Fund, which we launched last March 12, which was the Women's Month. No, again, 2 billion pesos we set aside. Up to 5 million, no collateral, and 1 year then po, no payment of principal and interest. And then we also launched the Export Expansion Fund. So these are because of the growth in the export business that we've seen from 2025, then January and February, because 2025 we hit an all-time high of 15.4%. And January 7.9% and February 8% din po, which is an all-time high also. So we set aside 3 billion fund for this. Again, up to 5 million, no payment, no collateral, and 1 year, no payment of principal and interest. We also launched this loan because we saw double-digit numbers in the agriculture sector. So yun din po yung sector na nangangailangan din ng funding. So we set aside this budget for them. And then last April 6, just after the Holy Week, we launched the MSME Fund, which is 4 billion, which we set aside again 4 billion pesos. Again, up to 5 million, no collateral. And then 1 year, no payment of principal and interest. And then tuloy-tuloy din po ang trade shows natin. In fact, last year, we have more trade shows this year. We have 13 in NCR and then 200 all over the country. So tuloy-tuloy. And I just got the numbers, no? We hit from 84 million noong 2025, we are already in the 125 million, the sales. The same 5 days, the same venue, but now we were able to get from 300 to 350. So nag-grow na po. We can see a lot of growth here. So those that actually joined there, we bring in also, let's say, hotel buyers, cafes, restaurants, and we also bring in exporters then po. So there are retail buyers and also wholesale buyers. So malaki na po yung naging sales nila. So just to tell you, no, dito sa OFW, we've already awarded last week actually 10 OFWs that availed of the fund. After 1 week of launch, which was 2.9 million. But as of today, we have 255 million already kasi merong 255 applicants na. So we are just waiting to approve them. This is about 152.3 million. Then for the Women Enterprise Fund, 394 companies na po ang nag-apply, and this is for about 183 million. And then for the MSME Fund, 1,820 from April 6 ang nag-apply na po. So this is about 3.2 billion pesos. So 60%, 70% ang ma-approve usually. Because it only 4 steps lang, and what we need from them is just number 1, business name registration or SEC. Number 2, business permit. So they must be government compliant also. Number 3, just their bank statement or bank information. And number 4, the pictures of their business. So for the MSMEs, yun din po yung help natin. So if they want to sell locally, we can provide market access for them. If they want to sell export, then we have the 29 trade foreign attaches in the 21 DTI offices worldwide also.
Thank you, Secretary. I think I mentioned that during the budget hearing, no, yung figures that you mentioned, market access, sales, etc. It's good. Yung impact lang, one last thing that I'd like to ask you, yung impact lang nitong jobs generation sa MSMEs with this crisis. How are you looking at it? May ina-expect ba tayo na bumps and what else we can do to ensure na hindi to mapigil itong paglago ng ating job generation?
Yes, actually, if this continues talaga, no, of course, we'll really expect that some of the MSMEs, yung mga employees nila might lose their jobs. But if we continue to provide market access, we continue to provide avenues like the e-commerce platform for them, pwede po silang magbenta because actually, marami din ang kumita during the COVID or during the crisis before. So we just have to really make sure that we can provide market access for them. Like the trade show, we didn't expect na actually yung trade shows ay will grow that big, no, especially during this time. So it also shows na kahit papano may benta sila. And the population is also so big. We have almost 115 million Filipinos. So the market is also big. So for the MSMEs, as long as they just actually be guided by the government, no, and then they can go to the different regional offices nationwide, 18 regions, 1,344 negosyo centers. So matutulungan din po namin sila, especially with this loan.
And sa credit loans, you don't think we need to consider yung bayanihan style loan and capital assistance for MSMEs at this point in time?
For now, wala pa po because we have not yet consumed the loan. But once there's needed, then we'd have to explore other possibilities or other options also.
Thank you, Secretary. Sa DA lang, before ako matapos, tsaka sa DMV, no, yung support to farmers and the fisher folks, kanina binanggit ni Senator Raimi yung mga fisher folks natin. Kailan ba talaga mabibigay yung inaasahan tulong mula sa Department of Agriculture? We have 9.29 million Filipinos employed in the agriculture sector, and that makes up 18.8% of our total employment.
In terms of our farmers, may I request our focal person for the farmers?
Mr. Senator and Honorable Senators po. Manalo po, Assistant Secretary for Operations. Well, Mr. Chair, for the Presidential Assistance for Farmers and Fishers, we said in the previous report that we are targeting around 4.1 million. 2 million is rice farmers tilling 2 hectares and below. Then all the registered corn farmers, all the registered sugarcane farmers, as well as around 399,000 fisher folks. The Secretary said earlier in his media interview that we are already rolling it out. Around 6.5 billion is already downloaded in selected regional field offices of the Department of Agriculture, and we're expecting to be distributed by April 15. Yun pong balance, the
6.5 billion is included doon sa 10 billion na presidential assistance?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, medyo natagalan kami kasi supposed to be the release of funds will be through the DBP. Kasi for the use of the carded farmers, kasi yung pong beneficiaries natin na 2 hectares and below rice farmers, meron na pong mga na-issue cards. Unfortunately, we have a legal concerns because some of the regional branches ng DBP, hindi pa kami nakakapag-reconcile relative dun sa initial releases. So may issue about liquidation. So the strategy that was given, directed by the Secretary is si regional field officer na ng region ang magro-roll out. And as I've said, nasa 6.5 billion na po ang na-download namin sa mga regional offices namin. And this will be scheduled for rollout by April 15 po ang information that was given, Mr. Chair.
And hindi po kasalanan ng farmers yung delay. Tama po ba ako?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Again, we have 9.29 million Filipinos employed in the agri-sector. 6.5 billion yung na-distribute kanyo. And how much are we talking about here? Kasi we're only targeting about what? 4 million farmers? So how much
Mr.
will be
Chair,
given
Mr.
to them?
Senator, the 4.1 beneficiaries is not only farmers, kasama din po dito
Yes,
ang
fisher folks.
Yeah, fisher folks. Ito lang po kasi sir yung the total amount that was released under the 2026 GA for the department is just 10 billion. And the targeting of the beneficiaries was given to us by
10 million out
10
of
billion
the
po, 10 billion.
Oh, big.
10
Okay.
billion.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sige, please continue.
Under the 2026 DAGAA po, Mr. But yun nga po sir, ang ibang support of the department is yung available na continuing fund namin around 150 million. That's for fuel subsidy. And the 50 million of that is still for later release. But I think the DA already requested to the DBM the release of the for later release po, Mr. Chair.
Opposition. I'm a bit, how much again per farmer?
For the PAF, it's just 2,352 po. For the 4.1 million.
2,000? I'm not sure if that's enough, Mr. Chairman, but I will go to my next na lang. Baka may blood ako dito, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, kung papayag lang si Senator Villanueva at saka si Chair, nahanap ko na yung Price Act. Kaya pinagtatakahan ko, talaga si Secretary Laurel, pakiabot na lang sa kanya. Lagi niyang tinuturo yung DTI na may SRP at lagi niyang sinasabi na walang kapangyarihan ang DA na mag-impose ng SRP. Samantalang napakaliwanag sa RA 7581 ng Price Act na ang DA katumbas lamang ng DTI at may karapatan bilang implementing agency maglagay ng presyo, suggested retail price at i-mandate ang retail price pag pumayag ang Pangulo para sa agricultural crops, fish, marine, meat, poultry, dairy, fertilizer, farm input. Ang liwalawanag dito sa Price Act, wala lang sa akin kanina, pinahanap ko, pakiabot naman kay DA. Do nothing na ang DA natin. At least, yung mga price manipulation, yung mga nag-overprice, yung mga profiteering, meron naman ditong powers. Ang liwanag naman sa Section 10 of the Price Act, please lang, pwede naman maglagay ng reasonable prices. Alam ng DTI ito sa kanila yun, sa commodities pero sa inyo, sa agriculture, meron din You can conduct investigations, impose admin fines, you can require public hearings, and temporary closure and temporary restraining order. You can issue cease and desist, reprimand, censure, suspend, revoke, cancel any permit, license, authority, registration issued by the office, or even order permanent closure of any establishment. You can initiate summary proceedings for seizure. You can also sue in any proper court of law following all these violations and the discovery thereof. So I cannot understand bakit hands-off lagi at takot lagi ang DA magkontrabida. Kinakailangan gawin ninyo to, sinasamantala na ang taong bayan. Marami pang penalties dito, ang liwaliwanag for illegal price manipulation. Nakita naman natin yung baboy. Ba't naman dumoble? Ano naman ang karugtong doon? So eto, may mga penalties, may violation of price ceiling, may violation of juridical persons, violation of government officials. Marami kayong kapangyarihan. You have many powers and functions. Huwag ninyong intayin na amyendahin namin. Kahit amyendahin namin, wag na kayo mag-intay. Emergency eh. Okay, yun lang.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Madam Senator. I think what the Secretary is saying is that we lack enforcement. They are doing monitoring of prices as well as together with the DTI is to really encourage or
Sec, I don't want to argue with you. Ang sinasabi niya lagi, kailangan amyendahan. Yun ang sinasabi.
What's
Hindi
the
naman
use of
i-amenda.
What's the use of monitoring if you cannot
You're not going to
do
enforce
anything?
anything. Huwag ka na mag-monitor. Magtulog-tulugan na lang kayo. Okay,
Thank you.
anyway,
Thank you, Mr.
please
Chair.
take a close look at the Price Act and read it carefully, particularly Section 10, as well as the penalties.
Please look into it.
yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to another topic, but just to put it on record, 9.3 million yung Filipinos employed in agri-sector. Ang target natin is 4 million. And we're still depending on DBM on whether or not they will release the funds. Ang i-release na fund is 2,000 pesos. Eh kung ako yung farmer, ako yung fisher folk, narinig ko kanina yung DOTRs trying to give them 1,000 plus net per day, hindi na ako magpa-farmer, hindi na ako mangingisda. No? So, I just don't see the connection, Mr. Chairman. If we are into promoting farming, if we're into promoting our agri-sector, we are still an agricultural country. Let me go to DMW last, Mr. Chairman. Yung repatriation natin under Action Fund is 2 billion, and if I'm not mistaken, it's only 1.2 billion na lang as of March 2026. Ano yung projections natin, Secretary Hans? By the way, congratulations sa DMW family for working and burning literally midnight oils and helping our OFWs.
Yes, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Chair. Meron po tayong 2 billion, yes. The Action Fund is not just repatriation for us, it's legal, medical, and financial assistance. So, meron din po sana kaming slide, but all told, meron tayong 5,405 repatriated. So we co-share with OWA. There's around a 60-40 ratio in terms of expenses sa repatriation cost. So 60-40 between the MW OWA sa costing ng repat kasi may emergency repat fund din ng OWA. So we devote a certain amount of our money sa financial, and we have given 4,778 OFWs on the ground. Hindi po ito yung mga umuwi ng financial
4,000?
4,778 po financial assistance, similar to the COVID assistance that we had, $200 doon po sa mga work disrupted na mga OFWs, work affected OFWs. And meron din tayong 13,243 na binigyan ng grocery packs. Posibleng mag-double. Yung nabigyan ng financial, posibleng nabigyan din ng grocery food packs. Bigas, ulam, canned goods, at iba pang mga hygiene necessities. Meron tayong 1,549 na tutulungan na may sakit o may medical attention that is necessary on-site. So meron din po tayong natulungan sa larangan na ito. Meron din sheltering 2015, 2015 nabigyan ng temporary accommodation shelter. Usually sila po yung mga rini-repatriate natin. Halimbawa, if somebody needs to cross by land, Israel into Egypt, that might require an overnight stay somewhere. Hindi ko na po sasabihin kung saan for security reasons. But similar to the other land crossing jurisdictions such as Bahrain and Kuwait and Qatar. Ito po yung sa shelter side. Of course, transport, the buses, dahil nga may land crossings involved. The buses take around, on average, kung may land crossing required, on average, 6 to 8 to 10 hour bus rides. So we have teams both on the country where they come from and the country where they are to cross over. So we have teams on both sides that assist the OFWs. Of course, during the bus ride, meron din mga nag-a-assist admin PYs, welfare officers, and even no less than our labor attachés join these bus rides. So yun po, in-explain ko po to, Sen, kasi hindi lang po repatriation ang Action Fund. So 1.2 billion na po ang nagastos natin. So we're over the 50% mark sa Action Fund. But we're so thankful kasi Sec. Rolly Toledo, of course, the President, gave us our additional 800 million already. Within budget pa rin po ito, but at least early release na po ito. And we will use that money for financial assistance and continuing repatriation. And as mentioned kanina, we have a combined chartering and commercial flight strategy. We want to ensure flexibility in times of crisis, so ayaw po natin mapako sa isang option lang. And as I said, you gave us the budget, so we will expend the budget as much as we could, and the goal is to bring home as many Filipinos as possible, and that's exactly what we're trying to do, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am fully aware that the Action Fund is not just for repatriation, being the sponsor of this charter of the DMW. In fact, yung reintegration program natin has 237 million budget. I am just concerned because last week I took note of the DepDev pronouncement that if war continues, around 200,000 to 300,000 OFWs could actually lose their jobs. And I think we have to be ready, and yung estimated repatriation rate of 5% binabanggit na. I just wanted to find out paano tayo nagpe-prepare dito. Yung kaninang binabanggit ni Sen Aimin na repatriation cost is around 190,000 per person. Is that correct, Your Honor? Kasi you look at the, we checked ni Mr. Chairman, Chairman Gatchalian, yung Manila-Dubai round trip, for example, ang Cebu Pac is 20 to 25,000. Ang Etihad Emirates, 40,000. So, we're thinking, talaga bang ganito kalaki yung as we exercise our oversight function, no, here in the Senate?
Mr. Chair, if our goal is to send more people home, then it has to be flexible enough to cover not just commercial. Kasi po, the same amount of people we bring in on 8 chartered flights, that's 8 days. For the same amount of people on the 8 charter flights, that would require 30 to 60 to 90 commercial flights over 30 days. So, ang goal po natin kasi, as we understand it, especially from the first Protect hearing, is to bring people home. Kaya po yan po ang sinasagawa natin.
There's no doubt about it, Secretary. Please don't get us wrong.
It's just more efficient, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And as we have been taught over the years, it's not just the kamurahan, it's not just the lowest possible price to get the job done. And if it takes chartering, and as we promised, as I personally promised, I remember Senator Marcoleta was asking me, and I vowed to get the job done under the leadership of the President, then it's exactly what we did. The 5,400 in the last 30 days, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and that's the reason why, Secretary, wala tayong problema dun sa iuwi yung mga kababayan natin. Lahat tayo, we are on the same page on that particular matter. What we're saying is we wanted to understand why. And at the same time, how are we getting ready din sa ilan pa yung kailangan or tinitignan natin na i-repatriate in the next few days, considering na it looks like magtutuloy-tuloy itong sigalot sa gitnang silangan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're so thankful you mentioned the 237 billion budget. That sounds like a small budget, pero we're thankful already, Mr. Chair. As you know, sa panahon po nitong kongreso na to, sa liderato ng Presidente, na umakyat po ng ganong kataas ang reintegration fund, and we're so thankful. So what we're doing right now po is essentially three-pronged. One is employment facilitation. And already, We have engaged, I hope Admin PY gets a chance to talk kasi meron siyang entry surveys ng profiles ng lahat ng nanumbalik and she can provide all that information. Dito sa entry surveys natin, alam na natin kung sino interesado magtrabaho, sino interesado magnegosyo. Kaya po ang sinasagawa natin ay sa trabaho, as you're very well versed as our former chair, Mr. Senator, we are engaging them with the profiles we receive from Admin PY. Alam namin kung anong trabaho nila, linya nila, and we have come up with 200,000 job orders that fit the mold of the returnees batay sa entry survey. And already we have a committee called the Committee on Active Labor Market Interventions, headed by Yusek Felibay, who's here. And so we are currently engaging, we have call centers that are currently calling the people, the returnees, and engaging them, presenting to them, linalatag po natin yung job orders so that they can make the proper choice. This is from the DMW side. The DOLE will have its own job vacancies to offer. And then sa livelihood po, we have engaged agencies. We have a national reintegration network created by the President as far back as Labor Day last year. So we come prepared, united sa livelihood. I think Sec Chris had already elaborated on one particular program from the DTI side. And then finally, the third leg is training. And ang good news po dito, some OFWs have actually availed of the free TESDA vouchers given by Sec Kiko Benitez upon arrival. By way of example, I met an Israeli returnee who is now set to go to Croatia as a hotel worker. At tinanong ko po siya, paano ka nakapag-training? Sabi niya, from caregiver, nakapag-training siya sa housekeeping because she utilized the TESDA voucher. I think na nasimulan niyo rin po ito, Sen, nung panahon niyo sa TESDA. Kaya't nagamit niya, naitawid siya 100, meron siyang stipend every day, at naitawid niya yung sarili niya sa training, 160 pesos. At ngayon, papunta na siya ng Croatia. So this is one example. So once again, it's employment facilitation, it's livelihood and training.
Mr. Chairman, I raised this because looking at the preliminary report that the Protect Committee emphasized, it says there the need to develop a long-term reintegration program for OFWs. I wanted to point this out, Mr. Chairman, because being the sponsor and author of the DMW Act, we came up with this program ever since, Mr. Chairman. There is a provision of the law in Section 17 of Republic Act 11641. It provides yung full cycle national reintegration program. So we just want to place that on record, Mr. Chairman. In that particular law that we passed here in the Senate, it is very clear that it shall be embedded in all stages of migration for work. And natutuwa nga tayo sa DMW and we laud also si OWA Admin PY na hindi na hihintayin na bumalik dito bago i-profile, Mr. Chairman, because we already know kahit andun sila dahil meron pong pre-deployment, may on-site during employment, may upon return of an OFW whether voluntarily or involuntarily, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to ask if there are still other initiatives that you need from us here in Congress when you talk about full cycle national reintegration program sa DMW. Kasi nga po, yun nga, hindi ko na mapalampas yung nakita ko dito sa preliminary report ng ating committee, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As we understand, we executive and legislative are in strong partnership to develop the Balikbayan Act. And this would be the comprehensive framework. I think this was already mentioned by the good chair.
I am the author of the bill.
Yes,
I'm the author of the bill.
Yes, po, Sen. And as always, we have been fully cooperative. This is a joint endeavor. I believe it was also discussed with the President in the LEDAC. So we are in full partnership with your side po, with the legislature to develop this. But having said that, we also have our own framework So we have a reintegration framework that includes pagkalinga on the health aspect, skills, and then kabuhayan. I'll just brush through this quickly, Mr. Chair. And then the next slide will feature our return and reintegration framework, which is basically what I just explained: employment facilitation, livelihood, and upscaling or training. And then the third slide is specific to employment facilitation, which is may third slide. Ayan, yung alternative labor market intervention, a term that I'm sure you're well versed, sir, as our former chair sa department sa Committee on Labor. So ito naman yung sinasabi ko kanina na within 30 days we aim to match people with existing job orders based on their skills.
To close, Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out and please confirm, Secretary, na there is a
meron po
meron nakalatag po yan.
And to top it all, yun pong Balikbayan Act, which we have been working on for
Yes.
over the last few months na dito sa upper chamber. But in the House, we've managed to work with the lower house to get it passed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and again, as I was saying, may full cycle national reintegration program ang DMW, and kaakibat nito yung final natin, this representation here in the Senate, Senate Bill number 1820, yung bagong Balikbayan Act, that seeks to establish a comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable reintegration program for our OFWs. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our fellow workers in government.
Maraming salamat, Senator Joel. We recognize Senator Hontiveros for questions.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, at magandang hapon po sa lahat. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, sa second round mamaya or sa susunod pang hearing, i-follow up ko yung sinalaysay ni Sec. Lazaro kanina, yung mabungang pakikipag-usap ng gobyerno sa Iran. Just to compare and contrast it with yung stance naman ng Singapore at yung ilang mga paglilinaw sa implications tungkol sa stance natin sa West Philippine Sea at UNCLOS, tapos yung president ng non-hostile delegation. But for now, Mr. Chair, unahin ko na si Sec. Balisacan at yung ating mga government economic managers tungkol sa transport at saka logistics na sabi ng iba baka umaabot na sa isang breaking point. So sa presyo ngayon na humigit sa 130 pesos per liter sa diesel, yung ating mga PUV drivers ay malulugi ng 1,500 pesos kada araw ng pasada. So umabot na rin ito sa ating mga trucking at saka logistics sector na nagdadala ng mga pagkain at iba pang pangunahing pangangailangan sa mga ports at sa mga farms sa probinsya, ay baka kalaunan pati yung mga magsasaka at mangingisda natin ay tumigil na magtanim o pumalaot. So ito nga po yung realidad ng ating mga kababayan sa gitna ng krisis na ito. So sana hindi macro lamang ang presentation ng DepDev. Sec. RC, pwede rin po bang magsalita ang DepDev tungkol sa mathematical extent nitong mga operational discontinuities sa iba't ibang sektor, transport, logistics, pagsasaka at pangingisda, para may clear sense po yung komite kung sapat na ba o hindi pa sapat yung ginagawa ng gobyerno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have more detailed details of this, what I presented earlier. Just tried to compress them in one slide, but hoping that the different agencies will elaborate on them later. But yeah, but indeed, as I indicated earlier, Mr. Chair, the key to all this is the mobility, the transport, because it impacts on all sectors of the economy, including the social sectors, health, education, and so on. So if our strategy is to focus on that sector, make sure that that it continues to operate efficiently, effectively, and get all the available resources to that sector. I'm talking about not just the Metro Manila, which has been the focus, but nationwide, particularly those in islands where you don't people are not connected to the grid. For example, and inter-island is a major means of transport, and that's very much affected by the crisis. So we have the numbers for those, and that's why in our initial estimates they are quite high, because the hope is that we can find enough cover to cover for those sectors, so that you don't have to put or I say you can minimize the assistance to the lower chain, to the part of the market of the supply chain, if you can fix that transport mobility issue. And with that, we can, I think, as I mentioned, the 2026 GAA and the continuing 2025 GA could help us, could cover us for the next 3 months for that. Again, if it is focused, well targeted, and but if we try to cover now the second round effects, then it becomes much harder, and the resources required become much more. The physical resources, I mean, could be much more. So hopefully that we can contain the problem at the transport side, so that we can prevent the second round effects, because the second round effects that can come in and can make the economy much harder to navigate is when those will now lead into higher prices for everything, into higher demand for wages, into higher and then going back to a much slower economic activity, and then you run into a cycle of stagflation, and that's what we really want to prevent.
Yan din ang gustong i-prevent ng komite, yung stagflation na yan. On the one hand, underproduction ng iba't ibang mga sectors, kasama na ang transport, and on the other hand, sobrang taas na presyo ng mga bilihin. But those second round effects are already happening, gaya ng pinag-uusapan natin. Pero balik tayo dun sa parang original sin, dun sa transport sector. So, gusto rin namin malaman ano nga yung magkano kailangan para i-cover. So, para makatulong kami doon, kailangan alam din namin yung numbers ng sitwasyon. So, may numero na po ba ang DepDep? Magkano na po ba ang losses sa transport sector in these first 6 weeks ng gera at oil crisis?
We're trying to come up with a more firm number earlier for this hearing, Mr. Chair, but
may estimated firm number po ba kayo?
Very rough, as I indicated earlier, but I think that we have to coordinate well with our other agencies, because they have the information. Because
Sir,
of now,
ano po ulit yung rough estimate? Kahit ganun muna, para at least may sense kami ng magnitude. Nasa billions na ba? Tens of billions?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, so ano po yung rough estimate sa ngayon?
As I just looking at the numbers of individuals or individuals involved in the transport sector, for example, across various industries, agriculture, fisheries, and so on. The number that we were getting is very large. Much more than what we have now from the other agencies.
What is that large number, sir? Ang lalim ng buntong hininga. Sige lang, sir. Kailangan alam natin yung sitwasyon para alam din namin paano may mga katulong.
It is for example, for the fuel subsidy for FBs and all the other things. What we have firm up is something like 11 billion from the
11 billion po.
From the other agencies. So, but that includes only for key urban areas, particularly Metro Manila. But if
kung nationwide
if you include the nation, it can be much bigger. But
May estimate na po, that bigger
could
number?
be much bigger, could be twice, 3 times more than that.
So 33 billion.
Yes. Kung ano, but again, we don't have firm numbers until we sit down with the agencies and get the so far we are just getting what we have from based on our access of PSA data, for example, and how many farmers, how many...
I hope, Sec, makuha nyo na yan soonest kasi third hearing na po natin. Sa logistics sector po, magkano na po ba ang cost nung pag-slow down or stoppages doon?
Kasama na din sana yung sa, for example, sa estimates under our 10 pesos per liter fuel subsidy. If you extend that to what has been announced as priorities in the NCR, or if you extend that all over the country, that could be much bigger. As I said, fuel for subsidy for inter-island, I provided some rough estimate. Service contracting could be much more if, again, if you cover the entire country.
Sec, sa mga truckers po sa logistics sector.
Kasama na doon ho.
Kasama na. Ano po yung number na yun?
I don't have the numbers for the tracking only, but
Okay po.
it's just lumped here for now. But
So sa buong logistics sector po, magkano na po yung losses natin in terms of reduced or disappeared na operations?
Well, I'm not talking about the losses. I'm just what I have here is the assistance that you need to, the short-term assistance that we need to provide.
Okay, I was just trying po to walk backward from that. Kung ito yung assistance na kailangan, bakit? Magkano na ba yung nawawala na dati, pre-war, pre-oil crisis, yun yung kabuang halaga nung pag-operate nung sector na yan?
Well, yeah, it's quite a jump from assuming what we provide and to translating that into what its impact and in terms of the prevention of production.
But of course, Sec, syempre.
But we can do that.
Opo, kasi pag nagpo-propose kayo ng assistance na kailangan and then the legislature wants to step up to help, syempre may pinagbabatayang condition on the ground. Sa mga magsasaka at mangingisda po natin, magkano na po ang nawawala in terms of yung planting and yung fishing nila, na yun yung pinagbabasehan ninyo ngayon ng proposed assistance sa rural sector?
With the estimate that we were doing in terms of the assistance needed is just based on the numerical number of individuals involved in those particular sector. For example, in the trucking industry, how many are truck operators, ganun lang ho, para wala yung estimate on what exactly would be prevented in terms of output reduction or losses of incomes. But we can easily run that once we have those numbers in our model of the economy.
And for the farmers and fisher folk po?
We can do that too.
Okay, sana po mabigay nyo sa komite namin
we will sit
as soon
down
as possible,
yes.
sir. Opo, kasi
Mr. Chair,
yun
I'll
na
sit
nga.
down with the
Third hearing na po.
With our colleagues from the Department of Agriculture.
Okay po. And then may 1 billion po ang DOTR para sa service contracting. Sabi nila net service contracting. Kulang po yan, sabi ng mga transport co-ops. So magkano po ba ang dapat ang napoprovide doon?
Sa service contracting, ho?
Yes, sir.
I think what they have now is, I think, malaki yung nakukuha naming numbers if you're just, again, just looking at how many people are involved in that particular, in the sector. But what we are getting from the current submissions right now is 6 billion, roughly. 6
billion.
For the next 3 months. But,
Just for 3 months.
But I think it's even lower than that, no? But I think that's only for a few, for Metro Manila and I don't know how many.
Nationwide na po ba yun, Sec?
Nationwide, no. Yeah.
If I may.
Mr. Chair, you said...
Yes, go ahead, you said.
Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Senator, we have you have accurately mentioned po the 1 billion under our GA. We likewise requested 5 billion po last Friday to DBM. But this is only for us to cover, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, the next 3 months po natin.
Okay lang naman siguro, Mr. Chair, to go quarter to quarter kasi we're hoping sooner than later matigil na itong baliw na gerang ito. Okay, and then back to Sec RC. Sir, may 17 billion pesos naman ang DA para sa fertilizer, pero baka naman 100 billion ang kailangan. Anong tingin niyo po doon?
I still have to confer with my colleagues, but I think I seem to understand that the current budget is for rice and corn, right? And but of course, fertilizer is used by other commodities, other crops as well. So, but if the priority is for rice and corn, then that's it.
So, kung maaari Sec, hanggat maaga maibigay sa komite yung kabuang kailangan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda. Opo. Okay, sige, kahit yung mga mangingisda lang muna for fertilizer, and tama kayo, beyond rice and corn. And then, pinag-uusapan natin, tumataas talaga yung gastos sa pagkain. Magkano po dapat sa tingin ng DepDev, magkano dapat itaas ang allowance sa 4Ps?
We are assuming 1,500 per month increase.
So,
Given the current
magiging magkano na
inflation.
po?
We have that in the presentation earlier, Madam Chair. For the next 3 months, that will be covering 3 million households. That would be about 13.5 billion. But if you also include what I referred to earlier as vulnerable, poor, those who are just above the poverty line, then that would add another 4 million households, and that could run to about 41 or roughly 42 billion for the next 3 months only. So that's quite a lot,
Yes.
significant one. And the inclusion of 1,500 per month, I think, is consistent. It's also what is assumed in the chairperson's protect report, Madam Chair. So it's
And salamat Sec for the inclusion nung 4 million more households. Hindi naman masama na immediately we try to secure the 13.5 billion for the poor households, pero paghandaan rin na kung maapektuhan na yung vulnerable ng households, additional 4 million. Kung may nakasubi pa tayo na total of 42B, hindi masama na hopefully pag mas maagang matapos ang gerang ito, for sure, marami namang social protection programs na pwedeng gamitin ito ng executive. So, Mr. Chair, dako po ako sa full employment of transport workers. So, siguro unang tanong sa DOTR. Based on our computations, 2.5 billion pesos fuel subsidy plus the previously approved but suspended fare hike could only cover 8 to 9 days of actual transport operations. Correct me if I'm wrong po. At kulang na kulang, gaya ng napag-uusapan kanina, yung 1 billion pesos. So, ayan, sabi nyo nga, nag-request na kayo ng additional 5B sa DBM. Kulang na kulang yung 1B lang na budget para sa service contracting para sa ating transportation sector. And I assert, for the record, Mr. Chair, that we need to guarantee full employment for the transport sector, even more than or on top of ayuda. Kung pwede naman natin silang bayaran ng direkta bilang service providers para mamasada, hindi nakakailanganin actually yung dagdag ayuda ng DSWD. So, para po sa DOTR, inaral na po ba ng ating mga ahensya na yung posibilidad na ilipat ang porsyento ng 30 billion pesos na nasa DSWD papunta sa DOTR para mapondohan ang ganitong panukala? At anong mga karagdagang hakbang bukod ganon ang ginagawa ng ating mga ahensya para palakasin at palawakin yung service contracting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, please.
Go ahead, Yusek.
Salamat po. Tama po, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator. Yung stakeholders po natin sa transportation sector po, particularly sa road transport. Talagang kinukulang po ngayon because yung fare matrix po natin ngayon was based on a 55 peso per liter diesel price po. So talagang kulang po siya. If we are to go further po, meron pa po kami nakausap last Friday na bus operator po natin. They are the second biggest in the country. They will only lose 30 million pesos if they do not operate in 1 month. But if they do operate in 1 month, they will lose 80 million po. So ganun po kalaki yung disparity in terms of the operational requirements po nila. So the approach po of the department through our secretary is multifaceted po. Meron po mga purely dole-out subsidies. Meron din po tayong performance-based. Ito po yung service contracting po that we will launch on Wednesday. But admittedly, medyo mabilis pong mauubos yung pondo. We run the numbers po. If we are to include all modes of transport dito sa 1 billion pesos po namin, it will only last for less than 2 days. So yung prudent approach po, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, is that we identified the high density volume routes that will serve as the main arteries po to transport our commuters from say residential areas all the way to business districts. So ito po yung focus natin ngayon nationwide, Madam Chair, but we do Mr. Chair, but we do agree that we need more funding po for service oriented subsidies.
And any dialogue with DSWD bukod sa DBM about that possibility? Kumbaga, i-front load na yung pondo para sa service contracting para mabawasan yung pangangailangan somewhere up the road para sa mas malaking ayuda from DSWD?
We would like to defer it obviously with DSWD dahil they have the expertise po. We do recognize na mabilis po yung pagbibigay po nila ng ayuda nationwide because they already have the machinery and mechanism on how to distribute the same at the soonest possible time. But for, as I mentioned, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, we are focusing now on the performance-based subsidies po. We want to ensure not only providing financial assistance but more importantly to ensure and maintain meron po tayong available public transportation. So we are looking for service contracting, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, to have more funding. As mentioned po, we requested the 5 billion and I understand po upon coordination with the Secretary Rolly and the DBM po, I think they are already looking at certain budget requirements that can meet the request of the department po.
That's good to hear, Mr. Chair, and I hope that's one of the good news na maririnig ng publiko, ng transport sector at saka ng komiteng ito in the following days. Mr. Chair, mabagal daw masyado gumalaw ang gobyerno and I would tend to agree. Hindi naman bago ang service contracting sa DOTR, pandemic pa, di ba? Pinupush na po ito ng public transport sector. So, kapag tataka din, bakit April 15 lang na ilalabas yung updated IRRs? In addition to answering that, Yusek, could DOTR also possibly make use of private sector dispatch and payment algorithms? Nabasa ko recently na, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, Victory Liner nag-offer sa mga kumpanya, mga korporasyon, some kind of a deal na magpo-provide kami ng secured transportation sa mga empleyado nyo, papunta sa mga opisina nyo, sagutin nyo lang yung diesel ng mga bus namin, sagutin nyo lang yung sahod ng mga driver at conductor namin. So, which I think is a good innovation from private sector. Tinitingnan din po ba ng DOTR yan? So, to monitor trips and disburse these service contract payments instantly without the usual bureaucratic delays. Posible kayang i-explore din ito bilang dagdag na bagong service delivery mechanism para sa service contracting.
Mr. Chair. Opo. First and foremost po dun sa service contracting po. It is scheduled to be implemented po on April 15 because we received the SARO po April 6. So inayos lang po namin yung mechanism and we had stakeholders meeting kung sino po yung mas mabilis pong maka-comply sa requirements po ng gobyerno. So yun po yun, Madam Chair. With that, sa April 15 po, ilulunsad na po natin itong service contracting consisting of 823 more or less nationwide routes, 545 of which po sa National Capital Region. And dun po patungkol sa Victory Liner, the Secretary Lopez of the OTR po met with them last Friday, and we had a good discussion with regard on how to implement it. Una po, yung mga drivers nila, we will provide assistance po. We will enroll them through the TUPAD program. And yung sa paggamit po ng bus nila, the agreement was we are to look for supplier of oil, of fuel po para pwede ho namin magamit yung bus kasi wala po sa line item namin for this year, Mr. Chair. But we endeavor to look for alternative resources po para po ma-implement namin yung programa. Thank you po.
Thank you. At huwag niyong kalimutan yung mga kumpanya na papasok din sa ganyang arrangement with Victory Liner kasi yun naman yung offer ng Victory Liner. Ang counterpart nila, yung transport, then counterpart ng mga kumpanya, yung diesel, sweldo, and good kung tripartite, nandiyan na rin ang DOTR. Okay, siguro my last two questions for this round, Mr. Chair. Dun sa DA, agricultural double tax at saka fertilizer cliff. So, I'm sure narinig niyo po ito, ipit na ipit po yung mga magsasaka natin. Sabi nila dun sa Bani, Pangasinan, halimbawa, lugi na talaga sila. So, tumataas ang presyo ng fertilizer at the same time, binabaha naman ang ating merkado ng imported na bigas. Ironically, dahil sa EO 105. So, 1 million metric tons in Q1 this year na namamatay ng kita ng mga magsasaka. Last week, the department told Senator Kiko Pangilinan that palay harvests would decline by 20%, which is about 2 to 4 million tons of palay. So, saan po natin nahahanap ito sa DepDev projections? Pag bumagsak ang domestic production, meron po bang supplies sa international markets? Gayong nagdoble na po ang presyo ng fertilizers at bagsak din po ang produksyon ng ibang bansa. Would the DA care to take this question or shall I ask DepDev? Mr. Chair.
I can
Yes,
respond
please,
quickly,
Sec. RC.
Mr. Chair, because earlier Sec. Kiko Laurel mentioned about deploying biofertilizers, not to partly replace some of these expensive chemical fertilizers. No? I think that's a good prospect there. But we do know what we are picking up from the reports indeed, Mr. Chair, is the difficulty of securing fertilizer moving forward because many countries have discouraged the production of fertilizer, prioritizing instead and the use of their fuel, their chemicals for powering their industries and households. So it's going to be a challenge. But I think that Kiko is exploring other sources, and maybe our colleagues from DA could share us that information, Mr. Chair.
Actually, Mr. Chair, sa second round, ifa-follow up ko yung point na kaka-raise ni Sec. RC tungkol nga sa fertilizer autonomy and the bio-N monopoly. Kasi may information na yung bio-N, biofertilizer technology, developed siya gamit ang taxpayers' money sa UP Los Baños. Pero somehow, na-lock siya sa isang exclusive private monopoly ng Agri-Specialist Inc. So, pa-follow up ko yun sa DA in the next round. Pero would you, Sec. Manalo, care to answer about yung pag-secure ng supplies ng pataba para sa ating mga magsasaka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Senator. Well, ma'am, based on the report of our Fertilizer and Pesticides Authority, the FBA, the DA, through the FBA are negotiating with other countries for possible sources. While binabanggit nga po ng ating kapitbahay, ang China is also restricting the release of or the export ng urea fertilizer. But nakikipag-usap pa rin po tayo sa kanila as well as other countries dito po sa ASEAN region, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
Salamat, Yusek. In my last minute for this round, Mr. Chair, siguro isang tanong dun sa lifeline rates and social protection. So sa ERC, DSWD, and then isa sa, siyempre, yung OFWs and repatriation concerns sa DMW and OWA. So, I understand that the current electricity lifeline rate covers barely enough electricity to run a refrigerator, let alone survive a brutal summer heat wave during an energy crisis pa. So, di ba kailangan nating i-expand ang electricity lifeline rates na nabanggit din ni Sec Sharon kanina, starting with providing free electric meters to everyone and raising the consumption thresholds. Bakit hindi, sa ngayon kasi walang gastos ang gobyerno sa lifeline electricity rates para sa mga kumukonsumo ng 50 kilowatt hours per month. Ba't kaya hindi 200 kilowatt hours per month na lang? Lalo na may work from home na ulit, may hybrid classes pa.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I may be
Attorney
allowed.
Chair Juan, please.
Go ahead, Chair Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We decided to raise the threshold from the existing thresholds before, especially for the distribution utilities in the provinces where the threshold was as low as 20 kilowatt hours. We raised it to 50 kilowatt hours with consideration of the possible impact of that on the lifeline subsidy charge. So we were estimating that at 50 kilowatt hours, we will be able to support it through the uniform lifeline subsidy charge of 1 centavo. If after a few months of implementation of the program, we will see that this lifeline subsidy charge is adequate and in fact would exceed the subsidies that will be required, then we can adjust the threshold upward. But of course, we will have to take into consideration also the anticipated increases in the electricity rates, which would mean that the subsidy requirement that will come out of the lifeline subsidy charge will increase also, and 1 centavo may no longer be that adequate.
In my last 2 seconds, Mr. Chair, salamat para doon. Chair, follow-up ko sa next round. Pati yung anticipated increase sa electricity rates na yan, samantalang hindi pa buong nire-refund sa customers yung inutos na sa kanila dati pa na i-refund. Huling tanong ko for this round, Mr. Chair, sa DMW at saka OWA. Meron po ba tayong disaggregated data ng 5,405 repatriated OFWs? Pwede po bang i-present sa komite ilang data at ipakita yung profiles nila base sa skills, gender, age, education background, salary at iba pa? Importante ito sa reintegration program ng ating mga kababayan. Pati halimbawa sa binanggit ni Sec Roque kanina, mga programa ng DTI din para sa mga returning and reintegrating OFWs natin.
Thank you, Madam Senator, Mr. Chair. With your permission, can I request Admin PY to respond? Kasi sila po yung nagpapasinaya nung entry survey that I mentioned kanina, which is a preliminary, very important preliminary source of information. Thank you.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Recognize Admin Kawana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, in support of the Secretary's statement. And ma'am, in reply to Madam Senator's request, ma'am, first, we will submit to the committee the complete results of our reintegration profiling survey. But for the information of the committee, ma'am, we were able to get the result, we were able to get the feedback from 3,330 OFWs, because a number earlier mentioned by the good senator it includes po dependents of OFWs. And from that survey, ma'am, just some highlights. No? We were able to identify what kind of reintegration assistance they are requesting, whether this is in the form of entrepreneurship support or even overseas employment. Ma'am, it might be interesting for the committee to know that based on our survey, close to over 70 to 80% of the respondents, they said that they are still considering overseas employment. That's why our good secretary mentioned earlier that the DMW prepared close to, if I'm not mistaken, 200,000 job order slots. And they relate this to another question that we ask, in what sector are they willing to work po? So nandun din po yan sa mga tinanong namin. Tinanong din po namin sila as to their skill certification or level of skills, yung kanila pong immediate assistance needed. Kumuha rin po kami ng feedback from the Department of Labor and Employment. Patungkol sa questionnaire po namin at nagbigay po sila ng inputs. The same way based on our initial meeting with DTI SB Corp, based on the products and services they have, we also included some questions. For example, tinanong po namin ang returning OFWs, do you have existing businesses in the Philippines? Because the support might not be in the form of startup capital, but actually in expansion capital or business loans. Kasi po, kung nawalan sila ng trabaho, they might, yun po most of the time nagiging source ng additional expansion capital. Of course, nagtanong din po kami, ma'am, kung Mr. Chair, as to the reason for the repatriation. And this confirmed yung pong, ito po na-mention ng aming secretary, that it is due to conflict. It is close to, again, close to 70% po nagsasabi that it is due to the current conflict in the Middle East. So, ma'am, Mr. Chair, if I'm also allowed to clarify another point that was raised in the first hearing that we attended, the Secretary and I. The cost of repatriation that was mentioned is not only for the airfare. This includes, of course, land transportation, visa, exit visa costs, domestic flight tickets, financial assistance on site and when they return, reintegration assistance, hotel and temporary accommodations needed. Then, doon po on site or pagdating po nila dito, kasi po, Mr. Chair, pagdating po nila dito, binubuk pa rin po natin sila ng ticket papuntang Zamboanga, Cotabato, Davao, Cebu, even Isabela. At minsan po, hindi available yung ticket. Katulad po nung naging arrival po ng ating mga kababayan na close to, I think, around 800 ba yun ng Good Friday? Close to 800 po nung Good Friday, kailangan po namin silang bigyan ng temporary accommodation hanggang mag-reopen po yung mga terminal ng bus at saka maging available yung flight. So yung cost of repatriation, ma'am, pong yun, nung at that time, heavily affected po siya talaga ng chartering kasi mas mahal po siya than commercial. But nung panahon pong yun, at hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin naman po ganun ka-regular. Pero ngayon po, simula po nung nakakakuha na tayo ng group bookings, bumababa na po ito. Yung pong component ng flight from the Middle East to Manila. Yun lang po ang clarification, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat sa clarification. Mr. Chair, mas nabibigyan ng mas malawak pang appreciation yung komite, yung pakete ng assistance that you extend and therefore yung magnitude ng resources na kailangan. And salamat din dun sa highlights na ibinigay ninyo dun sa survey para pag uwi nila kung magre-reintegrate dito man or sa ibang overseas posting ulit, matulungan nyo rin silang i-navigate pati sa mga programs ng iba pang mga departments tulad nga ng DTI kanina. So that's for my first round, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Next will be Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address this question to Secretary Balisaca. And, Mr. Secretary, who is the lead agency now in charge of the national response? And when will the national contingency plan be finalized, or is it ongoing now?
the chair of the uplift, which is basically the framework, the governance framework. Mr. Chair is the president himself. Dev is serving as the secretariat of that committee. Yeah. And it's a whole of government in its approach, so practically all the agencies are on board, but there are, of course, critical members of the committee. And yes, the framework is evolving. What I presented this morning is basically the framework, and we meet every week, Mr. Chair. The president meets the committee every week, just to ensure that we are following up those things that we have talked about, and monitoring the progress, and for the agencies also to update the committee. And so even our interventions are changing as new information becomes available from the ground, Mr. Chair. And we keep, of course, we are in touch, always in communication with the other members of the economic team, in particular, to ensure that, particularly DBM, that what we talked about in the committee is properly or is supported by the finances that we need.
May mga nagsasabi po, Mr. Chair, na yung pagsuspindi po sa excise tax na ipinasa po natin dito, isinuwit na po sa Pangulo, will not be sufficient. This representation's version of that law, actually, we propose that the VAT on fuel and petroleum products also be subjected to the suspension mechanism. Pero sabi nga po ng ating economic managers na matindi po ang repercussion po nito pag inalis pa natin ang VAT. Then, pinag-aaralan po ba ninyo o tinitingnan po ninyo kung po pwede? Is it possible? What about if we make it zero-rated instead? Para ika nga yung inputs na hindi po ma-distort.
We are studying the implications of any of the proposals that would affect the overall fiscal ecosystem, Mr. Chair. And of course, we did as instructed and as provided in the new law on the excise tax. The DBCC met on that and recommended, made its recommendation to the president, and we had discussions, and that the president has further instructed that. I think that the announcement will be made soon, because what we are being asked to do is to, for example, for the suspension of the excise tax, is to look at the mechanisms, for example, of implementing, say, a discount or other mechanisms of directly delivering the support in terms of the reduction or full suspension of the excise tax to the ultimate target beneficiaries. In fact, the OF is also doing a lot of this work and understanding the incidence of any tax changes, tax proposals, and we do rely on that kind of analysis for decision and recommendation to the President, Mr. Chair.
Kasi po, Mr. Chair, was doing my mathematics last night, hindi po obra itong 10% na ito, yung sa excise tax. Parang pang press release lang po ito. So, katotoo lang, maganda po itong optics, binawasan ng excise. Pero actually, hindi po talaga mararamdaman ng mga tao po ito, itong 10% reduction ng excise. Mararamdaman po ito kung yung VAT din ang aalisin po natin. Because if we remove excise tax sa mga gasolina, mararamdaman po ng konti yun ng mga sumasakay, may mga sasakyan. But yung mga nagko-commute po, nila mararamdaman po ito. Kaya nga po, ang suggestion po ng iba na probably kailangan pag-aralan din siguro ng ng national government kung aalisin din po ba ang VAT. Pero we know that matindi po yung repercussion nito. Malaki pong dagok ito sa atin at mararamdaman po natin ito next year dahil yung collection po natin ng buwis talagang wala tayong makukuha. But anyway, Mr. Chair, I would like to direct my next question po sa DOTR. Parang sabi po ng mga driver, kasi galing po ako sa probinsya kahapon, galing po ako sa Mimaropa, particular na po sa Palawan. Mukhang wala pa po yung mga ayuda po ninyo doon, yung subsidiya ninyo. Parang, ang sabi po nila, parang nakafocus lang po, Senador, yung subsidiya sa Metro Manila. Meron bang darating din sa amin? Nakausap ko po yung mga bus driver po doon. Meron pong yung mga jeepney driver. Meron din po yung mga namamasada, yung UB Express po. Ang tanong po nila, kailan daw po nila matitikman yung sinasabing subsidiya ng pamahalaan? Baka pag naibigay daw po, tapos na po ito at nag-rollback na po yung presyo ng petrolyo.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the para po sa mga subsidiya ng kagawaran ng transportasyon, ang ini-implement po natin ngayon na cash base ay ang fuel subsidy program po natin yung 2.5 billion. As of today po, Mr. Chair, nasa more than 1 billion po yung na-disperse pa lang. But nationwide na po ito, Mr. Chair. We can submit the breakdown po of the list of what was submitted. Iyon lang po yung dole-out subsidy po ng DOTR, Mr. Chair. The rest po are with DSWD.
Opo, but we're just talking, iba naman po yun, TNBS, tsaka mga TODA po, I think yung pang in charge doon na DSWD. That will be my next question. Pero ang tanong ko po, ilan pa ang kailangan na maabot po ninyo na driver, ng bus, ng jeep, etc., ng taxi, sama nyo na dyan, ang hindi pa nabibigyan? How many more?
If I can...
No. Let's just total it, Undersecretary.
Total po, sir, under the fuel subsidy program, Mr. Chair, is more than 1.4 billion pa po yung hindi naibibigay. Out of the one...
No, individual. Ilan pa po ang hindi nakakatanggap? Let's not talk about figures. Let's talk about, yung magkano pa ang hindi nabibigay. Yung question ko is, ilan pa ang hindi nakakatanggap? How many more? Ang hindi pa nakakatanggap na driver ng bus, ng jeep, ng taxi, dyan po sa mga probinsya. How many more? Or even sa Metro Manila, alam kong hindi pa po lahat nabibigyan. So kailan po may bibigay ito? At ano ho ba ang problema? Bakit may delay po tayo?
Yung sa fuel subsidy program, Mr. Chair, we work together with DSWD po. So pag ang tina-target po ng DSWD ay yung TNVS driver, we focus first on the operators po. Because yung naging hatian po namin, they provide the dole-out subsidies. Kami po, we focus on performance-based subsidies to ensure na may public transportation po. But we do recognize na marami pa pong hindi nabibigyan, Mr. Chair. For example po, sa drivers ng public utility buses, from yung 21,000 supposed beneficiaries, nasa less than 2,000 pa lang po yung nakakatanggap. For the minibus po, nasa 1,138 beneficiaries, more than 100 plus pa lang po yung nakatanggap. Medyo marami pa po, Mr. Chair, na hindi po nakakatanggap ng fuel subsidy po namin.
That's not very good answer po. At saka I'm not happy with that. Kasi medyo mabagal po yung response natin. I know marami ho tayo. Nag-iisip po ba kayo ng paraan paano maibigay kaagad sa lahat po ito, maiabot sa lahat? Sa Metro Manila pa lang po, hirap na ho kayo. Paano po yung ibang mga nasa lalawigan? So, meron po ba kayong master plan? Paano po ito maabot? Or DepDev, ang uplift, meron po bang plano o meron po ba kayong target na isinet na dapat sa ganitong panahon na bigyan na lahat? Para kung sakasakali may second round man, if ever, if we trigger that, ask for Senate to trigger the Bayanihan 3, na bigyan na lahat sa first round, kailan? Meron po bang nakaset na schedule?
we are working with the implementing agencies, Mr. Chair, especially the SWD that administers the ayuda, no? Because what we want to do is to link this ayuda to the national ID so that we can easily identify the second round, who gets the second round, who and how much, and we with that system in place, we'll be able to have a better control of an appreciation of who gets what, and the the fiscal implications. Kasi what we want to do is to ensure that as much as possible, yung ina-announce natin na ayuda are actually ending up with the targeted groups. And we can only get a good assessment of that if we are now able to deploy the national ID.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go now to DSWD, Yusek Sulit. Puro mga driver lang po ba ang mabibiyayaan dito sa ayuda? Paano po yung, ito po yung katanungan sa akin ng barbero kahapon. Sinalubong ho talaga ako, sabi, kami po ba mga barbero meron? At paano nga po yung mga waitress, waiter, security guard, janitor, puro lang po ba driver ang makakatikim po ng ayuda? Or kagaya po nung during pandemic, sila lang po ba? Or meron ding chance na maabot ng tulong itong mga taong ito? Aside from transport sector, agricultural sector, paano po yung mga nasa minimum wage po, yung mga service group po ng mga fast food, yung mga nasa grocery store, mga bagger, checker, etc. Paano po ito?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. As you know, ito po yung cash relief assistance na pinamimigay ng DSWD is a social protection intervention. So, ang ibig sabihin po, gaya nung sinabi ko, hindi po mabibigay ang pera na to sa DOTR kasi po yung kanilang fuel subsidy. Iba po yung layunin, mapanatiling may pumapasada. Yung sa amin po, ito being part of the assistance to individuals in crisis situation. Lahat po ng individual, whether poor, middle income, pwede pong mag-access ng program na ito ng DSWD. It so happened, Senator Tulfo, that ngayon po ang ginawang programa, i-pilot test po sa mga drivers because they are experiencing a covariate economic shock, meaning with system-wide effect. So, since pare-pareho po yung kanilang krisis na pinanggagalingan, nangyari po na in-assess po siya bilang isang grupo. Matatandaan nyo, Senator, ang AX po natin, individual po ang assessment. Pero dito po sa driver, since pare-pareho po yung vulnerability na dinadanas nila, isang assessment na lang po. Kaya po, sa tanong nyo, ngayon po, drivers ang inuuna pero yung normal na situations of individuals encountering crisis situations in life, pwede po silang pumunta sa DSWD kasi may menu naman po ng assistance sa DSWD. But for this cash relief assistance, ito po ay para sa mga drivers lang because they are determined to be the most vulnerable in this situation, Your Honor.
Tama naman po yun. I understand where you're coming from. Pero my point is, kung sinasabi nyo kasi pare-pareho ang problema, yung pong mga minimum wage or below minimum wage, ramdam din naman po nila. Di po ba? Hindi na magkasya. And if you're talking about grupo, nandyan din po yung mga solo parents na 3 anak na siya na lang po ang bumubuhay. They also feel the burden. Yung mga senior citizens po natin na talagang umaasa lang sa social pension na 1,000 pesos every month or 500 every month nga lang ho. Talagang sila ramdam na ramdam nila kasi wala na hong patutunguhan yung naibibigay sa gobyerno. Yan po yung sentimiento po. I'm talking about the people who are working, yung nasa minimum wage, below minimum wage. Ang sentimiento po kasi nila, undersecretary is, Sila nga po raw sumasalo ng tax burden. Sila po yung nagbabayad nito. Ngunit hindi po sila nakakatanggap ng any assistance or kung meron man, lagi sila pong naiiwan. So, what they're saying is like, baka meron din ka man dyan. Sabi nga nila kahapon bacon and men.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gaya po na nasabi kanina ni Secretary Balisacan, part po nung adaptive shock responsive social protection ang pagpapatupad ng iba't ibang interventions. Ito pong cash relief assistance na pinatutupad ng DSWD. Ito po yung emergency scheme namin para po i-address yung ayon sa gobyerno, sila yung mostly affected nung nagsimula itong gulo sa Middle East. Mayroon din tayo, Senator, nung vertical expansion at saka horizontal expansion. Yung vertical expansion po, yung sinasabi kanina na yung beneficiaries ng existing programs, dadagdagan po, itatop up para po, kasi yung value ng pera na tatanggap nila, mahina na. So, part nung vertical, magta-top up po. Sa House po, pinresent ni Secretary Gatchalian, ang amin pong proposal sana for a household, there must be at least 6,000 top up, and for an individual level top up, it's 1.5 katulad po na nasabi ni Secretary Balisacan. And then yung sinasabi niyo po na yung nung kayo po yung nanunungkulan, yung near poor sa DSWD, yung po yung horizontal expansion. Sana po mahagip sila kasi hindi naman po lang lahat ang mahihirap dapat. Pero yun po yung mga strategies. Hindi lang po natin, syempre, pinaplano po natin para sa funding. Sa ngayon po, AIX lang po ang source ng DSWD, and we are thankful sa Congress at nadagdagan po yung gaya po na ginawa dito sa Senado, nadagdagan po yung aming pondo, at kami po ay confident na for this crisis we can go for second round. Actually, yung tanong nyo kanina po, Senator, may tinitinan ba tayong timeline? Sa DSWD po, ang tingin namin, we will finish it, the first round, the first tranche by April. And we are ready for second round whenever our infrastructure of digital payment is already available. Sa ngayon po, nakikipag-usap na kami sa mga financial service providers para we can go digital payment. Nag-summit na po kami with the FSPs. We are consulting with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and we are also requesting the Office of the President for a specific authority to proceed with engagement with the FSP. So sa amin po, Senator, malinaw po yung plano namin, at ito po ginagawa namin.
Let me just cut you in there because we might be running out of time. So pati sa probinsya po, mahagip na yan by April. Kasi marami pong yung sa mga remote islands po, like I went to Linapacan, I went to Dumaran, I went to Agutaya. These are municipal islands. Wala pa pong natatanggap, wala pa pong linaw. I know you're working hard. So are you saying that by April, because they're listening right now, watching, na matatanggap po nila itong mga ayuda na itong subsidy po na ito?
Tama po, Your Honor. In fact, yung pong mga schedules ng payouts, we nag-coordinate po ang DOTR, LTFRB at saka ang DSWD para po maging mas maayos. So pinagkakasunduan po namin na pag-submit po nila ng list, i-deduplication na procedure namin para walang doble-doble, yung schedule coordinated then with LTFRB. So meron po kami sinubmit na schedules according to the yan po ay makikita rin sa common messaging po ang nilalabas namin, DSWD, DOTR, LTFRB, and even yung pong PCO, sinishare po yung aming schedule. So yun po ay coordinated with the agencies.
All right, thank you, Secretary. Mr. Chair, let me direct my question now to DA. Mr. DA, yung ayuda naman po sa mga magsasaka natin sa remote towns po, islands, kailan po may bibigay po ito? Yung tulad po sa main source of income po sa Agutaya, it's an island, Magsaysay and Cuyo and Dumaran and Linapacan and Busuanga, they're all fisher folks po. Kailan po matatanggap yung kanilang ayuda o subsidiya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Senator. Sir, as information that we received today for Mimaropa, it will start on April 20 next week, and it will be given cash.
Yeah, I understand. So, April 20. Sa lahat na po ito, lahat ng yung mga GIDA areas po ng Mimaropa. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so April 20. How many days po yan?
Low battery. Please
We will
charge.
still check, sir, kasi as experienced before, lalo na pag mga island municipalities, either magpupunta doon and invited yung mga recipients in one place, or depende po kung pwede i-authorize nila na yung farmer leader ang kukuha. Kasi po, it will, gagastos pa rin kasi po sila eh.
Tama.
Apo. So, may mga strategies po na titignan.
Magkasabay na po yan, yung farmer at mga fisherman po natin sa Mimaropa.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go now to the Department of Energy. Madam Secretary, may mga nagtatanong po dito kagaya po ng Linapakan Island po doon sa Northern Palawan. Wala po silang gasoline station. So may mga ilang businesses lang po. Kumukuha, bumibili po sa mainland ng gasolina o bumibili po sa Mindoro sa mga gasolinahan. Ang bentahan po doon,
Low battery.
bote-bote
Please
lang
charge.
po. So ang tanong po ng mga drivers po natin, tricycle driver, dahil puro tricycle po doon, makakakuha din ba sila ng discount? I mean, yung mga negosyante, kasi kumukuha lang po sila, wala pong gasolinahan eh. Paano po kaya ito? Yung sinasabing bawas na merong discount yung mga jeepney driver doon, etc. How is that? How will you resolve that issue? Dahil wala silang gasolinahan doon.
Mr. Chair, ang discount to start with lang muna, Mr. Chair, pinapilot pa lang ngayon at bukas yung umpisa. It will be for jeepney and diesel muna, Mr. Chair, because we're setting up pa yung database, tsaka paano gumalaw yan. We're using land bank app para dito. We'll check, but for the meantime, Mr. Chair, we'll check Linapakan, sir, Linapakan, kung paano sila we'll talk to the nearest gas station siguro doon kung paano sila makaka-avail. Basta naka-register lang rin ang gas station, hindi siya illegal, makaka-avail sila, sir.
Doon nga po sila bumibili sa mga gas station sa mainland. Yun po yung Linapakan, Agutaya, Magsaysay, iyan po yung mga islands na yan. So, ayan ho ang problema nila kung paano nga po makakuha ng discount. At tapos, Mr. Chair, kanina ko pa po gusto sana marinig sa ating pong grupo na ito sa Executive Department. Puro pilot. Ilang linggo na po ito, puro pa rin time pilot. 3 weeks na po tayo, we're still piloting. Pero sa bagay, Mr. Chair, tama naman po, we ginawa ng Pangulo na set up itong uplift na grupo nila. Tayo naman dito sa Protect. Kaso mo nga, Mr. Chair, what I want to hear sana, kung puro pilot ito kagaya po sa inyo, papilot pa lang po tayo, baka aanuhin mo pa anda mo kung patay na po ang kabayo. Di po ba? I mean, what is the use yung pamimigay ng ayuda kung tapos na po lahat ito? And we're really running late na po talaga. We're really running late. Gusto ko sana marinig next time sa susunod nating pagpupulong dito ay nagawa na po namin. Kasi pangatlong hearing na po ito pangalawang hearing na po ito. So, there must be a result already. That's what we want here. May resulta na po tayo. Kasi if kagaya po ng sa DA, sa April 20 pa, si DSWD, ongoing na po siya. Pero hindi lang naman po tiga Metro Manila ang naapektuhan. Pati po yung provinces all the way down to Mindanao. Dito po sa may Hulo, sa Sambasulta, Sambuanga, Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi. Ramdam din naman po lang. Mas mahal pa nga yung kanilang petrolyo doon kaysa dito sa Metro Manila. So, mas matindi yung impact po sa kanila, Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ito kasing programa na to, bagong-bago to kasi wala to actually sa GAA or any of the fuel subsidy programs. So pag-isipan to, Mr. Chair, when PNOC started purchasing diesel para magamit din to the benefit of our public utilities. So kaya natagong pilot kasi bagong structure na naman to. While yung hindi ko lang kabisado lahat na yung fuel subsidy ng DOTR, DA, tsaka ng DSWD ongoing. Ito on top of that pa, Mr. Chair. So, ang dito, ang pagkakaiba is gagamitin yung kung ano man ginagawa ng PNOC together with DOTR para dagdag sana to. Kaya lang ang objective dito is public transportation, sir. So we're doing this this week sa Metro Manila and then expansion ng expand.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My last question will be directed, Mr. Chair, to DOTR. Pag tumagal pa po itong problema na ito, mukhang tatagal pa po ito, harina mo, wag naman. Magkakaroon po ba tayo, pinag-aaralan niyo na ba yung free bus rides po sa ating bus carousel na yan tulad po ng pandemic? Yung pang tinatanong ng mga kababayan natin, magiging libre po ba ito ulit, Ginoong Senador? Kasi po talagang hindi po magkakasya na po itong sweldo po namin sa pamasahe pa lamang. Well, do you have plans right now?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, we are implementing na po. May libreng sakay po tayo sa busway tuwing 6 to 9 in the morning and 5 to 8 in the evening po. Although hinahalo po natin ito, Mr. Chair, dun sa regular bus units po natin, yung mga government vehicles po natin na nagre-render ng libreng sakay.
So it's just government vehicles pa lang. Wala pa po yung mga inaarkila natin kagaya po ng pandemic na may subsidiya po sa pamahalaan yung mga private bus companies. Kasi sir, pag ang gagawin ho ninyo, hindi po lahat makakasakay. Hindi po ba? Kung government vehicles lang po yun.
Opo, tama po. Sa April 15 po, Mr. Chair, i-roll out na po yung service contracting natin. But because of the limited budget po, hindi po siya libre, Mr. Chair, but whole day, 24/7 po na 20% discount po sa pamasahe. And this is on top po nung ini-enjoy ng benefits ng mga kababayan nating senior citizens o yung may PWD po or mga estudyante po. So on top po itong 20% discount, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, last question lang with the indulgence of Senator Bam. Sa DSWD, meron din po ba tayo, yung mga senior citizens, nabanggit ko po kanina, yung mga tumatanggap lang ng social pension na 500 pesos a month, meron ba sila, mahahagip din po ba sila very, very soon?
Wala pa pong definitive pero kasama po sa in-announce ni Secretary Gatchalian among the proposals po na for a household, ang aming tingin, based sa study, sana mabigyan sila ng one-time assistance of 6,000 and for individual families, individuals like the SOCPEN beneficiaries, 1,500 po. So, yun po ay part nung magiging proposals ng DSWD na isasabit po namin accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, napansin ko lamang po kasi other than ito po mga subsidy, nagre-reklamo din po yung mga kababayan natin. Parang hindi na nararamdaman. Di ba tinaasan po natin yung MAIFIP, yung Medical Assistance for Indigent Patients? Parang hindi po gumagana. Parang hindi ko malaman kung tinatago ba. Department of Budget and Management Secretary, ano ang balita dito? Kasi sila tinuturo pa na ang turo po ng DOH sa inyo. Yung mga ospital po, yung mga tao po na naghahanap po doon, ang sabi po sa kanila ng mga ospital, wala po wala pa pong nakakarating sa amin na maipip na yan Wala raw pong, ano nangyari? May pera ba? Kasi dinagdagan naman ho namin yung maip ninyo ng DOH. O sadyang natutulog lang po ang DOH sa mga panahon na ito. Akala lang hindi sila kasali. Kasali po sila dito dahil yung mga tao tuloy-tuloy naman nagkakasakit po. Lalo pang magkakasakit ngayon sa gutom.
Mr. Chair, from the appropriations po ng MAIFIP po na 51.6 billion, we have already released the allotment of 24.2 billion to the DOH. So we have already released, Mr. Chair, the allotted for probably within the first semester. And accompanying that is already the NCA, the authority to disburse of around 21.5 billion, Mr. Chair. So na-release na po namin ito, Mr. Chair.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, kailangan siguro mag-usap si Secretary ng DBM at saka po ang Secretary po ng DOH kasi po, yung po reklamo ng mga kababayan natin, pag lumalapit po sa social welfare po ng ospital, dun po sa mga pre-ward, wala pong maibigay yung ospital. Sinasabi, well, di pa po raw nakakarating sa kanila. Kasi may yung mga private hospitals po, meron po sila mga social health desk. Ang sinasabi po, wala pa pong MAIP daw. Wala yung MAIP. Kaya ang tanong nga po, even the mayors po and even the governors, the local government officials, they're asking kung meron ba. Sabi ko, meron siguro. So please check, okay? Please coordinate with the Secretary ng DOH. Maraming salamat po. Mr. Chair, thank you. Senator Bam, thank you.
Just to respond to that, Mr. Chair. Yes, we'll do that, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, we're calling all the top 10 departments who are implementing this to have the catch-up plan and to submit to us also that we can also determine the needed requirements for them to release. So, yan po ang gagawin po namin, not just for the DOH, but for all the implementing agencies, lalo na po yung ating mga top 10 departments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We recognize Senator Bam Aquino.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having these hearings. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Sige, let's start with Secretary Garin. No? Kanina po, during one of your exchanges, nabanggit niyo po na yung krisis na ito ay aabot pa ng 6 months to 1 year. No? I want to clarify what this means. Ibig po ba sabihin yan na yung problema natin sa supply ay posibleng 6 na buwan pa? Or yung presyo ay mananatiling mataas ng 6 na buwan pa hanggang 1 taon? Para po, and I'm asking this because sa dulo po nito is really the capacity of government to provide services for our fellow Filipinos. And of course, yung isang napag-uusapan din, yung pondo na manggagaling naman sa Kongreso at sa Senado. So I want to clarify, Secretary Garin, pag sinabi nating this crisis might last for 6 months to 1 year, ano pong ibig sabihin po noon?
Mr. Chair, yes, it's a balance now. We have to decide, are we going to focus on short-term interventions or is this a long-term, which requires longer-term solutions also? Our assessment is that if had the war finished 2 weeks after, then it would have been a shock in the industry. Akyat baba lang siya. Ngayon, it's been 6 weeks ba? 6 weeks na siya. Many of the physical infrastructure, let's say, have been destroyed. Pipelines in the Middle East, the biggest, yung sa LNG, sa Qatar, it will take them, they said, it will take them 5 years to fix. And all the others that not only in the logistics, but also some of the oil fields, kasi if you stop, kailangan mag-drill ka ulit kung mag-stop ka ng drill. So it will affect the whole industry in the Middle East. Now, so that will take time, Mr. Chair. And that will put pressure on the international market. Kasi that's only 20%, but that's also 20%. And which is one of the most fitting, let's say, crude oil and finished products for the Philippines kasi mas madali siya i-refine for example, and then it's also close and also for the designs of South Korean, Japanese, Thai refineries. Yun yung pinakabagay ngayon eh. So it will take time to recalibrate. So mangyayari ngayon kahit padaanin mo na lahat ng mga barko dyan sa Strait of Hormuz, maubos na silang lumabas. But there's nothing else that will follow. So, I'm just trying to be realistic about this because we need to prepare. Better to be over-prepared. No? So, the adjustments on the price will depend on the industry's capacity to adjust to the new setup. So, this will take time. It will take time for the insurance to go down, for the premiums to go down, and transportation to be cheaper also. And iiba na rin kung saan galing yung mga oil na ngayon. For example, PNOC by itself is already exploring. We've been talking to Colombia, Australia, even Russia, and US and Canada. So diversifying it para kulang yung risk. But that also comes with a cost and a change of the whole industry, Mr. Chair. So it will take time talaga.
Okay, so Secretary, pag sinasabi nating it will take time, we're talking about both supply problems and the price problem, no? Nabanggit po ito in the previous hearing, kahit tumigil yung conflict, meron pa rin itong epekto sa merkado. Hindi pa rin ito magdo-normalize, di ba? And Secretary Balisacan, you may also answer if you wish kasi tumutungo-tungo po si Secretary Balisacan. Baka naaral din niya. Kung tumigil yung conflict today, of course, we were hoping magkakaroon ng mas matagal na ceasefire but the talks did not progress or they failed, no? Let's say, today po, matigil po yan. Ilang buwan pa talaga bago bababa yung presyo ng diesel at gasolina? I can understand na hindi ito babalik sa 60. No, kasi may nasirang infrastruktura. Pero kahit man lang 80 o 85 or less than 100, gaano po kahaba yung epekto nito sa merkado bago bumalik po yung presyo? Secretary Balisacan, have you done this analysis? Naaral niyo po ba?
Yeah, when we were looking at the behavior of global prices, and we're doing this scenario that you asked us to do, we look at how global prices were behaving in the futures market, for example, that what we were seeing, and I think it still applies today, that while we are coming down from a peak of over 100, we would not go back even 12 months from now to below $80. It'll go down, but it's because of precisely the issues that are mentioned by Sec Sharon.
Okay, can we talk about gawin ho nating pesos, no, tsaka yung pump price para maintindihan ng tao. So, there's a rollback tomorrow, is that correct, no? 20 pesos
Yes,
rollback
Mr.
po, di ba? So, malaki po yung rollback bukas. So, babagsak ang diesel to 120, tama ho ba?
130.
130.
Yes.
Okay. If the crisis stops, let's say nagka-ceasefire po, kailan po yan bababa to 80 or 90? We're talking about, ang sinasabi niyo po, Sec RC, kahit isang taon, hindi ito bababa? O hindi naman? Kasi 20 pesos na pagbaba. Malaki naman yung 20 pesos na pagbaba. Ang hinahanap natin, tuloy-tuloy na pagbaba, di ba? Have you done that analysis, Sec Sharon or Sec RC?
Mr. Chair, honestly, the way that the behavior of President Trump and the rest of the parties involved, it's becoming unpredictable talaga. Because when he announced the ceasefire, market reacted. It went down right away. 20 pesos off kaagad tayo. But then this morning, there was another tweet and umakyat na naman. We were expecting it to be steady na.
So, it went up again?
It went up again by 8%, I think.
So it's possible na yung pag-rollback bukas, baka mag-roll up na naman yan. We don't know.
Mr. Chair, no. The roll back tomorrow is for sure.
Okay.
If there's an increase, it will be the week following.
The following week?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But yung pinagdadasal ng mga kababayan natin na bababa siya, yung pagbalik sa 60, imposible na yan in the next year, probably. Is that what you're saying, Secretary Sharon, no? Or the answer is we don't know?
We don't know, but it will be slower than the increase. Na?
Okay.
1 month lang nag-increase tayo kagad. Ito, although you have to, I mean, in one sense, just 1 week of declaration, nabawas kagad yung 20. No?
Mm.
So, if it's steady, maybe we can reach the 100 within the year also.
Okay. So reaching 100 within 6 months, that's already a optimistic na po tayo doon.
I would venture to say yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Yeah.
Kasi ang ibig kong sabihin yan, even at 100 pesos per liter sa diesel, lahat ng ating computations magbabago talaga. No? Even our budget was crafted with very far numbers from where we are now. No? So magbabago po lahat yan. Yung pagtaas ng presyo ng pagkain, of course, we had the hearing also last week with Secretary Pangilinan, Senator Pangilinan and Secretary Secretary, the USECs were there last week. Pinag-usapan yung pagpigil sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin, no? Dahil yung pataba umakyat na rin ng 800 pesos per bag, no? At napag-usapan natin last week in the agri hearing na kung a-action ng gobyerno, posibleng matigil yung pagtaas pagdating ng Agosto. Kasi right now, stable pa yung presyo, pero yung kinakatakutan is that by the next harvest, which should be by July or August, tama yung ASEC Manalo, no? We're expecting dun tataas yung presyo. And interventions now will hopefully stop that from happening or mitigate that from happening. So ito pong bagong mga presyong ito, we need to do our computations already. 'Di ba? Kasi kahit po, for example, isang tinatrabaho po namin yung budget para sa edukasyon at yung budget para sa classrooms with increased prices everywhere, yung target mo na 25,000 to 30,000 classrooms, baka bumabayan because prices have inevitably will have gone up. No? So a lot of the targets really need to be reworked. And if we need to find more money, to access more funding, then we should really do it. No? Ngayon na po siguro yung panahon, wag nating hintayin maubos yung pera. Okay. So let me go to sectors. No? Yung transport sector, yun ho yung talagang natatamaan. And again, our problem with the transport sector is that kung hindi na po sila kumikita, hindi na sila babiyahe, titigil po talaga yung ekonomiya natin. So that's the first, di ba? I think we've all agreed on that. The second are agricultural workers, farmers and fishermen. Kasi alam natin, kung kulang yung tulong sa kanila, either bababa yung production, and nakakabahala yung nabanggit last week na we're looking at 20 to 50% less production kung walang intervention ng gobyerno. Bababa yung production o di kaya talagang tataas yung presyo ng bilihin at ayaw nating umabot ng 300 pesos yung manok at 500 pesos yung baboy, no? So we agreed. That's the second sector we need to help. DSWD has talked about topping up current programs. I guess 4Ps po yung pinag-uusapan natin dyan, no? Yusek Sulit, no? So yun po, 3 identified sectors. Meron pa bang identified sector na focused yung pagtulong natin apart from the transport, agriculture, and yung ating 4Ps? Meron pa po bang ibang sektor na binibigyan ng special focus in this next few weeks or next few months? Wala na. So yun yung 3 main sectors. Yung fourth, of course, is yung napakalawak na middle class, no? When I say malawak, malawak ang definition ng middle class. I think si Senator Tulfo raised this already. Secretary Balisacan, would you know ano yung minimum income, monthly income ng isang pamilya to be considered middle class? Isn't it like 28,000 if I'm not mistaken? Tama po ba? Kung 28,000 ang kinikita mo per month, middle class ka na? Or lower?
I don't have the numbers.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, it's, or maybe si Yusek Sulit would know. Yung tinatawag nating near poor, Yusek Sulit, ano yung monthly income?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yung near poor po namin na basihan ngayon is in the 4Ps IRR, which is 10% above the poverty threshold. So yung kinikita na 10% above. So
What, can you say that in pesos? In pesos?
If 13.5 bang ano natin. So yun yung the point kasi, Your Honor, is that yun yung theoretically it's in the statutes, but we're not there yet. We're not implementing it because we have not saturated the poor. Kaya siguro hindi pa kami sanay kung magkano talaga yon.
So kasi nga ang DSWD nakafocus kayo sa pinakamahihirap, no? Tama. Pero if I'm not mistaken, kung above minimum wage ka, 'di ba? Hindi ka nakapasok sa 4Ps. Correct?
Your Honor, by specific provision of the law, pasok ka pa if you're within the 10%.
Okay. So 10% of minimum wage. So minimum wage plus 10%. Okay, so you're roughly looking at 15, maybe 17,000 pesos, no? 17,000. Thank you, Senator Joel. 17,375. Now, kung dalawa kayong minimum wage earner sa inyong pamilya sa Metro Manila, siguro nasa 30,000 kayo, no? Monthly income. Let's say sabihin mo ng 15 yung take home sa monthly ng isa, dalawa kayo, 30,000. Wala na kayo sa programa ng 4Ps. Pero alam natin, kung dalawa kayong minimum wage earner sa Pilipinas, talagang nangangailangan ka talaga ng tulong. Ito, nung isang linggo, kinausap ako nung security ng isang building. Tapos sabi niya, Sen, ang inuuwi ko dito, ang sweldo ko dito, 695 per day. Ano po siya? Security siya. Nakamotor po ako. Yung binabayad ko po sa gasolina, hindi naman naka-diesel yung motor niya, naka-gasolina siya, wala na po talaga kaming kinikita. Ang option ko po, mag-public, pero kung mag-public po ako, 3 oras yan papunta at 3 oras pauwi. No? So hindi rin siya realistic sa akin na mag-public kasi malayo po yung kanyang tinutulugan. So we need to find support for our countrymen na nasa gantong level, no? Hindi na po siya, may trabaho po siya, maganda yung trabaho niya, no? At in fairness, he's padre de pamilya po siya. And before this crisis, kaya niyang matulungan yung kanyang pamilya on his own, kahit wala po siyang natatanggap na ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Wala siyang 4Ps, hindi ko alam kung nakakatanggap siya ng AIX, tupad o kung anuman. Pero kinakaya niya. Ngayon, hindi na niya kaya. Okay, hindi na niya kaya. So, the question is, kung aabot nga to ng 1 pang taon, 6 months to 1 year pa ito, anong tulong ang pwede nating ibigay sa mga kababayan natin apart from the specific sectors na binanggit po natin? So we all agree, transport workers unahin natin. Kasi pag yung transport worker natin di na lumalabas, titigil yung ekonomiya. Agricultural workers, kailangan natin tulungan. Kasi kung di natin sila tutulungan, bababa ang produksyon o tataas yung presyo sa palengke, hindi rin yun pwede. Kasi lahat ng mamamayan, pag mataas na yung presyo sa palengke, lahat natatamaan. And, tama to Sec, food inflation is the main contributor to inflation. Diba? So pag tumaas po ang food inflation, sunod-sunod rin po yan. Everything else will go up. Okay, yung 4Ps, hindi po ako tumututol. Tulungan po natin ang pinakamahirap. Tama po yan. Let's have the support programs. If it's a top-up to the current program, fine. Pero siguraduhin natin tuloy pa rin yung programang yan. Pero yung next level po dyan, yun ho talaga yung talagang umaaray. No? Yung definition ng middle class malawak eh. It goes from minimum wage earner or maybe 2 minimum wage earner all the way to somebody who is earning more than 100,000 pesos, no? So, ang lower middle income natin is 18,200 ang pinakamababa. Ang ating, so middle income earner is 15,200 to 18,200. So, yun yung pinakamababa sa middle class, 15,200. Yung upper middle class is 109,000. Isipin niyo po, ang laki ng range na yon, no? Ang laki ng range na yun, from 15,000 to 100 plus thousand. Ang laki ng range na yun. And I'm saying, apart from the 4Ps, yung kumikita, kahit umabot ka pa ng 30,000 per month, yung 36,000 po, middle income na yun. Kahit nasa 30,000 a month ka, meaning dalawa kayong minimum wage earner, yung mag-asawa, minimum wage earner, kulang na kulang pa rin at kailangan pa rin ng tulong. Now, kaya yung una ko pong tanong, gaano to katagal? Kasi yung ating kumikita po ng from 15,000 to maybe up to 40 or 50,000, they also need help. Kailangan ng tulong. And so far, wala pa tayong nababanggit na programa na nakafocus sa kanila. Now, alam rin ho natin na USEC sulit na may AIX, may iba't ibang klaseng mga programa sa ayuda. Matagal ko na rin pong sinasabi. Ngayon na natin gamitin yan. No? Ngayon na natin gamitin yan. Yung isang pwedeng tulong po sa kanila, yung pagtanggal ng buwis, ng excise tax tsaka VAT dito po sa presyo ng diesel at gasolina. We know that if you add the excise tax and the VAT, aabot ka ng over 20%, no, sa taxes. Di ba? Tama po ba, Senator Win? More or less, 20%, no? As of today, I think the President now has the powers to suspend the excise tax on petroleum products. Gagawin po ba natin? May balita na po ba tayo? Maybe I should ask DOF. Yes, Yusek Adriano. Gagawin po ba natin? Is this it was deemed urgent and we moved urgently. Talagang minadali po natin yan. We got support from all of our colleagues. Wala naman natang tumutol. Wala naman nag-no dun sa suspension ng excise tax. No? Of course, Senator Joel is Deputy Minority Leader. Wala naman tumutol. We all supported it. Gagawin po ba natin? Are we suspending the excise tax on fuel and petroleum?
The DBCC already presented the recommendation to the President and we're just waiting for the announcement.
What
from
was the recommendation of the DBCC?
Mr. Chair, we do not want to preempt the announcement of the President.
Well, dalawa lang naman yan. Either the recommendation was yes, tanggalin, or no, wag tanggalin, or reduce. Pwede rin pala yung reduce, no? You don't want to preempt the President's announcement. When is the President's announcement?
Based on the initial discussion at the same time, tentative schedule, tomorrow, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Sige, so maghihintay po kami. But based on our votes here in the Senate, we are unanimous in, we were unanimous in providing, let's be technical, we were unanimous in providing the President the power to suspend or reduce. But ang ibig ko sabihin nun, we are recommending to the President to suspend the excise tax on petroleum products even during the duration of this, just for the duration of this crisis. And tama po si Yusek Garin, pwede naman bumaba, pwede naman ilang rollback po, kung tagbe 20 pesos yung rollback, apat na rollback para bumalik po sa dati. Diba? Pwede namang tanggalin yung suspension doon sa pang-apat na rollback o pang-5 rollback. Pero habang nasa gantong presyo po yung diesel at gasolina, marami sa kababayan natin naghahanap ng tulong. And I just wanted to be clear about that kasi tama naman po na specific sectors yung tinutulungan natin. It's known throughout the whole world na the best governance is really targeted support for sectors. And we have done that for the last 4 administrations. So hindi ko naman po yung tinututulan. But this crisis is affecting so many of our countrymen. We also need something sweeping. Kasi ito pong kumikita ng 15,200 pesos, sabihin mo na hanggang 50,000 o ano ba si middle income, hanggang 63,000, wala naman pong programa talaga para sa kanila. Yusek Sulit, wala namang programa para dyan, di ba? This encompasses near poor, to your lower middle income, to your maybe part of the middle income, sila rin po talagang nangangailangan rin ng tulong. Now, I would suggest to Secretary Balisacan and to Secretary Toledo, kung talagang isang taon ito at ganito na yung mga presyo, you need to come back to us with new numbers and the new budget. No? Senator Win, of course, is our Chairman of Finance, napakasipag. Kasi this might mean a recomputation of so many things. From of course, education po yung focus po natin. Even just recomputing our classrooms. All the way to recomputing, because I know DSWD, hindi lang naman yung cash, naka-explain yan kung anong ibig sabihin yan. May part dapat yan pagkain, may part dapat yan pang pamasahe, pang eskwelahan, pang ganyan. Yung mga numerong yun, sabog na lahat because of the price increase. Yusek Sulit, tama po, no? So there needs to be a serious recomputation if prices will maintain this way until the end of the year or beyond. No? And I think we're willing to do the work kung ano yung kinakailangan. I'm sure many of us are also imagining what we can cut. Marami rin naman pong pwedeng i-cut sa budget, no? Hindi ko po papangunahin yung chairman namin, si Senator Win. I'm sure at the back of his head, nag-iisip na rin siya ano yung mga pwedeng i-cut na mga budget na baka hindi naman urgent o baka naman ay may chance na hindi magamit ng maayos. Yun na lang yung cut natin, yung pondohan natin, yung mga programa para sa kababayan natin. Okay, so just as a final question, Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me the time. Ito pong uplift, no? So uplift, correct me if I'm wrong, it is a crisis committee. Is this the same as the crisis committee that was formed? Is it the same? Or magkaiba pa po yung crisis committee tsaka yung uplift?
I'm not aware of a crisis committee.
No, Malacanang, sorry, please correct me if I'm wrong. I know that during our first hearing, before the end of the day, there was a crisis committee that was formed. So is it, or uplift has...
It's, yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Secretary.
it's, from now, or since this committee was formed, uplift committee, you're not calling it as an uplift committee. We're not referring it as a crisis committee.
Okay. And uplift will give recommendations to the executive, to the legislative,
Yes, in
to
fact,
the LGUs. Correct po, no?
Yes, in fact, the uplift committee, the EO, is very detailed already. It actually provides the measures already for the energy sector, for the livelihood, it quite broad in its identification already of measures that we need to look at to
Okay.
address the crisis.
My suggestion, Secretary, is kung magsasuggest po yung uplift, dapat it should be in the context of this crisis. Wag lang siyang magsasuggest ng mga programa na ginagawa naman talaga dati na itutuloy lang. 'Di ba? Kasi kumbaga that assumes na parehas pa rin yung konteksto eh. Kaya nga nagka-crisis committee at uplift dahil bago na po yung konteksto natin. So the programs that are in the compendium of programs of uplift, nakalagay kung bakit siya dapat pondohan or bagong programa ba ito. Kasi kung ginagawa natin, dapat naman talaga gawin yan. I mean, Secretary, no, it shouldn't just be, no, it should be addressing the current crisis, which means, ibig sabihin nun, dapat ba i-deploy natin ng mas maaga? I-deploy ba natin ng mas malaki yung pondo? Or iba ba yung sector na dapat nating bigyan ng pansin? For example, wag lang siya sanang listahan ng mga programang ginagawa na. Kasi kung ginagawa na, that doesn't address the crisis. It really is addressing the problems of our country. Pero dahil ang uplift ginawa sa crisis, sana ipakita natin na meron talagang bagong action dito. No?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, my presentation this morning precisely addressed that issue, that the things that we mentioned there are crisis related. And to the extent that we identified certain items in the current GAA, is that we want to, if necessary, reorient this program. For example, IX was not meant to be initially to address the transport, but
we will use it.
Yeah, there's money there that we can use it.
Thank you.
To prioritize on that sector that's really now needing the assistance.
Opo, that's something the committee has suggested 2 or 3 hearings ago as well. No? So thank you for that, Secretary. So yun lang po. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to everyone here. I know everyone is, everyone is really trying to address this crisis. Pero ano po, no, ang kababayan po natin, apart from the sectors na nabanggit natin, many of them really are feeling the brunt of this crisis. Kailangan ho nating umaksyon para sa kanila. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat sa Senator Bam. With the permission of my colleagues, allow the chair to propound some questions. I'll just follow up in some of the questions that our colleagues have already propounded, and they were very important questions. I'll direct my question to the DOE. Kanina, Secretary Garin, nabanggit nyo na, and I'll just flash this on the slide, na ang ating latest inventory levels as of April 10, alin na paki-flash to, is 50 days ang total inventory. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. 50.31, please. We can submit the detailed report, Mr. Chair.
Gasoline is 54 days. Diesel is 48 days. And then LPG, banggitin ko lang ang pinakamahalaga, 36 days. No? Of course, 50 days is the average that we've been seeing in the last week. Pero nakita ko na bumaba ang diesel and LPG, no, compared to last week. So ang ibig sabihin, yung konsumo pa natin ay pareho rin, no? hindi siya, ang konsumo natin, consumption habits natin pareho, at ang supply natin hindi nadadagdagan. No? Pwede bang malaman kung ano pa, kumusta ang ating pagsosource ng mga supply? Meron ba tayong, again, firm commitments beyond the 50-day mark? Meron ba tayong non-traditional sources after almost 45 days into this crisis? Can you give us a briefing or an update on the supply situation beyond 50 days?
Mr. Chair, it doesn't move because we replenish what we consume.
Yes, correct.
Now, on the question of are there problems in after 50 days? 50 days actually is more of an indication of how much time we have to find replenishment for after 50 days. So we have our oil companies have existing contracts, whether it's with the trader or with the refinery in a supplier country or new suppliers, Mr. Chair. So we monitor this. We actually monitor in-country stocks, in transit, and confirmed deliveries, and then also their orders that haven't been confirmed. So, monitor namin yan regularly every week. So far, ang orders with issues, meaning sinabi halimbawa ng supplier niya, force majeure siya, or they're not delivering, or they're not responding, very minimal lang siya. Konting-konti lang, but if ever there is, we submit it to the companies and nasa-settle naman siya. So, as of today, based on, let's say, on the situation today, ang supply, seem to be enough supply as long as you're willing to pay the price lang, Mr. Chair. So, all the countries na traditionally, 33% is from China, mga highest natin, Japan, and South Korea, is also very high. Wala pa namang nakakancel na contract, Mr. Chair.
Based on your, I'm sure meron kayong parang forecasting, no? So based on your forecasting, itong 50 days, ito kasing 50 days sigurado dahil nandito na yan, di ba? Nandito na yan sa bansa natin. Beyond 50 days, ilan ba ang firm contracts at ilan ba ang confirmed deliveries? Kasi hindi rin kahit na merong firm and confirmed deliveries, hindi rin natin may stock dito sa bansa natin dahil wala tayong tangke. Ang gusto lang natin malaman, merong commitment yung mga suppliers, ibang bansa na magdi-deliver sila even beyond 50 days. Yun ang, dahil in a normal situation, ganun naman eh. No? Hindi naman nila ini-store dito beyond 50 days. Eh. Meron lang silang kontrata na magdi-deliver sila on this date, on this date, on this date. Yun ang gusto natin malaman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Monitoring all their contracts and their orders. On top of the 50 days,
yes,
there's an order for 14 days na no issue.
Okay.
And then ang may issue is 3 days, Mr. Chair.
So itong 50 days can extend to 14 days. So that's about 64
Yes, Mr.
days.
Chair.
At least meron tayong 64
Yes,
days.
Mr.
Beyond 64, kumusta ang supply natin? Is it uncertain or meron pang...
We normally, they don't normally extend that long kasi ang capacity naman ng storage hindi kaya eh.
Correct.
So kailangan lang siya. So more or less they order twice a month, Mr. Chair.
But typically itong mga companies may mga long-term contracts to eh. No?
Yes, Mr.
In
Chair.
delivery dates, nakapeg na yan kung kailan nila i-deliver.
Yes.
But of course ngayon dahil may supply issues, kahit na may long-term contracts sila, medium-term or long-term, 1-year, 2-year contracts, hindi na susunod din delivery. Ang gusto ko malaman, ilan ba doon sa 1-year, 2-year contracts sila ang confirm ang delivery outside of that 64 days?
Sir Chair,
Meron ba tayong ganun na... Meron ba tayong ganun na forecasting?
I'll try to explain. It's a case-to-case basis kasi country to country.
Yes.
No? For example, South Korea, as long as you have long-term contracts, they've committed to honor. China, for example, kahit may long-term contract ka, but if your contract is in with a government company, then hindi siya ma-deliver, Mr. Chair. But if it's private, pwede siya. So we've been monitoring that actually. So some of them have shifted already suppliers, no. So it's a case-to-case talaga na per country and per supplier, Mr. Chair. Most of them also use traders like Vitol, Trafigura, that's based in Singapore, and they source that. We have like 3 orders from them. So Vitol, for example, kung long-term ka na, nag-assure naman sila, and they're the ones looking for different sources. So far, let's say 3 out of 14 ba yun kanina? Sobrang liit lang yung medyo ngayon na problematic. At the start, we weren't sure. Pero ngayon medyo the traders as well as our suppliers have sorted out where to get their crude oil or their finished products.
So with that assurance, can we say that itong 64 days pwede pa ma-extend?
Yes, Mr.
And by
Chair.
how many days, based on your conversation with them, how many days pa may extend tong 64? Kasi alam ko yung sinasabi nyo, no? The suppliers will tell you, may bago kaming source. Ito, pwede nang confirm to. So, meron bang mga ganun na conversations to know exactly kung gaano kahaba pa yung 64 days pwede ma-extend? My point of the matter here is, I want to analyze or I want to understand ano ba yung mga confirmed orders by the suppliers beyond 64 days so that we will be assured na dahan-dahan nagno-normalize yung pag-supply ng petrolyo sa atin. Dahil nanggagaling sa ibang lugar or dahil nanggagaling sa mga new sources. Meron ba tayong ganun na information?
Mr. Chair, I think we can given that everything stays the same for today, like how it is the rest of the world, like the war and all the problems that we have where we source, we will continue to have that 50 days na continue siya. I cannot tell you how long that will be because it's ano lang, may ikot-ikot lang siya.
Sana ang answer na naririnig ko, we can have an assurance na there will be confirmed deliveries 90 days, 120 days. Kasi in a normal situation, these companies can assure you. No? Kaya nila i-assure ka dahil meron silang pagkukuhaan. Yun ang gusto ko sanang marinig. Pero kung hindi, because of the uncertainty, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Because right now, no one can assure. No? Like you said, one pronouncement of President Trump, iba na yung situation. No? So,
Yes.
one action of President Trump, may blockade sa iba na yung action. I understand that,
Yes.
but I'm trying to elicit an answer wherein we will have the confidence na humahaba yung ating confirmed orders.
Let's just say, Mr. Chair, na I don't think that even the suppliers or our oil companies can assure that long of a contract.
At this
assure
time.
siya. At this time.
Yes.
So that's why DOE goes month on month, Mr. Chair. Every week we check, make sure that we keep on maintaining the 50-day level para to make checking each and every oil company kung may problema o wala. Para tuloy-tuloy lang ang replenishment. But I don't think any company can assure you now na sigurado yan hanggang end of the year meron tayong supply.
I understand that. That's why yung mga ganitong situation, we will continue to advise to do government-to-government, high-level negotiations because yan lang ang pwedeng mangyari, pwede natin gawin ngayon no? And I think PNOC is the one tasked to do that, no? So that will be our advice and suggestion. Alam ko the situation now is more complex than just calling someone and mag-deliver ka ng oil. Hindi ganun ka simple ngayon, but that will be our suggestion because if you go through the normal channels, yung mga suppliers, talagang hindi rin nila kaya dahil bumibili sila sa Middle East, biglang nawala yun, maghahanap sila ng ibang sources.
I just wanted to add, the role of PNOC, other than having buffer, is also to see the bigger picture, Mr. Chair. No? Like, for example, you cited earlier that LPG is very low at 34, 38. 36 days. So we saw that in the total, no, of the whole country. So we tasked PNOC to find additional supply in that for that fuel, and I think they blocked in this morning yata for another para madagdagan siya, just to assure us that we have enough supply for the next few weeks, Mr. Chair.
Just submit to the committee and yung mga nakausap na ng PNOC moving forward. Kung ano ba yung mga confirmed orders nila. But do you have that information right now, Secretary? How much ang na-confirm na ng PNOC? Nababasa ko lang sa news, may mga shipments na dumadating sa social media, and we commend you for that, no? Because again, we cannot oversimplify the situation. But kailangan may action pa rin, no?
As of for the month of April, this only took about maybe 2 weeks for it to arrive, no? So last week nag-arrive yung Petro-Pacific Sea Oil delivery, which was 142 barrels, and then this week 300,000 barrels through Vitol. That's a trader. Ang origin niyan is Malaysia. The first one was Japan, and then another Vitol delivery from the week following, 300,000 barrels again. Source nito, supposedly the origin is North Asia or India. Then Trafigura, last week na yan, 300,000 barrels from Singapore or Oman. And then now, Mr. Chair, we are starting to look at the additional, but we also have to dispose of the current stock, Mr. Chair.
So to date, anong volume ang na-contract na ng PNOC moving forward? Not the ones delivered, but moving forward.
Incoming pa lang, Mr.
Incoming.
Incoming would be 600,000 barrels, Mr. Chair. And then now we have to start. I think this week we have to start now with ordering for the May batch,
Yeah.
Mr.
But
Chair.
if we consume, ang consumption natin is what, 350,000 barrels a day? Tama ba?
32 million liters of this.
But in barrels,
diesel?
that's about
Of
300.
diesel.
In barrels, it's about 350 yan eh. 350,000. So that's good for 2 days. The 600,000 is good for 2 days. So talagang tuloy-tuloy yung trabaho. So that's our advice is continue to do the high-level discussions together with, I think DFA is the one doon sa briefing, nakita namin sila yung nag-reach out sa different jurisdictions. That's why kanina, I support the statement of Senator Marcos. Kung pwede tayong dumiretso sa Russia dahil extraordinary yung situation, that's the best. And this is not an isolated case. India, China, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, South Korea, lahat sila bumibili sa Russia for their supply. Kasi right now, we have to look after our interests rather than somebody else's interest. No, importante na meron tayong supply. I'll jump to another topic, Secretary Garin, and this is in relation to disclosures. And I know that the DOE requested the oil companies to submit their unbundled price. And again, I'm not accusing everyone. I'm not accusing anyone of profiteering or colluding or cartelization, but we need to get an assurance and confidence na walang umaabuso dito sa sitwasyon na ito. Dahil kung bulag tayo, hindi talaga natin makikita kung mayroong nang aabuso dito sa sitwasyon. So, can we get an update on that mandate from DOE to submit the unbundling or unbundled prices from the oil companies?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have actually issued a department circular after the Supreme Court ruling, and our DOE has issued advisory for them to submit, and within the week, Mr. Chair, everybody should be able to submit, Mr. Chair.
And then the DOE will look at all of these submissions and analyze. So request a report as soon as it's computed already. Maraming computation yan, I'm sure. Pahingi na lang kami ng report. But I just want to show us a slide. Ito, we ran some data inside. Our team did some analysis on windfall profits. No? Kasi sa mga ganitong panahon talaga, if you buy low, sell high, obviously may windfall profits ka. So on slide 88, ang estimate namin lang for 1 month from March 10 to April 6, ang windfall profit, meaning this is profit outside of the reasonable 20% threshold, is about 50 billion pesos for the different oil products. No? Kinumpute lang namin to based on volume, based on current price, and based on a 20% threshold which is being used by other countries. So, in other words, outside of the 20% threshold, 50 billion na ang kinita based on windfall profits. No? Yun ang aming computation. But these are all internal estimates. So, we would, in other words, we're detecting that there is windfall profits windfall profits during this time of increase in oil prices. So gusto namin malaman kung ano yung analysis ng DOE to this effect.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, we also have our own calculation, including the increases in the premium, the transportation, insurance, and ano pa ba yan? And also the ocean loss and all that. We can, and the exchange rate also. We can share this to the chairman also, Mr.
Thank you. Yes, we would like to see that also. My last question before
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
interjection,
Yes,
quick lang, Mr. Chair, with the good indulgence of the Chair. On this topic of the profiteering, when my turn comes again, I'll just read into the record a possible motion to frame a careful investigation of profiteering. Even if to be taken up next hearing, Mr. Chair, kapag mas marami po tayong nandirito and industry players as well. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we would need a lot of data, Senator Risa, kasi these are all tabletop computation. Of course, based on volume. Wala tayo kasing based on price. Doon tayo bulag. No? Wala kaming knowledge in terms of price. Alam natin yung volume. No? Pero hindi natin alam magkano yung binili, magkano yung binenta. No? So we will request the DOE to furnish us a copy. My last question is on the slide of Secretary Balisacan. In the DepDev slide, and nag-simulate ang DepDev that we will need about 205 billion pesos for a 3-month scenario. Can we flash that, Comsec? Yan. So kung titignan natin lahat ng mga subsidy programs, ayuda programs, for a 3-month program, ang gagastusin natin 205 billion. The month is April to June, but I'll backtrack ko ito, Secretary, because we actually gave out ayudas as early as the first week of March. I think nag-umpisa na yung DSWD. So we will need, for a 3-month period, 205 billion. Tama po ba?
I just want to repeat the correction I made earlier during my presentation, Mr. Chair, that the transport support total is 47.5 rather instead of 105.9 because of the corrections and the subsidy for fuel. 11 billion instead of 37.9. That's what we have on the records. But that 37.9 that I estimated earlier is quite more comprehensive in the sense of going beyond the current focus of DOTR to include the entire country, not just a few areas. But I understand that these are our priorities. So it's, Mr. Chair, it's 146.8 instead of 205.2.
100. The new total is 146 billion.
Yes,
Ang kakailanganin natin for
roughly 147
for 3 months. Okay. And actually nag-umpisa na ho ito dahil as early as March nagbibigay na tayo ng tulong at ayuda.
Correct.
Tama?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm cross-referencing this to the DBM. Nasaan yung DBM? Alena. Anong... To the DBM slide, let's... No. Ang available appropriation for this type of ayuda programs is about 238 billion. No?
Correct.
Correct.
That includes the continuing, the 2025, the GA8 for 2026, and automatic appropriations from the Malampaya.
Correct. So if we are now, if we are looking at to spend 146 and for 3 months, nakakalahati na ho tayo 45 days na. So we already spent 70 billion.
What I don't have, and still for checking with the agencies, Mr. Chair, is that the 125.2 that was already released out of the 238 as of April 1, 2026, di ko lang alam doon kung ilan na talaga yung na-spend, na disbursed.
No, the point I'm trying to make is 238 is available fund natin, no? Tama ba, Secretary Toledo?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that has been presented and mentioned earlier po. 238.9 of 6
And then
billion.
in 45 days, we already spent 70 billion. No? Kasi ang release, if you look at, actually, we already spent 85 billion. If you look at the NCA, no? Theoretically, yan yung linabas natin para kakailanganin yung mga ayuda. Tama?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair, just want to clarify on that. The release of NCA is just on the authority, but the actual disbursement ay wala pa po. So based on our record and even our release allotment that is already 125, what has been obligated is just only 37 billion. That is from the obligation point. But as to the cash, na 90 billion na release, what has been disbursed is only 30 billion. So mean to say, may balances po tayo in terms of allotment and in terms of the authority of
But
the
they will
agency.
not request for SARO kung di nila kailangan Diba? So, ang punto ko is the 85 billion or the 70 billion na kinumpute ng DepDev, yan ang kakailanganin natin a month. So more or less, nasa around 70 to 85 billion ang kailangan natin a month para matulungan yung mga kababayan natin. No? More or less lang. I'm just doing some tabletop computation. So, nakalampas na tayo ng isang buwan. No? Ang 70 billion, if you divide 238 billion by 70 billion, that's 3.5 months. And nakalampas na tayo ng isang buwan. So in other words, to exhaust the 238, 2.5 months na lang ang natitira. Correct? More or less lang. I'm doing some tabletop computation because we need to project how long can we last. Kung tumagal pa kasi itong conflict na ito, naka 45 days na tayo, kung tumagal pa ito ng another 45 days, that's 3 months, mauubos rin itong 238 natin So in other words, the budget's capacity to give out subsidies and ayuda is only 3.5 months. Anything beyond that, gagalaw na tayo ng ibang items.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair. In a straight computation, that is, yes, you mentioned that is a more than 3 months na requirements. But yes, you're right, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, even from our initial discussion, aside from this possible sources, we're also looking at the efficiency measure that we're actually issuing a circular to the different departments and agencies in terms of the efficiency measure, which we are estimating around, right now, initially, 12 billion to 25 billion coming from that efficiency measure. Meaning to say, we're looking at mga non-essential MOE na tinitignan po natin like travels, training, and RATA, and other MOE which are non-essential. So, and I guess, Mr. Chair, we're still looking at if ever we extend this, pupunta tayo dun sa some sort of the funds or PAPs that we need to suspend para kailangan na natin pang-ayuda o to respond for this crisis. Just like we did probably during the Bayanihan. So, ganun po tayo. But right now, kasi meron po tayong available funding from the GAA, ito po yung muna ini-exhaust po natin. We're not getting there yet. So if there's a need, I guess we need to do that, Mr. Chair. And I guess we need to have the extra power to really come, or we have already the EO, the 110, that we can look at as initial ano po natin, power to get that, so consolidate those funds, Mr. Chair.
The point I'm trying to make, to put it simply, what we need, the amount we need, or in cash burn natin, every month, para sa ayuda, para sa subsidy, is about 70 billion. If you divide that with the 2026 available budget of 2,000 half months yan. Eh nakaisang buwan at kalahati na tayo. No? So in other words, natitira na lang 2 buwan na lang at mauubos na natin tong 238. No? Alam ko meron, you've issued that circular para to cut on non-essential. That's very good. But what I'm trying to say, if this conflict gets prolonged, o humaba pa siya ng 2 months, mauubos natin itong 238. Then we will have a big problem. Because we will now have to discontinue some projects, gagamitin na natin ibang savings, gagalawin na natin ibang bagay. And we will now need, in final ni Senator Risa, na supplemental budget to move around funding. So, of course, the best solution is matapos na yung conflict para hindi tayo umabot ng 2 months from now. But I'm trying to, because the committee's job also is to project, no? Magkano ang kakailanganin natin at kailan natin kakailanganin yun. So, with those tabletop numbers, we'll request the DBM and maybe the DBM in this case to submit to us more accurate numbers because we need to also project kailan ba natin mauubos ito. Ano ba yung cash burn natin every month? At kailan natin mauubos to based on the mga ayuda and mga subsidy programs that we have heard this morning.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned earlier din po, we will call upon the implementing agencies. Pag-meet po kami kung ano yung mga plans po nila, lalo na if ever given this crisis, ask them to prepare one is catch-up plan, if ever there's a need for them to have a catch-up plan in the implementation of the programs and projects given this crisis. And then, titingnan po namin siya kung extend. If this will extend up to 6 months or up to December, that is also one thing that we want to get it from them. And even beyond December for next year, 2027 budget. So that also we can factor that in the preparation for our 2027 budget, Mr. Chair.
We need that data because as early as now, we need to already project first where will we get the funds? What projects do we need to discontinue to generate savings? Lahat ito dapat matignan na natin yan. Ano ba yung cash, especially yung cash burn natin every month? Because listening to all the departments, talagang dami tayong, and marami pang recommendation para taasan. No? The top up for 4Ps, the middle class, lalaki at lalaki pa yan cash burn natin. Umpisa pa lang to. No? So, kailangan ma-project na natin kaagad yan.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, may initial data coming from departments like, for example, DMW, this already manifested during the meeting that they need
Yes.
some sort of a 7.2 billion for the financial assistance and chartering at saka yung food assistance. They've already manifested, Mr. Chair, as to their requirements. But we'll also get from other departments and agencies.
But I think it's safe to say that the cost of the war the cost of the war to the Philippines is about 70 to 85 billion a month. Tama ba yun, Secretary Toledo? Is that more or less lang, ha? Tabletop lang to, ha?
Mr. Chair, tama, yung computation po is 3.5, yung 70, yung requirements nyo. So we need 3.5 months maubos na. So, but that is in straight computation, but I guess it will all depend both sa implementing agency based on their requirements. Mr.
Yeah, but
Chair.
kanina parang marami pa silang request naririnig ko, no? Secretary Balisacan, you want to...
No, I just wanted to point out, Mr. Chair, that if you're right, and I think it's a ballpark number, the 70 billion is a fiscal cost, not economic cost. The economic cost will be much, much more.
Yes, correct. Not economic cost. Kanina Senator Risa talked about the economic cost. That's greater. But this is only the fiscal cost to government. And of course, we're worried because once we've reached the 2-month, umabot pa na 2 months yan, maghahanap na tayo ng iba, gagalaw na tayo ng ibang pondo. So with that,
yes. I think the Secretary of DBM is in the right direction. Kailangan tignan na yung mga ilang ahensya at departamento ng ating pamahalaan for their catch-up plan. Makikita naman natin, ang dali niya, no? Yung mga ilan yung obligated na, ilan yung hindi pa. Yung disbursement kanina, nakikita natin, no? Mababa pa yon. And in fact, kanina yung tinatanong natin sa Department of Agriculture, hindi pa rin nare-release yung ibang funds nila. If I'm not mistaken, no, ASEC, you made mention kanina na still for later release. So important po ito because we are in a crisis. We have been here for more than 5 hours and 15 minutes now na nakaupo dito, nagdi-discuss. And that is our job as well as legislators, as policymakers, and as elected officials. At we commend all of you for being here. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. And the main reason why I asked that the Secretary look into this because I raised it kanina yung sa DMW na pawala na yung funds po nila no sa Action Fund, Repatriation Fund, etc. As I mentioned earlier, we are legislators. We are here representing our people who elected us. We wanted to help in any way we can, but we also wanted to recommend yung mga ginagawa po natin. Again, kanina hindi ko lang po mapalampas, Mr. Chairman, yung sa DOTR na binanggit doon sa pagrenta ng GPS, no? Again, I was so surprised kanina na it has already been a requirement being mandated by DOTR. Considering, Mr. Chairman, na I can't see the logic, Mr. Chairman, of renting 500 pesos GPS monthly. Ano ba magagawa ng GPS na hindi kayang gawin nitong cellphone natin ngayon, Mr. Chairman? And I was running the numbers. Kung 500 pesos each for 1 month sa bus driver, sabi nyo may 1,000, so that's 500,000. Sa jeepney drivers, there's 36,000, so that's 18 million. That's immediately, Mr. Chairman, meron kang 18.5 million pesos just to rent itong GPS. Why are we freaking renting this GPS? I-on ko lang yung location ko sa telepono ko, malalaman natin kung nasan sila. Tayo, alam natin yung ruta nila, sa DOTR, alam na nila. So, why the heck do we need this? Sino bang supplier dito? At we're supposed to implement this program, Mr. Chairman, this coming Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, April 15. So, again, we appeal to our DOTR family. I've been very supportive of DOTR family, and I think everyone from DOTR knows about it. It's just that in this particular case, I am not really supportive of this initiative. I was surprised na it's not an option, but rather a requirement for DOTR. So I hope we do something about this, Mr. Chairman, because again, we are about to implement this initiative this coming Wednesday, April 15.
Go ahead, Yusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will have to reconsider the position of LTFRB and the OTR on this one, Mr. Chair and Senator Villanueva. Thank you.
Please, Yusek, I don't want to belabor the issue. I don't want to look at all these suppliers kung more than 1 month sila, etc. It's just that it doesn't make sense, Your Honor. At maraming salamat for accommodating this representation's request dahil it doesn't really make sense. And one last thing, we are looking at only until May 6, no? Yusek, April 15 to May 6. Ito yung target pa lang. Ito yung may pondo pa lang. So meaning to say, you're only looking at 2-3 weeks. Up to 3 weeks na po ito, itong May 6, from April 15 to May 6. And then May 7, wala na po yan. Wala nang pondo yan. Is that the correct assumption?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, Senator Villanueva. We push it for 3 weeks. But we also wrote a letter po to DPF for additional funding po of 5 billion pesos.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be okay. And the Secretary of DBM is here with us. Gamitin nyo na itong Senado, Yusek, para masiguro natin no, na hindi magkaroon pa ng additional agam-agam or worries yung ating mga nasa sektor ng transportasyon. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, yung sa DA, kanina binabanggit natin, yung release din po, Secretary Toledo, yung hinihingi po nila kasi maraming farmers ang na-delay na po yung pagbigay nila ng ayuda. Sana, total, nandito na rin lang po tayo. May ma-accomplish din ang ating committee dito sa Senado para... Kasi it looks like, Mr. Secretary, the reason for the delay is the fact that they have not liquidated some of the programs. O kasi kanina binabanggit nila may delay or still for later release yung request nila.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify po yung Presidential Assistance to Farmers and Fisheries po, na-release na po yan comprehensive, 10 billion. It was already released, yung SARO po at saka NCA niya po. So
the cash is already available?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So what's the problem, Department of Agriculture?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we are saying po is yung continuing fund for the fuel subsidy. Na 150 million and yung naibigay lang po sa amin is 100 million.
So it's a different item that you're talking about. So Secretary, yun po, it's a different item. It looks like hindi yung dun sa presidential fund. So yun po, I'm doing my best to be your representative para andito na sila, ma-release, ma-coordinate natin ng maayos para yung holistic approach and the whole of government approach ma-accomplish po natin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you sa ating mga kasamahan sa pamahalaan.
Before we continue, let me acknowledge the virtual presence of Senator Bongo. I think he's here. Any opening statement, Senator Go?
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, Senator Win, at sa mga kasamahan natin sa Senado. And bilang miyembro po ng Protect Committee, nakasubaybay po tayo nitong mga nakaraang linggo. Hindi natin maikakaila ang bigat po na dala na patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng produktong petrolyo. Hindi man dito sa giyera, pero hindi man dito ang giyera sa ating bansa, pero ramdam ng Pilipino ang bigat ng pasanin nito. At yun po ang parati nating naririnig sa kakaikot ko po sa buong Pilipinas. At isang sulok po ng Pilipinas, yan talaga ang reklamo nila, lalong-lalo na po yung mga islands. Totoo po yung sinabi kanina ni Senator Erwin Tulfo. Sa Palawan, apektado rin po sila doon. Nakatutok tayo masyado rito ngayon sa NCR, pero paano po yung mga kababayan natin sa malalayong lugar, sa mga islands? Remember, more than 7,000 islands tayo. Sila yung makikita mo ang tataas ng presyo doon dahil sa cost ng pagpadala ng langis doon, no? Talaga apektado ang buong Pilipinas. For us in the Philippines, this is not just a distant geopolitical issue. It is a direct economic threat. Our country is oil import dependent, making us highly vulnerable to global price shocks. Today, Filipino families are already feeling the consequences with the higher fuel prices and the looming threat of inflation across basic goods and services. Sa gitna ng krisis na ito, nananawagan po ako sa mabilis at konkretong aksyon. Salamat rin po sa komite, sa Senado, na sa pagdinig na ito at matugunan kaagad natin, marinig natin yung mga ano nang ginagawa ng Executive Department. Sabi ko nga noon, unang araw pa lang ng gera, domino effect talaga ito. Para sa mga driver ng PUVs, ang patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng krudo ay nagresulta sa mas maliit na kinikita na naiuwi nila sa kanilang pamilya. Minsan po, mas malaki pa yung gastos nila sa krudo kaysa sa take-home pay nila. Huwag na ho nating antayin na baka wala na silang madadalang kita sa kanilang pamilya, baka malugi pa sila. Yan po ang dapat iwasan. At hindi katanggap-tanggap po yan na wala na silang madadala sa kanilang pamilya. At para naman po sa mga commuter, nagdudulot ito ng mas mataas na pamasahe o kakulangan ng masasakyan. Ito yung mga temporary free ride. Kumare, pagpatuloy po ito, malaking bagay po yan, bawat piso, bawat sentimo. Sa bawat Pilipino ay napakalaking halaga na po yan para sa mga ordinaryong Pilipino. Lalong-lalo na po sa mga minimum wage earner. We take note that the administration already acknowledged that this is no ordinary time. We are already in a crisis. The President already issued an executive order placing the country under a national energy emergency. Na pirmahan na po ng Pangulo yung executive order. I am one with my fellow senators in a readiness to push and support programs and bills to help relieve the people's burden. I filed Senate Bill 2033 last week po ito, or the proposed fuel crisis immediate relief and response bill. We crafted this bill to be similar to the bayanihan laws enacted during the COVID-19 pandemic, as we believe they help ease the monthly struggles of the Filipino then. If enacted into law, this measure will seek to provide a comprehensive and rapid government response to mitigate the effects of the oil crisis. The bill seeks to suspend the mandatory contributions to legally mandated benefits and defer payments to basic utilities such as electricity and water. Gusto ko lang pong sana po mabalikan natin, Mr. Chair, yung panahon ng pandemya. Kasama po tayo noon sa pag-co-sponsor, pag-co-author po nung bayanihan na bill ng panahon ng pandemya. Kung gusto ko po itanong ito sa mga miyembro ng finance manager natin, kung nasa level na ba tayo ng tulad po nung pandemya. At may suggestion lang po tayo na kung maaari to consult also the LGUs, kasi kung nakatutok ka tayo dito sa NCR sa ngayon, buong Pilipinas po ang apektado at ang LGUs po ang nakakaalam sa mga iba't ibang sektor na apektado sa lugar nila. During the time of the pandemic, dinaan po yung social amelioration program sa LGUs. At sila po yung nagdedetermine kung sino talaga yung apektado. Though ngayon, mas klaro naman na sa transportation sector ang talagang apektado. Pero kasama na rin dito yung farmers, mga fishermen, lahat ng Pilipino ay apektado po dito. Kaya nananawagan po tayo muli sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno, sa DOTR. Sabi nga nila last year, meron silang 2.5 billion na budget. Buti na lang at magamit nila ito ngayong taong ito. Baka marami pa kayong mga funds na unused, baka posibleng maipool po ito, pooling of funds. But kailangan po natin magpasa ng batas. Ako naman willing po akong magtrabaho kahit nasa sa bakasyon o sa recess. Ay willing po akong magtrabaho para mabigyan po ng authority ang ating executive department na tingnan po yung mga pondong hindi nagagamit at magamit po katulad nung ginawa nung bayanihan na law na ating ipinasa. At i-involve po sana itong LGU kung gaya ng sinabi ko, kung kaya nga po ng DBM na magpondo ng mga unprogrammed funds sa mga nakaraang taon na hindi naman po importante. Mas pwede nyo pong tingnan ng mabuti ngayon yung mga hindi nagamit na pondo. Ito dapat gamitin nyo itong pondong ito sa tulong sa mga mahirap dahil nasa krisis po tayo. Unahin nyo po yung mga mahirap nating kababayan. Mga unused funds, gamitin nyo na po, i-pool nyo yung funds. Kailangan nyo ng batas, andito lang po kami sa Senado na willing pong magdinig kagad at mabigyan kayo ng extra power or authority. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po. No? Talagang daming apektado po nito. Transport sector, ang ating mga farmers, mga fisher folks, talagang apektado. Ang trabaho na po tayo para sa kanila. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Go. We now go to the second round. So we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po ni Mr. Chair. Ilan pang mga tanong para sa... nandito pa ba ang OWA? Or DMW? Anyone represent? Yes, ma'am. DMW. Yes, ma'am. So, sinabi nyo na nga po kanina na yung total ng repatriation ng mga OFWs ay umabot na sa 5,405, kasama po yung dependents. Based on the current or worst case scenarios, may mga projections po ba kayo kung ilan pang expected na makauwi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Base po doon sa request for assistance that we received from the OFWs from the different respective posts in the Middle East po, we have recorded around 16,000 requests for repatriation. And kasama na po doon, ma'am, yung sinasabi namin po na napauwi na po yung more than 5,400 po.
So ibig sabihin, dagdag dun sa 5,000 plus, may mga higit doble pa na maaring ituloy yung request at ma-repatriate ninyo at kakailanganing ma-reintegrate.
Yes po. The process that we do when we receive request for assistance is we verify with the requesting party po kung desidido po talaga siya na umuwi na. Titingnan din po natin yung mga dokumento po niya, kung legal po ba lahat ng mga dokumento para siya po ay makauwi. And kung sakasakali po na may mga problema po sa dokumento, then we also assist our requesting OFWs. Now, there are cases naman din po na even if they say that they want to be repatriated, but at some point in time, pag tinawagan po ulit sila, umaayaw na rin naman po. But this are recorded naman po, ma'am.
Tsaka nirerespeto naman po natin yung mga desisyon ng ating mga kababayan overseas. Mabuti lang po na nakapaghanda tayo. Sabi nga kanina, mas okay yung over-prepared kaysa under-prepared. Now, in the event of, wag naman sana, pero sudden escalation of conflict in the Middle East, ganong kabilis may evacuate ng Philippine government ang mga OFWs? Halimbawa, sa Saudi Arabia, na may pinakamarami tayong mga kababayan doon na nagtatrabaho, meron po bang sapat na pondo, shelters, transportasyon na in place at naka-preposition na? At magkano po ang nakalaang budget base po sa projection na ganoon?
Okay po. Sa ngayon po, based on our repatriation experiences po, it would really depend on the country. Some of them would cross borders po and it would take them like 24 hours, even 48 hours. So pag ganun po, ma'am, yung scenario, talagang mandated po na i-hotel po muna namin yung mga repatriates po natin bago po sila tumawid ulit sa next border. Because at some point po, merong mga 8 hours travel or even beyond 8 hours na land travel po. And hindi pa po kasama dyan yung i-inspect po sila sa border, i-check po yung kanilang mga dokumento. So it would really take time. Doon po sa mga shelters naman po, handa naman po ang ating embahada at ang ating pong migrant workers offices po. So nagtutulungan po ang Philippine Embassy, ang Philippine Consulate General's offices, ang MWOs po natin or Migrant Workers Office, and even po ang Overseas Workers Welfare Administration at the post. So it's really a one country team pagdating po sa repatriation efforts. Sa worst case scenario po, na wag naman po sana. We have already, as mentioned po by Sec. Rolly, meron na po kaming mga projections in terms of the number that will be assisted and how much cost it would require po.
So ibig nyo sabihin itong posibleng 11,000 pa na may pending requests. Okay po. And then, gusto ko pong malaman sana, Yusek, yung actual na proseso ng repatriation kasama yung time in motion mula dun sa request, papunta sa shelter, pagpoproseso ng mga dokumento, pagsakay sa chartered plane or iba pang plane at pag-uwi sa Pilipinas. Saan po sila dumediretso? May psychological counseling po ba? At habang nag-aantay sila makahanap ng bagong trabaho dito man o sa ibang bansa ulit, ano pong plano ng department at ng OWA para sa kanila? Halimbawa, dun sa 5,000 plus na nakauwi, kasama yung dependents, ilan na po sa kanila ay may nakaredy ng trabaho or ilan sa kanila ay naghihintay pa, ilan ang undergoing ng retooling, reskilling, pag-upgrade para sa redeployment?
Doon po sa mga na-repatriate na po natin, we already have profiled more than 3,000 repatriates, and we already identified po, and I think it was reported by Admin PY earlier, that alam na po namin kung ano po yung mga gusto nila na track pagdating po nung sa kanilang panunumbalik. So, mostly naman po, ang gusto talaga ay makabalik po sa trabaho, but it could be in another country of destination na po. Having said that po, may mga ina-offer din po tayo ng mga livelihood and entrepreneurship, and that's in partnership with the other national government agencies, as mentioned po kanina ni Secretary Roque. Ngayon po ay gumagalaw ang National Reintegration Network. We have started last April 6 here in Quezon City, and now we're going in different regions na po, bringing all the services of the government, from livelihood to employment facilitation to training, even po doon sa psychosocial and medical interventions or assistance po natin. So for this coming Wednesday po, we will be in Tacloban. And then there will be one in Cebu and another one in Bulacan or in Region 3. So sunod-sunod na po ito, Your Honors, because bumalik na po sa probinsya yung ating mga repatriates, hoping that handa na po sila sa pagdedesisyon kung ano man po yung intervention or assistance na kakailanganin po nila sa atin. So on top of that, we also make calls with our repatriates. Hindi man po yung, dumating sila ngayon, bukas tatawagan na. So we give them some time. Opo. But at the regional levels po, the DSWD, the DOH are also helping them na po in terms of the medical and psychosocial intervention. And even abroad po, si DOH po ay nakapag-conduct na rin po ng kumustahan with our overseas Filipino workers. So from time to time po, the DMW consults with the PhilCom in the different GCC countries. Nakailang rounds na rin po kami with the Phil community just to check on them and ano po yung mga pwede pa nilang hilingin na assistance from the government. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek. And of course, may nakaschedule din ang National Reintegration Network sa Mindanao din. Okay, maraming salamat po, Yusek, Dominic. May isa pang tanong ako tungkol sa ating mga OFWs, pero para sa DSWD, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. Nabanggit po ng DepDev kanina, or rather sa unang hearing tungkol sa pagbaba ng remittances abroad. Ang epekto nito ay hindi lang nga sa macro level, pero ito may malaking epekto sa mga OFWs na pansamantalang nahinto yung sustento sa pamilya. Pangbayad ng tuition, medical, groceries at iba pang pangangailangan. May ongoing coordination po ba ang department sa DMW sa listahan ng mga OFWs na pansamantalang nawalan ng trabaho na nandun pa, naiwan pa sa Middle East? Maari ba natin matukoy sila at maari bang mabigyan ng ayuda sa pamamagitan ng expanded AIX kahit sa loob ng 3 buwan? May budget po ba ang department para doon kung sakali?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Doon po sa uplift framework under EO 110, the DSWD is also mandated to coordinate with DMW to provide assistance and yung repatriation package for the OFWs affected. So basically, Your Honor, we do it through them. So they will tap us and then I'm not particular about the kung ano na yung napagkasunduan, but I'm aware that we have a very robust consultation and referral mechanism, Your Honor.
Salamat, Yusek Sulit. Huling tanong ko para sa ERC at DOE. So, hindi pwedeng ang krisis ng bayan ay maging palusot sa labis na kita ng iilan. Before her suspension, former ERC Chair Di Malanta began forensic audits revealing that some GenCos systematically overcharged customers and consumers for fuel pass-through costs over the last 5 years and especially when the Ukraine invasion happened. Ano na po ang resulta ng audit na iyon? Itinutuloy po ba ng bagong ERC Chair? Pwede po bang magsumite ang ERC ng report tungkol dito? Kasama na po yung paliwanag kung paano natin sinusubukang protektahan ang ating mga electricity consumers sa isang pag-uulit ng pangyayaring iyon.
If I may be allowed, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit to the committee the report on the status of that initiative taken by my predecessor, and as well as the other measures being taken up by the ERC to protect the consumers' interests.
Salamat po, Chair Juan. Before my very last question, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to read into the record a motion that I'll make at the proper time for the consideration of the committee at pag mas marami tayong members na nandito at mas marami ring industry players to take up together. I will move at the proper time for the Senate Protect Committee to conduct a systematic forensic accounting audit to investigate downstream petroleum industry profiteering and quantify the unearned windfall profits generated by the current geopolitical crisis. To initiate this process, the committee must mandate the immediate submission of unbundled financial data from all oil players, strictly separating transitory inventory holding gains or accounting artifacts from structural refinery crack spread expansions or market dislocation. To objectively define profiteering without discouraging industry investment, the committee shall adopt a 10% and 12% risk-adjusted reference return threshold or RRT, as recommended by the IMF's note on windfall profit taxation, tied to each company's equity base to serve as the benchmark for normal expected returns. Ultimately, any structurally isolated income exceeding this 10% threshold shall be formally classified as taxable windfall profit, providing the empirical basis to draft a solidarity levy or a provision in a revised downstream oil regulation law, with a view to contributing to financing the country's crisis response and also accelerating transitions to electric use in land and marine transport and agriculture, for example. So yun yung ipopropose ko at the proper time, Mr. Chair, at a future hearing. So my last question is in lieu of may tatlo pa sana akong tanong kung nandito pa si Secretary Lazaro. Isusulat ko na lang po, isa-submit in writing sa department through our chair on yung consistency with our West Philippine Sea stance and UNCLOS in relation po sa Singapore Foreign Minister on securing the Strait of Malacca for international navigation. A second question I'll submit in writing is the precedent of the non-hostile designation. And lastly, on balancing tactical bilateral deals with multilateral alliances. So, yung huling tanong ko na lang po for today, Mr. Chair, ay sa DFA pa rin, and I hope USEC Austria can share her thoughts with us on this, on the middle power pivot. The Philippines is positioned to be one of the dominant players in the global nickel greens metal supply chain. Yet we're still stuck in a dig and ship raw or export reality. We all know that we need to use our nickel as leverage to create a pathway for reducing petroleum dependency by switching to electric powered by stored renewable energy. So, and the Middle East crisis shows the danger of relying purely on superpowers like the US or China. So, iniisip po ba ng DFA na itong krisis gawing opportunity para sa isang geopolitical pivot kasama halimbawa ng Indonesia papunta sa collaboration sa so-called middle powers. Halimbawa Canada, Australia, South Korea, Japan, yung EU at iba pa. And more specifically po, I understand there's an ongoing critical minerals agreement negotiations with Canada and Australia. Paano po natin kina-craft yung agreement na yon sa ngayon para makompel yung mga foreign investors na mag-process ng kunyari 50% ng mga mineral natin domestically. Sinisiguro yung technology transfer sa halip na mere extraction lamang. So, any initial response, and then if the good department could submit in writing to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Thank you, ma'am, for the very thoughtful question. In fact, ma'am, part of the plans of the Department of Foreign Affairs has been to cultivate stronger relations with many of the powers around us. We have elevated our partnership with Canada, Japan, Korea to either comprehensive or strategic partnerships in the hope of diversifying and strengthening the Philippines' international posture. Critical minerals, ma'am, is a very important area of focus for us. So we're working very closely with both the DTI and the DENR. Because to be able to exert our soft power in that area, we would also need to work on our infrastructure to be able to position ourselves well. So we're working very closely with other government agencies on that, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Yusek, and also for bringing in one of many other aspects of governance and legislation that will contribute to that kind of a whole-of-country approach kahit sa ganitong mga specific issues. And in this case, you mentioned infrastructure. So yun lang po yung mga tanong ko for today, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for those interventions, Aunt Teresa. We have a few more presentations, and I think we need to present this so that it will form part of the record. So we'll call on ERC. I think you have a presentation.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Meron kayong PowerPoint presentation?
Yes,
or?
but it covers only a few slides, but the Secretary has already mentioned in her presentation the administered pricing that was in effect, among other things.
All right. And I'll throw my questions later on. To the DOF, Yusek Carlo, you have a presentation?
Mr. Chair, I think most of the items were already discussed by Secretary Balisacan.
Okay, okay. And then the SWD, ganun rin ba na discuss na rin lahat ng...
Yes, Your Honor. Basically, we have already explained what we're doing and the timeline. Ang gusto lang po sana namin ipaalam is that may mga payout schedules po para sa lahat ng drivers. Pakiantabay na lang po sa mga social media accounts po ng LTFRB, DSWD at ng DOTR. Salamat po, sir.
And DOTR, ganun rin, I think napag-usapan na natin lahat. No?
Mr. Chair, can I just highlight a couple of
Sige, go ahead.
programs by the department?
Go ahead.
We have our presentation po.
Go ahead. Let's flash the presentation.
Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, we just wanted to highlight that the Department of Transportation has been implementing a toll discount program as early as March 23, 2026. Next slide, please. For Class 1 vehicles po, for public utility vehicles including jeepneys, a single use of the public utility jeepneys, they can avail of as much as 66 pesos of toll discount po per way. For Class 2 vehicles, public utility buses included, 131 pesos in toll charges may be discounted. We just wanted to highlight that the requirement for the public utility vehicles to participate in this program is that first they are equipped with RFID tags, and the other one is that they are duly registered and in good standing with the LTFRB. Another aspect of the program is the discount for Class 3 vehicles. All Class 3 vehicles, meaning to say these are those who typically transport goods, agricultural and the usual ano po, the trucks that carry the basic commodities, and they can avail as much of 197 pesos per direction po, per use. Next slide, please. As of today, a total of more than 20 million pesos of discount have been given to our users by our concessionaires. Next slide, please. With regard to the fuel subsidy program, as mentioned, more than almost 1.1 billion pesos has been disbursed by the LTFRB. For the fuel subsidy program, a total of 245,066 driver beneficiaries and 1,180,000 units are expected to benefit from the program. Next slide, please. Flash on the screen are the accomplishments of the LTFRB in coordination with DOTR. This is separate and distinct from the IX being given by the DSWD. But we coordinate with regard to the prioritization of beneficiaries. For example, in the first couple of weeks, DSWD focused on the drivers, while the DOTR and LTFRB focused on the operators, so as to ensure the availability of public transportation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We just wanted to highlight, Mr. Chair, we discussed thoroughly the service contracting program, but I wanted to highlight the need for the utilization of a GPS po. No? While we commit to revisit the policy with regard to this, there will be more than 50,000 public utility vehicles that will participate in the program, and the Secretary of Transport directed LTFRB to disburse or pay out within 5 days. So the use of technology is very crucial, so that the LTFRB will have basis on the amount that it will settle to the corresponding beneficiaries po. Next slide po. These are the basic parameters for buses po. 100 pesos per kilometer ang ibabayad, 40 pesos per kilometer for modern jeepneys, and 30 pesos per kilometer for traditional jeepneys. Next slide, please. As I also mentioned, we have a libreng sakay program with partner government agencies. During the rush hour, we deploy the units in the busway. For off-peak hours, we deploy them in several identified routes as flashed on the screen. Next slide, please. We also wanted to highlight a program that has been in place since March 23, a 50% discount for all MRT3 and LRT2 passengers. Everyone is qualified for the 50% discount so long as you use the train systems MRT3 and LRT2. Next slide, please. Also effective April 1, Mr. Chair, we have reduced airport fees and charges. Terminal fees for passengers will have more or less 200 peso per passenger discount, while for the landing fees, 5,000 pesos po per landing. Next slide, please. And finally, for the maritime sector, we have reduced the RoRo terminal fee to just 1 peso. The usual terminal fee of 516 pesos is now, for class 4 vehicles, is now reduced to 1 peso, whereas the terminal fee also for class 3 from 258 pesos is now 1 peso. That will be all for the department, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Maraming salamat. Department of Agriculture, do you have any presentation or napag-usapan na lahat?
Mr. Chair, the Secretary already discussed.
Okay, all right. With that, I just have some follow-up questions. Alam ko marami nang na-discuss tayo. But some observation lang. And I'll just flash on the screen, slide 28, Elena. Yung inflation reading natin. I want to direct this to Secretary Baliskacan. And for a very long time, our inflation has been quite stable. And I commend the economic team for reducing the price of rice. That's why naging stable siya. Pero itong March 2026, tumaas ang inflation natin to 4.1%, ang headline inflation for all population. Of course, the bottom 30 will always feel much greater, no? Because they eat more basic commodities. The consumption for basic commodities is much greater, no, compared to the general population. So ang inflation nila is about 4.23%. And if you look at the breakdown on slide 30, Elena, 30. Ang pinakamataas na contributor is obviously transportation, no? And then utilities, tubig at kuryente, and then pagkain, no? But the top one is transportation for obvious reason kasi tumaas ang presyo ng langis. So nakikita na natin na nagtatranslate na ito sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin, no? And we talked about earlier, we talked about the reduction in purchasing power. And let me just, we did some internal computation on the reduction in purchasing power. Slide 71. Slide 71. So we did some internal computation. So in terms of purchasing power, ang nawala po sa two scenarios, no? We call it easing scenario and worsening scenario. But basically, ang nawala sa mga mahirap natin in terms of purchasing power, 638 pesos to 762 pesos. And doon sa near poor, pinag-usapan natin kanina, is about 638 pesos to 1,526 pesos in the easing scenario, mas mababang inflation. So, in other words, inflation is already creating problems in terms of purchasing power. And primarily because of increase in transportation, increase in utilities, kuryente at tubig, at pagkain. So, I want to ask Secretary Balisacan, what is the inflation outlook based on what's happening right now? Anong nakikita niyo? Will inflation continue to it's already surpassed our target of 2 to 4%. Lalampas pa ba siya to 4.1 and beyond?
Well, if the oil prices continue to be highly elevated, our scenario, the simulation that we presented to the committee earlier, showed that yes, it would exceed the target of 2 to 4% for 2026.
For next month, do you see tataas pa ba siya? Do you see an elevated scenario
I
based
would
on your
think so.
forecast?
I would think so. Usually, may lag effects pa yung itong impact ng transport cost.
And definitely, it will affect purchasing power.
Yes, through the inflation, because inflation reduces the purchasing power. Yeah.
And what is the proposal, Secretary? You mentioned earlier there are some proposals to at least address the reduction in purchasing power. Meron na bang mga firm action points from the Uplift Committee on how to save or how to mitigate this reduction in
We
purchasing
haven't
power?
presented to the committee this what I indicated here as social protection for the poor and non-poor and near poor. Itong sinasabi nating jacking up the current subsidy, current transfer for the 4Ps because of the erosion in the purchasing power, as well as the expansion to include the near poor who might slide to the ranks of the poor as a result of the both losses in income and losses in the purchasing power of the income. So there are two effects there. For many households, they might have lost their jobs or they have become part of those so-called underemployed because the underemployment rate significantly increased last month, and we expect that to continue next month. And also you have the higher inflation. So the two effects could push a pressure on many of these near poor to slide down to the ranks of the poor if there are no assistance provided to them.
What are the proposals, Secretary, to para matulungan natin itong in poor and then in near poor? In near poor kasi hindi naman siya mahirap, pero konting shock lang magiging mahirap siya.
Well, kaya nga ang push natin na where our attention should be greatest is in resolving those mobility problems at transport, because you can avoid or at least reduce the pressure and putting more money for this expansion of the 4Ps, if you are able to manage the increase in cost of transport and therefore avoid losses of incomes from reduced economic activity. Otherwise, we have to include them in as part of the 4Ps basket. And that would be quite substantial, as we indicated in the presentation. Hopefully, that will be much lower if we succeed in all our interventions in the transport sector.
We ran some numbers also internally, and I think this is consistent to your proposal earlier. On slide 72, ang proposal namin is to give 1,500 pesos per month for 4-piece families. And then for the near poor, that's about 1.3 million, about 2,500 pesos per month. So 1 month will cost about 9.9 billion pesos. This is to address the reduction in purchasing power. Of course, pag humaba pa yung conflict, it can last for 3 months, and that will cost about 29 billion pesos. If we foresee inflation beyond the 4.4% upper threshold, ako tingin ko kailangan na natin magbigay ng additional, or I think you call this top up, no? Additional support for the poor families and near poor families, dahil talagang sila immediately na mararamdaman nila, no? And the additional cost is about 10 billion pesos, no?
I agree, Mr. Chair. I think that if we can prevent the deterioration in poverty because of the inflation and this elevated oil prices generally, I think it will be worth the additional fiscal burden. Because I think that, as I said, at least for the next 3 months, we have the fiscal cover for that, as verified by our DBM secretary. The really major issue is if we go beyond the 3 months, no, for the rest of the year, July to December. That's the one that we need to worry about, as to where to source that fund. Of course, SEC Rolly already identified some of those items. We may need to go into what can be deferred. Of course, as an economist, Mr. Chair, my preference that we work around within the given GAA appropriation, so that we don't put any upward more pressure on the deficit, because as of now, with the lower growth, economic growth, than what we expected initially when we were preparing the GAA for 2026, is already going to result in higher deficit, so lower revenue, and so there's that pressure already, and what the best we can do is to exacerbate that further. And I think that if we can control the situation by living within our means, so we really have to take some belt tightening and prioritize on those that would need support and relief during these hard times.
From a fiscal standpoint, Secretary, itong oil crisis is we're worse off compared to the pandemic. Because I remember the pandemic, our debt to GDP is around 30%, and our deficit is only hovering around 3%.
So we come from a favorable situation, fiscal situation. Of course, our problem right now is that we borrowed partly as a result of that response to the COVID, where we addressed the COVID by borrowing substantially and contracting the economy. Earlier, there was a question whether we are in a worse situation. I don't think so. The good thing is I don't see that the economy will contract. I don't think that is a possibility if we play our cards well. But remember, the COVID contracted our economy by 9%, and it cost us 3 years to recover, zero growth. And I think so far, most analysts, or practically every analyst, is still seeing 3-4% growth for the rest of for 2026, and I think that it's we were initially assuming 5-6% for this year, and obviously that's not doable anymore, and so that's what I said, that as a result of that, you'll have a lower revenue, but we are spending at the rate na ang assumption was the economy would grow at 5-6%. So that's where I see that I think we can work around the existing budget, and I guess some of this reallocation, reconfiguration might need rational actions.
So I don't think in pandemic kasi lahat sarado, so wala tayong output. So the problem now, for me, this is the most important problem that we need to address is wag yung mga kababayan natin na nasa mahirap lalong maging mas mahirap, at yung mga nasa near poor na hindi naman mahirap maging mahirap. So we need to protect them. I think in terms of output, we will still grow. I agree with you. Hindi lang kasing bilis ng gusto natin. But our immediate, what we need to address immediately is the vulnerable sector. And then that's why we proposed to give additional 1,500 pesos to the 4-piece families para hindi sila, kasi kinain na yung kanilang purchasing power ng inflation. And also to the near poor para hindi sila bumagsak sa poor category. And of course, that will still require about 10 billion pesos a month. For now, ang AX is about 60 billion pesos, if I remember correctly. So we have space. Pero pag tumagal pa ng tumagal, then we will have problems. No? But we need to make sure that itong mga vulnerable constituents natin, maprotektahan natin as of this point. I'm looking at itong slide 105. I'll go back to, this is related to assistance. No? And I understand, yung pantawid pasada, tsaka yung binibigay ng DSWD in the form of cash assistance to transportation. Dalawang objective. Number one is para hindi magtaas ng pamasahe, no? Because that will translate to more inflation. At pangalawa, para matulungan natin yung mga kababayan natin na sa transport sector na naiipit. Dahil tumataas ang presyo ng langis, hindi naman sila makapagtaas ng presyo ng pamasahe. But to date, nakita, based on the reports that we got, only 45% pa lang ng total na dapat mabigyan ang nabibigyan natin ngayon. And one of the reasons for this program is para siyang shock absorber. No? Wala tayong OPSF na pwede maging shock absorber. Kaya ang shock absorber natin ngayon, itong ayuda at yung pantawid pasada. Pero yung shock absorber natin, in my opinion, napakabagal. No? 45 days na, we're still at 45%. No? So, and I know that nakikita ko kasi sa news na mano-mano binibigay ito. Tama ba, Yusek Sulit? Mano-mano binibigay ito. And then sa pantawid pasada natin, which is supposed to be through the card, I understand ngayon, mano-mano rin ibibigay, if I'm not mistaken. So ang punto ko dito, in shock absorber natin, napakabagal. Hindi ba natin pwedeng gawin to ng mas mabilis? Kasi tama si Senator Erwin na rinig ko kanina eh. Ano yun pa natin ng damo kung patay na yung kabayo? No? Kung 45, after 45 days, 45% tayo, para maging 100% yan, another 45 days ulit. 2 buwan na. No? So, can we do things better? Dahil ito, pangtulong to eh. May time element to. And same with Senator Erwin, nagtanong-tanong ako sa ibang mga probinsya, narinig namin na hindi pa sila nabibigyan ng mga drivers. Drivers lang to We're not talking about 4Ps, near port. These are just drivers na araw-araw kumakarga ng krudo pero hindi naman sila makapagtaas ng presyo. So that's why isa sa mga recommendation natin dahil alam naman natin ang bansa natin talagang tatamaan ng oil shock No? Meron talaga tayong that risk of getting oil shock or experiencing oil shock, nandiyan talaga siya. Ang problema, mabagal tayo magbigay ng tulong. So is there a way to make this much more efficient from the DOTR side and also from the DSWD side? Kasi kung ibibigay natin to pababa na yung presyo, pang palubag loob na lang yan, hindi na tulong. No? Parang hindi lang sila magreklamo sa social media. No? Pero hindi na talaga yun yung naging objective.
Thank you, Your Honor. As explained po ng DSWD ni Secretary Gatchalian yung aming pamamaraan ng pagbibigay ng financial assistance, for the first tranche po, we need to see, kasi wala pong listahan, napag-alaman namin na walang mayroong ready na listahan ng mga drivers. Wala ring, at nakita rin namin na ang dami palang mga riders na hindi natin alam na they exist. So, pero since this is a social protection measure, we are bound to serve them. So, Your Honor, my point is, marami pong challenges. Yung social registry is one of them. Wala pong pagkukuhanan ng listahan. So really, you have to do it manually. And then number two, we're doing it manually during this time so that we can establish for purposes of accountability and audit that we did our due diligence. Na itong mga tao na to, these are real people. These are not ghosts, and they are legitimate drivers because they have driver's license and endorsed by LTFRB, etc., etc. So for the second tranche, and we know there may be second tranche. By second tranche, Your Honor, we are already preparing for a digital payout. Ang nakita lang po namin, Your Honor, na isang possible constraint is that we cannot, it's still a legal issue, but we're looking at it. Yung directly dealing with the financial service providers. Because the notion is that you have to go through the government servicing banks. And then if you go through the government servicing banks, ipoprocure nila yon. And then babayaran mo yon. Samantalang if you do it directly with the FSPs, similar to the bayanihan example, but it's based on a law. So mas mabilis po siya kasi ibibigay namin sa FSPs and then ang mag-a-account sa amin yung FSPs. Kung may discrepancy, then mahahabol namin si FSPs. So yun po. But we're doing the administrative work. We're consulting with BSP. We're asking for authority from the Office of the President by elevating this issue so that we can be provided with guidance. But ang bottom line, Your Honor, we're doing initiatives along that line na by the second tranche, it's going to be digital.
Actually, I'm not blaming DSWD. I'm blaming DOTR and LTFRB. Kasi lahat naman to, can we flash it? These are all regulated entities. Kailangan may prangkisa sila. Diba? 105, Elena. May prangkisa sila. So, ibig sabihin, may listahan tayo. Ang problema ng listahan, madumi o magulo. Kaya, ito, I'll flash it on the screen. For example, yung modern public utility jeep, diba? May prangkisa naman yan. Diba? Yung traditional public utility jeepney, may prangkisa. Lahat naman to may prangkisa eh. Magulo lang yung prangkisa. Even yung tricycle, may prangkisa yan eh. LGU lang may hawak. Diba? So, ang punto ko is,
every year meron tayong almost every year or almost every other year may problema tayo sa pagdating sa oil price shock. Every year, alam natin, nagbabudget nga tayo ng pantawid pasada every year eh. No? Hindi lang nagamit last time, mataas yung threshold. But ang punto ko, every year we prepare for a shock. Tama, Yusek? Every year yan. Prepare tayo shock.
Tama po, Mr.
But every year, magulo yung listahan natin. No? So, hindi pa tayo natuto na dapat ayusin natin yung listahan natin para mabilis tayo magbigay ng tulong? Yeah, go ahead, Yusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tama po, no, we fully agree, sir, that Mr. Chair, every year inaayos po natin yung subsidies for yung fuel subsidy na program natin for the transport operators. We just wanted to highlight, Mr. Chair, na yung listahan po sa LTFRB are operators. For the longest time, Mr. Chair, ang meron lang po ang LTFRB is the list of transport operators. They don't have a list of drivers because of the culture, the practice in in public transport. Na yung driver mo this week, sir, pwedeng driver na ng ibang operator next week. So yun po yung nagiging problema. While we do recognize po na hindi po talaga perfecto yung or hindi man lang not even close to decent po yung data ng LTFRB. We are striving to work on that. We want to modernize now and have everything in a digital file na po, Mr. Chair. But I just wanted to highlight, Mr. Chair, that based on the fuel subsidy program po, we have 21,086 public utility buses, 17,000 of which have already received their subsidies, Mr. Chair. For the traditional jeepneys, out of the 137,000 operators, 108,000 na rin po yung nakatanggap na operators. Medyo mababa po kami with regard to drivers because of the data nga po at hindi po ito maayos. But rest assured, Mr. Chair, we will work on the data. Secretary Lopez gave instruction already to Chairman Vigor to modernize and to have a final list of operators and the corresponding drivers. For the DOTR fuel subsidy program, Mr. Chair, we just wanted to highlight that the mode of payment is through cash, e-wallet, through a manager's check, and through the fuel subsidy card po.
Before, I found it much more effective nung meron tayong yung fuel card. Bakit hindi na natin ginagawa yun? The fuel card, I find it much more efficient.
Yes, sir.
Dahil una-una, hindi cash ang binibigay natin. Alam natin, binibigay natin langis talaga. No? Fuel, gasoline or diesel. So pupunta na lang sila sa gas station, magpapaload sila. Alam natin, pupunta yun sa dagdag kita nila. How come we're not doing that anymore?
We're still using that, Mr. Chair. In fact, that's why the numbers for the operators for the bus and the jeepneys, mataas po agad yung disbursement namin because we utilize the fuel pasada cards, Mr. Chair, from Land Bank. The e-wallet and the cash are for the drivers because it is the first time, Mr. Chair, that LTFRB will implement a payout for the drivers because traditionally, Mr. Chair, yung fuel subsidy po natin for how many years now? For operators lang po yun. But for this year, in-include po pati drivers.
Ang problema, namumura yung DSWD pero hindi naman nila listahan yun. Diba? Listahan ng LTFRB yun eh.
Yes, sir.
No? And then, kung binigay ng operator maling pangalan, mali na yung listahan. Or kung hindi updated yung listahan, mali na yung listahan na ibibigay sa DSWD. So my point of the matter here is, basta every year, ilagay na natin sa utak natin, magkakaroon tayo ng oil shock. Whether prolonged, short, magkakaroon tayo. Because we import 100% of our oil eh. Wala tayong hostage tayo sa abroad eh. No? So, and as long as our public utility vehicles use oil, asahan na natin magbibigay tayo every year ng tulong or ng fuel subsidy. So my suggestion and advice to DOTR, maayusin na natin tong listahan. I know yung culture ng operator, but you have to find a way to make sure that our drivers get the subsidy. Kung hindi, sabi nga ni Senator Erwin, patay na yung kabayo eh. No? Ano pang gagawin natin sa fuel subsidy? Napakatagal. I find it so slow. 45 days, 45% pa lang tayo. Dapat nga, kaagad 100% tapos na tayo eh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We fully subscribe to the recommendation of the chairperson, and we commit, Mr. Chair, to improve the database of LTFRB and the DOTR with regard to the drivers as well as to the operators po.
Submit to us a concrete plan on how to fix this because pagdating ng budget season, and then makikita namin yung 2.5 billion or even more na pantawid pasada, the first thing that we will be looking at, paano naayusin yung listahan? Paano i-automate? Paano magbigay ng napakabilis? Hindi aantay pa tayo ng 45 days or 2 months bago makompleto lahat. Dapat mabilis pagbibigay kasi shock absorber yan eh. Kaya there's clamor to call for suspension ng excise tax, suspension ng VAT because mabagal eh. Pag sinuspend mo, kagaya I get word that today na suspend na yung excise tax for LPG and kerosene. No? So mabilis yung implementation. Ang problema natin with pantawid pasada, mabagal. Mabagal.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, Mr. Chair, the directive of the Secretary of Transport to LTFRB Chairman Bigor Mendoza is to digitalize already the process. And that will be the direction, Mr. Chair. In compliance with your directive, Mr. Chair, we will submit the steps forward.
Thank you for that. I'll go back to a question by Senator Bam Aquino earlier on the middle class, Secretary Balisacan, because I madalas ko naririnig to sa mga kababayan natin, lalo na ang ating mga middle class, sila may motor, sila may sasakyan, sila nakakaranas talaga, nararamdaman kaagad nila yung pagtaas ng presyo ng langis. Kagaya yung kwento kanina, Senator Bam, na yung mga nagmumotor kaagad, feel nila yan eh. No? Kaya that's why nagpa-public transportation sila or nag-MRT para makaiwas sa pagbili ng petrolyo. I'll flash it on the slide. And also, slide 77, Elena. Yung purchasing power nila has also diminished. Slide 71. So, and we got this from this income breakdown. We got this from a PIDS study. No? So you have the lower middle income. Ang purchasing power ng lower middle income also was reduced by 1,276 pesos to 3,000 pesos. And then you have the middle income. Ang kanilang purchasing power was reduced from 2,500 pesos to 5,000 pesos because of inflation. No? These are all scenario building based on the current inflation. What is there a proposal to give reprieve to the middle class, primarily the lower middle income and the middle income? I remember during the pandemic, nagbigay tayo ng ayuda all the way, I remember, to middle income. I remember it was self-declaration at that time. We made our constituents declare their income, and I was quite happy that a lot of our constituents sa Valenzuela at least declared their actual income. Now, is there any conversation on how to give reprieve to the middle income earners, considering that pati yung kasama sila doon sa mga reduction ng purchasing power?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, our preference really more the targeted targeted program, and that is for the vulnerable groups. But to the extent that some of them, especially the lower middle income class, are close to the so-called vulnerable they are not poor, but their incomes are probably in the low middle lower middle class is something like 24,000 to 48,000 pesos per month in at least in 2021. That's probably around 30,000 by today's prices. But I think some of them could be captured, could be included under that horizontal expansion of the 4Ps, and they can also apply through the other programs, not necessarily 4Ps. Mr. Chair, the malaki kasi yun if you have if you introduce that's more or less 40% of the population, something like 34 million people, and and again the experience with not using targeted programs, that there's so much leakage. A large proportion of those benefits do not end up with groups that you really would want to target. There are a number of assessments of past ayuda programs of government, and they indicate a very high leakage. Benefits going to those who really don't deserve. During the COVID, for example, even in exclusive subdivisions have received their ayuda, and it's really we probably would have been better doubling the ayuda of the very poor, rather than universally spreading that ayuda for everyone, and so it was not really that that effective insofar as social protection is concerned. So we would still go for targeted this time. I think we have the data, better data than when we had the COVID, because we now have the CBMS, community-based monitoring system. In fact, even for the drivers, you should be shifting to the use of the CBMS for the subsidies of drivers and operators, because you could see them there in the CBMS. And that's the trust. That's where we are going. We are working closely with the implementing agencies, particularly DSWD, in getting their assistance linked to the national ID, so that we can have this fast, timely, and better targeted delivery system.
I support the targeted approach, Secretary. In fact, for me, that's much more efficient. Yung delivery lang natin ng targeted mabagal. No? In a perfect setting sana, pag targeted tayo, mabilis yung pagbibigay natin ng targeted subsidies. Pero kung aabot nga tayo ng 45 days, 45%, mabagal talaga. No? But I support that. I support the targeted approach because it's much more efficient. It's also cost efficient in that sense. But itong middle class, there's a mechanism that we use during the Bayanihan 1 and 2 proposal during the pandemic. And this is to give reprieve to the middle class. No? Kasi yung middle class natin, especially at this time, they own their own cars, they have their own vehicles. They're also susceptible to the increase in the prices of oil and also inflation. So we studied Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2, and there's a mechanism there that we are also proposing for the Uplift Committee to study. And this is on the emergency loan, zero interest for emergency loans. Paki-flash the 82. And also the employee share for GSIS and SSS. Based on the PIDS study, almost 82% of the middle class, apparently in the study, are employed, one way or the other, through government employment or through private employment. So, pag nag-zero interest tayo sa emergency loans, mura lang siya, no? That will cost government about 95 million. But if we suspend or government absorbs the employees' share, that's about 10 billion a month, no? So that will cost about 10.6 billion a month. And that will instantly give those who are employed in the government and also the private sector, instantly mafe-feel nila yung reprieve kasi mabilis lang to eh. Everything is now recorded. For 3 months, obviously it's about 31 billion. So the point of the matter here, Secretary, is ginawa na natin to during the pandemic to give reprieve to the middle class. We can do the same dahil yung kanilang purchasing power nabawasan rin. No? We saw that earlier between 1,000, 3,000 pesos. No? So, our proposal is to study this mechanism, no? Para at least ma-reach out rin natin yung mga middle class natin who are also feeling the pinch right now. And we're not only doing this because na-alienate sila, but we're doing this because the reduction in purchasing power is a reality. No? The excise tax, of course, masasama rin yung mga middle class doon sa suspension na excise tax. Pero mas mabilis nila mafe-feel yung increased in their purchasing power by suspending or absorbing the employee share to GSIS and to SSS premiums. No? So yun yung ating proposal in this case. No? So we want the Uplift Committee to look at this mechanism to help the middle class.
We look into it, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, it's 71% of the middle class are in government or private establishments. We recognize the physical presence of Senator Bongo. Any comment to that, Secretary Balis?
We'll definitely look into it. I'll try to get to see some of what has been written about the proposal, and I will assure.
This is also part of the preliminary report that we gave the executive, the secretaries who are involved in this hearing. Nagbigay kami ng copy ng preliminary report. Kasama rin to doon sa mga natin sa preliminary report.
We look into them, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We recognize Senator Bongo.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Question lang sa mga finance manager natin. No? Kanina po nakapagbigay ako ng opening statement. To Secretary Balisacan and Secretary Toledo. Saan ho kayo nung panahon ng pandemya? I'm sure Secretary Toledo nasa DBM na ho kayo noon, di ba? Sir, you were a director then.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm already with the DBM.
Secretary Balisacan, nasaan po kayo nung pandemya?
Chair of the Philippine Competition Commission at the time.
So you were in government, fixed term po?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, anong observation nyo sa level po sa ngayon, no? Itong crisis na ito, papunta ba tayo doon sa level nung panahon ng pandemya? Though iba naman talaga yun, no? Sarado lahat ang negosyo, walang trabaho. Pero kung ganito po yung domino effect, yung pagtataas ng presyo, hindi lang naman po yung mga ordinaryong Pilipino ang apektado. Lahat to, tataas yung, mamaya tatanungin ko rin tataas ba yung presyo ng kuryente. So, mas mabuti nang nakahanda po tayo kaysa naman doon pa tayo magmamadali. Kami naman po rito sa Senado, handa po kaming magpasa ng batas kung kakailanganin. Katulad po ng bayanihan 1 and 2 noong 2020. Ito po yung bayanihan to heal as one at saka yung bayanihan to recover as one. In fact, nag-file rin po ako last week ng Senate Bill 2033, Fuel Crisis Immediate Relief and Recovery Bill. At kasama na po rito yung temporary relief, yung suspension po ng mga collection ng sa SSS, and even sa PhilHealth to. Hindi nga po pumasa nung previous Congress yung pagsususpend po ng pagtataas ng mandatory contribution sa PhilHealth. Sayang po yun. Mas makakatulong po yun sa mga kababayan natin na hindi na po muna ma-increase yung kanilang contribution. So Secretary Balikasan, ano lang po, mas mabuting handa tayo sa mga darating na buwan. Ano yung rekomendasyon ninyo sa Pangulo o sa Executive? While kami po ay nag-aantay rito sa Senado, kailangan na bang magpasa ng bagong batas katulad ng bayanihan? Pwedeng ipopool po yung mga funds, yung mga hindi nagamit yung mga previous years, pwede nating gamitin ngayon pang tulong sa mga mahirap nating kababayan at iba pang suspension ng pagpapataw ng batas. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned earlier, the next 3 months, I think we have the financial cover for that. But and also for as long as we stick to a more targeted approach to assisting our kababayan, we do think that it may be simpler to work around the current GAA. Maybe we need to realign some of those items there, but if we can live with what we have by better targeting. I know where it's very going to be difficult, but what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is yes, belt tightening, and we will prioritize on our vulnerable groups, including those groups that are mentioned by our chair, and I think that learning from the lessons of the past, including those intervention programs during the COVID, we do think that we can design our programs at a much lower cost and yet achieve the objectives that we want to achieve. The reason I'm optimistic about that, I'm confident about that, is that one, we have better information now. We have better data system. As I was saying earlier, we have the community-based monitoring system, which is practically have all the data on households and individuals all over the country, and we can use that for our targeting purposes. We now have more digitally oriented systems. We are going to deploy the national ID, for example, system to reduce leakage and better target those limited resources that we have to the real targeted groups. So that's one. I think that we have to carefully study the implications at the broader economy and society of a very general subsidy program, because it's like going to be to be very challenging to challenge the economy, particularly our ability to regain the momentum even after everything has settled down. So what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is the situation we are now is not the same as when we were hit by COVID. When we were hit by COVID, we had very good fiscal space. We had low debt, comparatively, low deficit, government deficit. The situation we are now is very different. We have very high deficit. We have very debt. So if you are not going to be careful, we could create a bigger problem.
You mean to say, I'll interrupt lang po, Secretary. You mean to say yung panahon ng COVID, ganda na po ng takbo ng ekonomiya, no? You mean? If not for the pandemic, talagang pag ganun yung takbo ng ekonomiya natin?
Well, just to be fair, even before the previous administration came in 2015, 2016, the macro environment, the fiscal, the monetary, the financial system was quite good, and that continued relatively.
Kaya nga, if not for the pandemic, ang ganda na sana. Paangat na talaga tayo.
We can say that, yes, yes.
And then, after the pandemic, nag-plateau tayo, medyo naka-recover tayo noong 2022.
We did not plateau, we contracted. Our economy contracted by 9%, and it took us 3 years to just level that to zero growth.
Kailan po yun?
That was from 2020 all the way to 2020. By 2021, we're still, if you look at 2021, 22, the average growth there is zero.
Due to the pandemic?
Yeah, because of the pandemic. Yeah, because your economy contracted by 9.5% in 2020.
Do you believe na maganda naman po yung pagka-handle po nung pandemic? Talagang sarado yung ekonomiya natin for quite some time, but